I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Forward Ability adaptive surfing event, and super excited to see first-timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited, it's electric out here, so much energy.
There's a huge crew, the weather has turned it on, it's going to be a sick day, I'm super keen, get some waves with some mates.
We're lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for Forward Ability Support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
Sick event. It's cool to have so many surfers out here, and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Cyberwood, and yeah, it's going to be bad.
You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
It's incredible that BrightSky and Forward Ability have put this event on and have made it happen, and yeah, obviously with the support of Cyberwood. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.
All right, welcome to day one of competition for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Ability Support. Ben Way in the booth here with Charles Chaka Webb, and we've already gotten things started in our kneeling division, and already Red Dog Wheatley out of Newcastle back again with a wave, 3.0 for his opening wave. Amazing conditions, Chaka. You've been out there checking it out. We just had our riders briefing, and we've got moved up the competitors sort of where we ended up last year.
Yep, towards Clark's.
And so we just finished our Australian National Titles competition just a couple days ago, and we've had amazing sandbars here in Byron Bay. It's our third time here, and it looks like some of the best conditions that we've seen. As you can see on the drone there, all of that swell corduroy lines out to sea, just wrapping in and meeting all these perfect sandbars and this little perfect curvature of the point to get these guys some stretching rides.
So Red Dog Wheatley throwing up a 3 on the board last year, placed second place in this competition. So there's already some scratching going on out there. You can see the beautiful lines coming in. You can see that little right-hand corner. We're just tucked into that little spot right there. You can see these little rights coming right in there. Beautiful conditions today. Slight offshore winds. Got a building swell still. It's kind of still pumping through. It'll start dropping off a little bit after noon. But in the morning, it's going to still get a nice push. You can see way out the back. That reef still breaking out there. As long as you see those big reefy things way out the back there, Ben, we're still getting a little push around the corner.
That's also a good indicator for the riders to look out and know when the sets are coming.
Yep.
So Red Dog, one of the original 3 Irukanjis in this adaptive community, first competed with Jake Matthews and Mono at the 2015 ISAs. And all of those riders are still going strong, especially Mono.
Yeah.
Getting a perfect 10 ride to win his Australian national title. And out there we have Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales.
Your current world champ in the AASP in this division.
Winner of last year.
Yeah, winner last year, and pulling out a last minute in Oceanside. Big time, showtime, prime time, all time by Sponge. Here we go. Red, Sponge talking about it. Nice cutback. Not a lot to offer on the open face. He's going to try to get the rebuild. Says, you know what, call it a day. One maneuver. Trying to get those open faces. You can see the current isn't quite as bad as it's been. Here we go on the replay, Ben.
Yep. Nice little pivot there, kind of reading this one. Looking for some opportunity there, but definitely put it on rail. Riding a brand new board. I guess he's just got a few days on it and already looking good. He put some videos up of his first free surf, and he was zapping them, man. Looked like it's going to work just as good as his previous Magic board.
Looks like Josh Bogle also caught something in there. We got two scores pending right now. We'll see. We didn't get to see the three that Red Dog threw up, so we don't really know what that kind of scale is right now. Not that it's a big scale, but...
Here's our Royal Rehab replay. Joshy reading this one. So we still kind of have those low tide conditions. As the tide fills in, puts a little more water over the sandbar, we'll see a little bit more open space for these guys to fit in the maneuvers.
Yep, Sponge with that one little top turn gets a 5, so that'll put him at the top of the heat right there. Of course, we're going to see some better scores than that. We're just getting started. 6 minutes into this heat. We got 19 minutes left, 25-minute heats all the way through the competition. So you can see the lines just wrapping into the bay. We're going to have beautiful swell for the entire competition. This might be the biggest day that we have so far. And if we move farther up the point, we're going to get a little bit more action during the week. So look for that to happen. Right now we're at Clark's. Last year we moved up from Clark's to Tomo's Rock. And that's the thing about this place is you have the option of all these different banks, all these different little point breaks that come through here into the bay. And as it wraps around, we get to push up farther and farther towards the pass. So Main Beach just blasting during the Nationals. Big waves, great conditions, very strong swell came through for the Nationals for Surfing Australia.
It was pumping, man.
Yeah, it was pumping.
So Red Dog got a second wave, 1.50, and Joshy 2.43 for that first one. So Fody will be sitting out there.
And it's anybody's heat right now, Ben. Here we go, Sponge.
All right, Red puts it on rail. That one fattened up just a little bit. Looks like the wind's kind of taking some of that stretch out of it at the moment, but the last couple of days we have this kind of swirling winds. So it'll go from offshore to south wind, and depending on which way the wind's blowing, kind of throw out some different sections up there. But definitely looking really fun.
Yeah, it still has like what we would call morning sickness, still a little bit of it. It should clean up towards the later morning, towards the early afternoon. It should get a lot cleaner. It looks like Red Dog's caught in a couple waves. He's got a 1.3 throwaway stacked on top of that 1.5. Michael Fody's still in it. This heat's anybody's. All Michael needs is, a 7.5, so you can get that on one wave.
Yeah, so you can see just how beautifully those lines out in the center of your screen. That's the pass. That's the main point. You can get waves right off of that bubble. And on the big days, they go all the way through to just about where these guys are. And it looks like we got Michael Fody, opening wave. Draws it back, staying with the power. You can see that wind's a little factor on that one, but he had a nice turn before ending that wave. So we'll see his opening score in just a bit.
Michael and his wife, Lori, traveling with the tour for the last few years. Michael's really upped his game. You can see that with that one score, he's got a 2.73, jumps in front of Josh. He's really been putting the time in. You can see in his surfing style how he put that on rail just real quick. A couple of years ago, he was surfing on a different vessel. So he's upped his game and his equipment. He's put in the time in the water, and you can see that is showing showing up in his surfing. Now, these guys haven't gotten a great opportunity, just being able to do one or two maneuvers on these quick little waves that are coming through. But you can see that there's some really nice lines. If you get it in the right spot, you get that right corner, and it looks like Red Dog right here taking off. And also Michael Fody for a second ride. So we've got 2 riders up.
Yeah, so it's funny. Red Dog hadn't planned on coming up, and then when he saw the swell report, he's like, okay, now I'm going.
I'll be there. Just a typical surfer.
15 and a half minutes left. Spongy leading the heat at the moment, but it seems like everyone's just kind of feeling out the bar. I think a lot of people were practicing up this way yesterday, but with some different conditions. A lot glacier, kind of slightly offshore, and a lot of punch, but we see the conditions and the size pick up as that incoming tide comes. Here's our Royal Rehab replay as yellow. That's Red Dog. You saw the spray coming off that first turn. Another one.
Can't quite complete that second turn, but that first one's gonna score.
So yeah, already sitting on a 3.0 and a 1.50 in his score line. Wouldn't be surprised if he bumps that up, puts a little pressure on Sponge's first position at the moment. There he goes, 5.83 for that last one. So change situation. Red Dog's now in the lead. Spongy drops to second, and that puts a little more work in front of blue and white, Michael and Josh.
And this is a round-robin format, so everybody will get to surf twice. You can take one good wave out of this heat, one good wave out of the second round, or you can take, build on both of them in the second round. So everybody's going to get to surf twice at least.
And that makes a huge difference because a lot of the contests, you get third or fourth in your first heat, it's packing your bags and you're splitting home.
Yeah.
And so with the scheduling and the heat draws, you never know what kind of conditions you're going to get. And sometimes you're sent out in a bad tide or bad wind conditions, and it's not likely that you'll be sent out in bad conditions twice. You'll probably really luck out on one of them if your first heat doesn't work out.
So normally when you are scheduling the heats, if you're scheduling certain divisions in the morning on day one, those heats would probably be scheduled in the afternoon on day 2. So just depending on the tide and the conditions and what that looks like, normally when you're scheduling those morning heats, you want to schedule the people on day 1 in the morning and day 2 in the afternoon. That way everybody gets an opportunity to surf certain tides, certain conditions. A lot of times, in Oceanside, it gets a little blown out towards the afternoon. Usually the tide drops, bottoms out, so you don't want to keep, have a person surf the windy, choppy, sucked out conditions 2 days in a row.
Yeah, this is looking like Spongy. Fading it back. Rebounds off that whitewash. Keeping his speed, trying to find a little more face there. But there is that little deep spot. Seems like it's kind of keeping people from that connection. I'm sure as the tide changes. That was a nice hit by Michael Fody. Banked it off the section on rail. But I think as that tide fills in, they won't be kind of stopping in that pool, and it'll be able to kind of hold through there, give these guys couple more opportunities for more maneuvers per wave.
And I'm not sure that wave for Sponge might factor in.
You want to call it Royal Rehab replay?
Yep, nice bank, nice cutback. So that might get rid of his 2.40 and build on his scores. He only needs a 3.84 to overtake the lead, so that might do it for him.
Nice live camera work there, catching both rides in the same take.
You can see by the whitewater that those rights, are wrapping into the bay right there. And if you're in the right section, you're going to get a longer ride. It's just the tide's not cooperating a little bit right now. It's kind of hitting that deep spot. And if you can just wrap past that deep spot and get that little inside, then you're going to get a couple more maneuvers.
Yeah, and you can see in the shore break inside from these guys, there is another shallow spot that kind of pops up. So as soon as that starts connecting, they'll have the wave standing up, and a couple more critical opportunities on the wave as they make it through. But Red Dog coming out strong.
He's always, and it looks like Sponge threw up a 3.27, just short of the 3.84 that he needed to take over the lead. So he does better his situation, but he does still need that 3.84 to overtake Red Dog.
Yeah, so Red Dog working with P&O Prosthetics for over 20 years, and he's got his unique kind of stub feet for the way he rides.
Yep.
And it's really cool how each of these riders and everyone throughout the whole competition, even if they're in the same classification or category, they have customized equipment to help them ride. And here we go, Spongy. Nice first hit off that one. Drives out of the first turn, able to put it on rail, and keeping that speed and that flow. Definitely the best rhythm out of his waves of this heat.
For sure. And so you can see on that inside, it gets really shallow. But that's going to do the 3.83 or the 3.84 that he needs. He got a couple of really nice maneuvers right there. That could be the top ride of the heat right there. He's looking to beat that 5.83 right here. Nice snap off the top. Bottom turn. Gets this rip and cut back right here into the power. He tries to get out in front with this rebuild. That reform right there, he tries to get that tap right there. He's a little late on it. It's very shallow right there. But Sponge Llewellyn-Williams coming through with a 6.67, jumping back up into the first place.
Yeah, and Red Dog answering back. He may have just heard that from the beach announcer. We got Teza down there giving the scores. So Red Dog probably heard that he dropped into second and hungry for more.
And you have two double amputees in this division. You have a single amputation, and then you have a paraplegic in this. So you got a variety of different disabilities in this division right here. Actually, Josh, he's a quadruple amputee, a hand, two legs, and two hand, part of partial hand. So you have quite a few different disabilities in this division. And then Red Dog, we missed it, pops up with a 7.50. We need to get that replay. Him and Sponge just punching it out, going back and forth, back and forth. We didn't get to see that 7.50, so maybe we can get a replay on that.
So as you mentioned, just about all of the different physical challenges within the same classification, the way they're classified in this any kneeling division, any surfer who rides in a kneeling or sitting position without the use of a paddle, with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower limb amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent.
And we do have a replay coming in. Red Dog taking off. Backside, nice cutback into the power. Getting back out in front of it. Another check turn right there. Trying to get that rebuild on the inside. Gets a little under the curtain right there. A little turn under the lip right there. So we've got 7.50 on that ride for him.
Yeah, just as you were saying about the morning sickness, it looks like we're starting to heal up from our morning hangover here and getting these conditions starting to kind of shape up, and you're already seeing it in the score line.
So if Sponge can match that 6.67 that he just threw up on the board, that's what he needs to overtake first place right now. He needs another 6.67. So if he can match that, then he can overtake. But you can see they're starting to get better scores on the board as the conditions clean up just in this first 20 minutes,
Yeah, this is right from the previous days when we were here during the Australian titles. This incoming tide is the nice window. And here we go. This is Joshy. Finds a good one, gets a nice turn on the top. Little bit of a double up there, so stuck on the upper half at the end, but able to put in a nice turn there. So he should be building on his score line. And you can already see the energy picking up. It's giving these guys a little more work to make their way out.
Popping an 8.0, going excellent. We're going to get a replay on that in a minute, but Sponge and Red Dog punching it out here in a heavyweight battle, just going off in the first heat of the day, showing that the good scores, 7.5s, the mid-6s, and now an excellent 8.0 for Sponge.
Yeah, so we're about to see how that 8.0 was made. Oh, big jam under the lip. super critical turn there. And for one single maneuver, 8.0. Judges are always looking for you to get in that vertical, critical section, show commitment, a little bit of risk, and he put it all on the line on that turn and really put it on rail.
So it's, Red Dog comes out with a 5.83 as the heat high score. Sponge comes out with a 6.67, betters that wave score. Red Dog comes out with a 7.50 to better that score. And then Sponge comes out with an 8.0. So these guys are just smacking each other right here, heavyweight battle.
Yeah, red and yellow really hunting down those good waves. Blue, Michael got a 4.23. We know his ability and his skills. He just hasn't found the wave to get up into those good to excellent scores. And Joshy just got a couple there, but man, there's been a really heated conversation between Sponge and Red Dog in this one.
Yeah.
They're answering back to each other.
You can see these nice little lines coming in. See the contour of the bottom right there with those rocks.
Yeah, the ocean's so beautiful here in Byron Bay. And while people are wearing jackets elsewhere, we're in board shorts and swimming pool temperature water.
Well,
be better.
It does downpour torrentially here every 45 minutes.
Yeah, we get a good rinse a couple times a day, that's for sure. And so now you got the beach view, and there is Sarah Gibbons. You can't hear her on screen. I'm surprised we don't hear her all the way down here, but she's Sponge's vocal coach.
For sure. And out the back there, you see Julian Rocks right there. Beautiful addition to, and then Sponge listening, catching that right-hander, getting a nice cutback, getting a few pumps on it, realizing that that's not going to better his 6.67 and his 8.0. So that one will just fall off to the wayside.
Yeah, as you were mentioning, everyone's taken a pretty decent score into their second round. So that's it's when you've got an 8.0 in your pocket.
Yep.
Man, you're basically just looking for one good wave in the next one.
Right. And as a competitor, kind of what you're looking for and what it's going to, what you need to replace. Right now, Sponge is trying to replace a 6.67. That's a great score. Taking an 8.0 from the first round into a round robin into your second round, you're super stoked. But to have a 6.67 as a fallback, not too bad. Red Dog's got to be feeling the same way.
Sponge, he's on it. Right back in position, zaps it. Little fin drift on that one, breaks the tail. Able to re-engage the rail to drive across this section. And looking for a little opportunity, but it seems like that inside section is just kind of turning into whitewash. It's not really making that connection as this tide comes in and starts pushing that energy over different areas of the sandbar.
It'll fatten up a little bit, and it'll start to connect a little bit on the inside, and we'll see longer rides as the tide pushes up.
Already seeing improvements in the texture from what we saw in the beginning of the heat.
Right.
You can see things you can see that spray coming off the lip. Means the wind's turning offshore and kind of keeping things a little bit more groomed, and it's just going to keep getting better and better through the day.
So earlier we saw Sponge kind of just catch a mediocre wave. We knew that was going to fall off to the wayside. That was a 3.0. We saw him catch a second wave right there where he did a really nice turn. Not sure that that's going to factor in either, but still, that was a very nice turn. Tried to race it, kind of fell behind it. Everybody's still chasing Red Dog and Sponge. Sponge sitting in first with a combined score of a 14.67. Red Dog on his heels right behind him with a 13.33 two-wave score. He needs a 7.18 to overtake the lead right there. And the rest of the field is comboed by both of them. So Michael Fody does have a 4.23 on the board. He does need to better that. Both him and Joshy need to get up into the 6 range to break this combo. And it's not a devastating combo, a 13 and a 14.67. you can get mid scores. You can get a high 5 and a low 7 or a high 6, and you can kind of break that combo.
Yeah, so for our viewers at home who aren't familiar with competition, when Chaka says combo, best score you can get on a wave is 10, and if you're needing something that's over 10 points, that means that you need to get it in 2 different waves. And so we call that being in a combination situation. And so breaking down the slang for the newcomers.
Red Dog took off out the back. Joshy's still milking that one. Red Dog with a nice cutback. We didn't see what he did on the first part of that wave, but he's trying to replace a 5.83. We'll see if that factors in. He needs a 7.18 to overtake Sponge. That will be the waning moments of the heat, so we're going to wait and see what Red Dog's last wave did. We didn't see quite the first part, but we did see down the line that he got under the lip, did a nice little turn. Let's see what happens with that.
So it looks like Michael Foti grabbed one just before the buzzer. And that is going to shut it down for this first heat of the day.
Red Dog's last wave coming in at a 4.10, so those scores will stand.
All right, we're going to take it to a quick break, and we will be back for Heat 2 of the kneeling of this BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. See you guys in a second. All right, we are back with the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Benway in the booth with Charles Chaka Webb, and we are in our heat number 2 of our kneeling division.
Yeah, buddy. It looks like Masafumi Kobayashi throwing up a 6.0, followed by Toby Begg throwing up his first score of a 2.33. So this is well underway. We got the legend, the man, the myth, Mark Mono Stewart in here. Also in this heat, he did score a perfect 10 at the Australia Nationals on Monday. And I don't know if you guys are connected with him on Instagram or Facebook, but you can see the perfect 10. Sick little 3-second barrel that he just pulled in and pulled out of. So Mono's local knowledge of this place is kicking in right here. And he's yet to get on the board, but he always does something magical, so we'll see what happens. Last year, I know, is still feeling the hurt. He got a 4th place here last year. That didn't sit well with him. So ultimately cost him pretty much a world championship. Sponge just hammering it last year. Sponge won at this event. Mono got 4th place. Sponge then got 2nd. Mono won Hawaii. And then at the U.S. Open, Sponge came out and laid his claim to the world title. And so...
Yeah, Mono's basically the equivalent of the Kelly Slater of Perry surfing. 33 gold medals, 7 silver, and 5 bronze as we have it live. This is a replay. It's a Royal Rehab replay
of Masa's 6.
That was... Nope, that was actually Joshy from the previous heat.
Oh, was it? Okay.
No worries.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, Masa's got a little more meat on his bone. I knew that was a different white. But Masa 6.0. And Masa's riding a new customized Mono kneeboard, where Mono's famous for having one dugout concave on one side of the stringer for his stump. And Masa rides with both knees, and he has a double dig out.
Saw that.
And so Masa just got on that board, got his first waves just a couple days ago, and he's already out there showing that it works with a 6.0. And Toby Begg, 2.33. Mono knows this place better than anywhere. He's sitting out there watching those indicators. He knows which wave he wants, and he's just sitting tight.
So Spongy winning his first world championship in 2025. He'd been chasing Mono. Mono's a 2-time world champ, of course. And, yeah, Sponge has been putting in the work for many years, man, all around the world, chasing everybody, doing all these competitions. And last year, claiming his first title. Mono, 3-time ASP world champ. So Sponge really putting in the work. It's paying off for him. Took that first heat with an 8.0, throwing up the first excellent. Look at these waves coming through. As the tide pushes up, you can see it's wrapping into the bay, and those right-handers are starting to connect.
So, yeah, all of these competitors have their merits. Toby Begg is a 4-time Aussie title holder in his division. Maxime Cavan's been at a lot of our events. We see him in the ISA representing France often, and Team France has a pretty fun crew here. We've got Celine Roulard, we got Max Caban, and Piero Gagliano is a completely blind surfer that is one of the craziest dudes I knew in the community. He is punk rock, and super fun to have them, and it's super fun to have surfers from different countries here. Alali Medina representing Puerto Rico, and we've got Malu and Nem representing Brazil here. So international field, everyone enjoying being a tourist around Byron Bay, and also getting a chance to get some amazing waves with just a few other surfers out, which is a rarity here.
Yeah, Perot was here last year, and he got a 3rd place at this event last year. So Frenchman coming through again. And you can see these lines coming through the back. You can see the competitors see all of that action going on. You can see a surfer way out the back there coming all the way in from the pass. So if you can catch the right one at the pass, it bends all the way in here. As the tide pushes up, you're going to see some of these right-handers connecting to the inside. You're going to see some of these surfers paddling farther out to catch some of those bigger sets.
It's an unbelievably perfectly shaped catcher's mitt for the swell, and just pushes everything all the way. One of the early days, even without a bunch of swell. Here we have a late drop that might have been Massa. Hard to see the colors with this morning light, but we'll figure that out. I'm sure we'll see another score bump up. And, yeah, that was Massa.
Well, it was actually, looks like Max also caught a wave too. So maybe that was Max, because we got a score waiting for Max.
There you go. So I'm getting colorblind between white and blue. That's really embarrassing.
Right, and here goes yellow. Late takeoff. Toby Begg. Faded. Got another one out the back.
Here we go. Mono live action. Vertical off the top on that one.
Looks like Mono will get on the board with his first score. Not anything of super consequence.
So 14 minutes and 40 seconds.
Looks like Mono with a 1.70. He's not going to sit idly by and let that be the high score of his heat.
All right, here we have Maxime getting a quick turn off of that one.
Dug that outside rail, but that thing was looking nice right there. He had some nice speed on it. If he could have just got that outside rail out, he could have made that turn. Be looking at a good score.
Yeah, it looked like from the bottom popping up of that board, looks like he's on a tri-fin, which is kind of rare these days for this
division.
This division. Mono's pushed that whole quad movement, and everyone wants to surf like Mono, so looks like everyone started to move to quads, but interesting setup there. And Maxime gets himself a 2.77.
So Toby Begg sitting on a two-wave score of a 5.16. Everybody chasing Moss's one-wave score of a 6.0. Max with a 0.77 and a 2.77. Mono sitting on a one-wave score of a 1.70. You can see Mono kind of sitting out the back with that old lion look, waiting for a set to come through. He knows that he's got a little bit of work to do. He's seen the first heat. He saw Red Dog with that 7.50. He saw Sponge with that 8.0 going excellent. He knows that he's got some work to do. So he does not want to place fourth in this event again. So you're going to see Mono do some work in the next 13 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, watching that indicator on the outside, looks like there's some potential punch coming through. And you watch the swell bubbling off those outsides, and if you're timing it well, you know when it's going to reach you. So it looks like that set's just about to reach in where Mono, and I think that's Massa starting to work his way over. Massa hasn't taken a wave in a while, so he may have first priority.
So as priority works here, first to take off, last in line. There's no paddle priority in adaptive surfing for the pro platform. It creates a, if you're doing just a paddle priority, there's a lot of people that have lesser ability or different pushers, older pushers, younger pushers. So we don't want it to create a competitive advantage at all. So the best way to alleviate that is first to take off, last in line. So if you paddle for a wave with intent, you will lose your priority and you will go to last in line. So try to keep it as fair as possible for everybody. Just a little bit of inactivity in this heat. We've had a couple of waves come through. We've had a few decent maneuvers, but not any long waves connecting and not any really big scores other than Massa's 6.0, which is, if you're taking a 6.0 in your back pocket in the first of a round robin, you're pretty stoked. But all these guys saw bigger scores, higher sixes, 6.67 by Sponge, and an 8 by Sponge, and a 5.83 and a 7.50 by Red Dog. So you can see those mid to high sixes are available The 7s, the mid 7s, and the excellent 8s are available. So you're going to see these guys really trying to get one of those bigger sets to connect. As the tide's pushing up, you're going to see more of those waves connect on the inside.
Yeah, so we're basically, it seems like we're at a dead low right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would explain why things have gone a little bit sleepy. I was already thinking we had the incoming tide, but now that I'm looking at it,
we're dead low right now.
Yeah, we're right at the bottom. So it's still way too early to really see that swell energy helped in with the incoming tide. And so that's actually really good news for you guys who have your heats in a couple hours.
Yeah, I surf at 12 o'clock, so
we can expect this what you see on the screen to look like a completely different spot as that tide fills in and helps that swell in. Here we have up and riding. That is Toby Begg. Nice bank off that one. He was out there charging it during the titles, man, and some of those heats that they were out was just grinding 5-foot barrels on about 2 feet of sand.
Yeah, Main Beach was nasty, boy.
I went out for the best seat in the house. I was out body surfing down outside of the contest area, and I was able to look right into the barrel on that one that Mono got for a 10. We have that replay of Toby
coming around, just getting that little snap right there. Not really able to complete that. That's going to go as an incomplete probably, and he's trying to better a 2.83. That's his high score, is a 2.83. So we'll see what that does. Massa's still sitting on a 6.0, and the champ out there, old Mark Mono Stewart, just wrapping that one, staying with the power on that, getting nice two nice turns. He will better that 1.70.
So they gave Toby 4.27 or 4.27 for that one.
Oh,
so
wow. So we must have missed something on the top of that.
Yeah, so Toby able to jump up on top with his combined score of 7.10 total. So he jumps up on top for a moment. Mono popping it up. So Mono knows not to waste energy, and if anyone knows where to sit and what the good spots are, we're going to watch that one. Look at that. Puts it on rail. Great rhythm. Connecting those turns with no dead space in between.
It's got such a flow on his turns. That style, the speed, the flow. Pulls it out for a 5.83. Now, that's a great score for Mono. Of course, he's not going to be sitting on that with any kind of, waiting. He's going to paddle right back out, know that he's got 8 minutes left in this heat to better that. He's starting to get in a good flow right now. He's just got a 2-wave score. He's got that 1.70 and that 5.83. He's not wasting anything. Every wave he catches is going into the score line, so look for the next wave to drop that 1.70 or even better that 5.83.
And he's also probably got it in his head that Sponge and Red Dog have 7s and 8s that they're taking in the next round. He wants to have some of that too in his pocket.
100%.
And he's definitely got the skills to get it, and he knows which waves to pick. But we do have this kind of interesting little place in the tide right now.
Yeah, a little dead spot right here, but you can see it's a little bit more connecty than it was earlier. It was kind of fat on the inside. Some of those insiders are starting to connect, starting to be able to get those rebuilds. Toby Begg almost was able to do that nice little bank on the inside on that rebuild.
Yeah, out in front here as well as possibly down there. I haven't surfed there yet, but we have that real shallow shelf, and then it kind of just drops down, and at the low tide it's breaking behind the shelf. As that tide moves in, it's able to actually use that little sandbar to really pop up and give some punch. So we just need a couple more feet of tide on top of that sandbar. We're really going to see things come alive. So Toby Begg, he was a new competitor a couple years ago. He was attacked by a 4.2 meter great white shark, where the shark took his leg, came back, and I had heard that he was on top of the shark punching it in the nose after it had already gotten his leg. And he'd been a first responder before, so he knew of the protocol. Got to the beach and luckily they were able to get a tourniquet on, get him all set up, and he was back out here competing, I think, a year later.
Wow. What a story. And what a hero to go back out in the water, just go out and shred.
Yeah, can't stop taking waves.
No, that's it.
So, yep, small lull in the action as this tide is just kind of figuring out what it wants to do. What it wants to do is start pushing, and we're just moments away from where it turns from that dead low and starts surging in. But we definitely do see a lot of lines out there. It's just not enough water for them really to be placed over the best sandbars, and we'll see that soon. But we've had an amazing couple days up until the competition. We had our opening ceremony just a few days ago. We have a beautiful parade that brings all of these riders down the main streets, down the little path here, and we have the Welcome to Country ceremony with Japanese taiko drums and didgeridoo, and amazing to see how many people in the community came to support, and it seemed like a lot more of a crowd at the opening ceremony than the previous years.
Yeah, it was.
Everyone's been excited for everyone to come to town.
It's like Toby trying to scratch over into this right. Taking off way behind it. Not able to get any kind of open face on that. That's going to not factor into his score line.
Yeah, it looked like he really, if he was just a couple meters over, he would have been in a better place to get around that first section, but it just really ran on him. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And we're super happy to have the Australian Lifeguard Service and First Nations lifeguards to have those jet skis back. All right, so here's that drone angle coming down. So way off where you can't see on the left side of your screen is where our main infrastructure for the contest is, and these guys are way up the beach. And so we've got a number of options for these riders, and we also have a very unique judging trailer that can be moved up and down the beach. So depending on where the best bar is for each day and which swell direction and conditions, we can move all of that infrastructure that you see on the right side of your screen. On the left side, that's the judging tent right there. We've got Nick Zippy Pearson, and his crew of talented judges. Just next to that would be Tessa McKenna, local legend, calling out the beach announcing as well as keeping everyone entertained. You guys, insane. And just to the right of that is the competitors area. And we have this place really as accessible as possible, even down there where we have the blue mats for everyone to roll around at the competitors area. So not just stuck in one place, and everyone's completely independent and able to get themselves around the zone. So there's the Julian Rocks, as you were saying.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if there's some good fishing out there.
Oh, there's good fishing out there, brother. That's what I heard. So if anybody knows Stoke for Life has been checking us out, we have the Real Stoke Fishing, adaptive sports fishing program. So I've been frothing to try to get out here and fish. So hopefully next year will be my year to go out and catch some fish here.
You catch it, I'll cook it.
There you go. Mono coming around the corner. Nice little cut back. So he had a lot of speed coming around there on that first clip that we saw. So maybe he got a couple of maneuvers in on the takeoff.
Yeah, and here we got Toby Bagg drawing this one down the line, looking for some more reform opportunity. A little rebound attempt on the end section there. 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. And this is Mono's Royal Rehab replay. Puts it on rail there and then gets stuck at the top half of this double up. We've got that little midsection pool that just takes all the energy out of the wave.
No, I'm pretty sure that's going to outdo his 1.70. It's not going to better his 5.83, and it's definitely not going to go excellent. So he's still going to be feeling that. He's going to want to take that into the next round. It is a 3.0, so of course Mono's not going to be real happy with that, but does better his score line, so he'll be stoked on that. Massa with his second wave of the heat.
Massa rocketing through this one. Look at that. Man, around that section, real difficult section, but able to drive it, find the open face for a nice turn there.
Massa is going to probably turn the heat right there.
Let's check this Royal Rehab replay. That is Toby. That's the previous wave. So you got a nice little rebound there, and that one dies out.
We're going to wait to see what Massa's score is right there, but I'm pretty sure Massa turning the heat with a 6.83. What a beautiful wave. It's got 2-wave score. The only 2 waves that he's caught, a 6.0 and a 6.83 on the new Mark Mono Stewart machine that Mono shaped for Massa.
Yeah, what great heat management also, getting that high score in the last 40 seconds of the heat. And they're probably counting it down just at the moment. And Mono looking a little frustrated. I think he just heard the buzzer. But wow, that was definitely the top speed of the day right now. Massa just flying on that one.
Beautiful turn. Massa really up in his game and up in the equipment. You can see that beautiful drone shot of the bay. And I believe we're going to cut away to a commercial break right now. We'll be right back.
Looking good, eh?
Cano. What do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. We are here in beautiful Byron Bay, New South Wales, Australia, and we are now in our blind partial vision division. We just finished 2 heats of our kneeling division, up and riding. This is a newcomer. We got the young Finn Banks in the competition for the first time, and he just won the Australian titles. New dude on the scene, and he's been surfing really well. We got a bunch of scores on the board.
Throwing it up. Red. Jack Jackson trying to get that backside snap. Digging that outside rail, not able to complete. Yellow taking off on the insiders at white. White, Finn snapping it. Just going up top. Of course, you want to get to the top third of the wave to really get those scores. Finn taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, look at this. Eyeing up this section. Hits it at the lip line. Beautiful style and form there. And, yeah, it's this guy's going to be putting some heat on some people, man. This is a brand new dude.
Yeah, I heard somebody calling him the next Aaron Polk. That's a big, giant statement right there. Aaron Polk.
Yeah, Aaron didn't come to Byron this year, so
no, but he is our current champ.
Open up some opportunity in this comp definitely for some other riders. We have also Matt Formston didn't show up this time.
Yep, Aaron Polk.
So some of the big names aren't here at the moment. We got a couple fresh dudes on the scene. They're going to show us what they can do. We've got Daniel Toomey, 2 ways, 1.83, 1.50.
Yeah, Aaron Polk is your 3-time AASP world champ. So those are some big shoes to fill if somebody's saying, hey, this guy is the next Aaron Polk. That's some big shoes to fill. Aaron, 3-time world champ, your last 3 years. Here comes Red.
Jack Jackson connects this one through, driving it across that good connection. Jack coming in 3rd last year. And, wow, these guys are really, I mean, look at the conditions that we're looking at. Just in the matter of 1 heat, things have already switched around. Here's that replay. Jack had faded it back, waited for this thing to stand up, able to get over the lump, get some speed through this section. But, yeah, things are already looking brighter.
Yes, sir. You can see that rebuild on the inside is starting to connect a little bit more. You're still getting that dead flat spot, but if you can bounce through it, you can connect, stay with it, you get another opportunity to do a big smack or have. So now you're seeing a drone shot of the surfers and their assistants. Spotter, excuse me.
Yep.
And it is an assisted division, but you cannot physically assist them. They only can verbally assist them. So there you got Daniel Tomey in blue. You got his coach, Sophie. Daniel taking off, almost going. Kind of pulled back on that one. He's got a combined score of a 3.33.
Yeah, you can see Sophie looking over his shoulder. She was probably like, no, there's a set coming. And so she's trying to reposition him out there. And just as you were saying, so the job of the spotter is to basically paint the picture of what the wave's going to do on the ones that they send them. They've got to keep them out of priority situations if they're close to another rider that has a higher priority. And they also are the ones that choose the best waves for their rider. And when they're communicating with the rider, sometimes they have to basically predict what the wave's going to do, tell them if it's running, tell them if they're going to have to speed up, fade back, and also no and go sound pretty similar when you're out there. So you got to be careful with that.
A lot of them have a number system to tell the surfer, if it's a 1, that means it's soft. If it's a 5, it means it's standing up and it's steep. So a lot of the teams have different lines of communication. You can see the bay starting to fill in, man. You can see these right-handers starting to break a little bit farther out.
Finn, beautiful carve right there. Banks it off the section and then taps the whitewash to finish. Really nice style.
You can see he's got some flow, takeoff, backside. Does a nice bottom turn. Pow, just really nice roundhouse turn right there. does a little tap on the whitewater and calls it a day. That is going to be a really nice score for Finn, and it comes through as a 7.0, and that stacks on top of his 7.67. So Finn just laying it down. He's just been throwing down some big scores from start to finish.
At the moment, he's actually got the entire fielding combination.
Yep.
So locking down, as you mentioned before, every one of these surfers will have another heat to surf, but Finn's taking some solid scores into his next round.
And you can see that the conditions are changing. It's getting a little smoother. It's getting a little glassier. Not as much wind chop. You can still see a little sickness on it, but you can see that those are starting to come in. The bottomed out tide, we just passed that. It's going to start filling in real quick now.
Yeah, so Finn's from not too far away. He comes from Congo Main Beach in New South Wales. He's been surfing for 10 years, but he's a pretty young dude, so that may mean he looked about 17 or 18. We'll have to find his exact age, but he's been in the water a long time for how young he is.
Yeah, he's ripping. Kid's putting everybody on notice right now in this division. There might be a new sheriff in town.
Yeah, he's coming out shooting, that's for sure.
He's
so
swinging hard.
You can see on the bottom of the screen where you have a ton more whitewash being pushed over that sandbar on the shoreline. So that tide's going to start pushing in quick here, and I think we're going to start seeing a lot more energy. It's also speeding up that current, as you can see the water moving from the right side of your screen. So as that surge comes in, it's going to make it a little more work for the riders to make it back to the sweet takeoff spot or wherever they've made their lineup marker on the beach. And this place can turn into a full-on river when there's a lot of swell, as it just feeds from the top of the point at the pass and then feeds all that water down. And here on your drone shot, you can see the whole setup here. And, wow, beautiful drone work there. And there's our little mobile setup. So we got the main infrastructure up here on the bluff, but we can set up our contest area wherever we want, all the way down the beach, determined on the conditions and the size. So pretty darn cool. As most contests, they pretty much have to pick one bar. And, for example, here we go, white, up and riding. Driving across that one. Gets a quick hit in the critical section, able to clear the nose. But, yeah, you know well from organizing these world championships, you got to pick one side of the pier for a certain amount of days, and no matter what happens, doesn't matter if it's good on the south side, you've already chosen your spot, and then that's the same with any contest around the world. This is one of the first ones where I've seen where they can actually move it down the beach wherever they want every day.
And Finn, with that beautiful snap, betters his scoreline with a 7.97. Just shy of an excellent 8 score right there. This kid's on fire right now.
Yeah, he's definitely the day of the Aussie titles, even besides his heats, the guy was in the water all day long, and his dad said you had to basically fish him in to go and get ready for his heat.
They don't call him Finn for nothing.
Yep. Yeah, just as Teza announced at their closing ceremony, he said, that's the coolest name in the whole thing, Finn Banks.
Finn Banks off the top.
He did bank it off the top for that 7.97. And we're down to 13 minutes. It says Alexander Shub in yellow. That's our blind surfer from Israel, but I don't think he's here. I don't think I've seen him around.
Okay.
So he may be signed up. I'm just trying to see if we see a yellow in the water. It looks like just the red, blue, and white teams at the moment.
Can see it's really starting to fill in a little bit now. A lot of those lines coming around, starting to connect on the inside. The low tide bottomed out about 15, 20 minutes ago with that last heat. You're going to start seeing an inside push. The tide rises pretty quick here. So from now until noon is at the high tide, I believe. So it's just going to fill in just a few hours. It's going to take about 3 hours for it to fill in. So you're going to see the conditions change really quick. You might see some more current coming in on the inside. And you might see a lot of that deep spot that was on the inside now start to fill in, now start to connect, giving those riders a different opportunity to, like Finn, snapping that inside connector.
It's also going to really make that shore break pop up and dump. But yeah, it looks like Jack hasn't really found a wave that serves his skills. He's 4-time Australian champ, and he's got a first at the Byron Bay Adaptive Pro. So definitely one of the contenders to be in the lead of the heat. But here we have Finn Banks.
Yeah, Jack Johnson won this event last year, so he's no stranger to the podium.
And Daniel Toomey, he's gotten a couple so far. So I think Daniel probably waiting for a little bit bigger of a set. He's a bit bigger than these two other competitors in the water. So a little more juice, a little more face is definitely going to work on his side. As we have a paddle. Couldn't quite tell who that was. But yeah, definitely no missed opportunity on that wave. Probably a smart idea to kick out and wait for something better.
Sure.
But as we sort of seen from those drone shots, the riders are sitting at the moment, but they are definitely periodically having to start paddling towards the pass. So it does show that that current's starting to pick up a little bit, and it'll get stronger and stronger throughout the day.
I'm hoping it's going to chill. I got a heat at 12 o'clock, so I'm watching these conditions with a hawkeye right now. Got a little PTSD from the last couple of years. Conditions really kind of gnarly here for the last couple of years. Year one to 3 years ago, the current, the sweep was just devastating.
And there was no way you could sit in place like this. You'd be way off the screen.
Really tough. So, and then for the final last year, the conditions were just so unpredictable, really wonky. Some really big stuff coming on the outside, rebuilding and reforming on the inside. So you couldn't really connect them. I got kind of stuck on the outside last year and didn't really get a good connector on the inside where Mike Johnson and Spike Kane were sitting on the inside just waiting for those rebuilds and getting a little bit more opportunity to get scores. So big learning process to surf each bank here. It presents different conditions on each bank. So, trying to figure it out, looking at these conditions, watching it fill in. And you can see Main Beach right here just dumping on the sandbar right there. And as you get up around the corner, you can see that the conditions, it kind of fills in a little bit better, connects on those sandbars a little nicer, and is not so dumpy right there.
Yeah, and as the high tide fills in, there's going to be waves breaking where these people are walking right there on your screen. So there's a lot of water to come in and really move the swell energy onto the good sandbars. Hasn't happened just yet, but we've already seen some really fun waves, considering that's pretty much the worst it'll be all day.
Yeah, when the low tide is here, it's very challenging, especially on these sandbars because they're so exposed. But as it fills in, and when the tide gets high at its peak, you'll see that current, what they call the sweep, it calms down quite a bit. So as it fills in, from low tide to high tide, you'll see that sweep kind of maxing out when the tide bottoms out. When it starts to fill in, it really looks like it's moving a lot. But as it gets fatter and as it fills in more, it kind of slows down a little bit. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Maybe it's just wishful thinking.
Well, 7.5 minutes, already some solid scores. But yeah, it seems it's still kind of like just some pulses of tide.
Right.
Where it seems to turn on all at once, and it's real compact, and then you've got these little lulls where everyone's just taking a breath. So this when these kind of conditions, you really have to use your priority. If there's only one good wave of the set, you want to be the one that can choose that one.
100%.
And also, if someone is holding higher priority, it's even more difficult with these guys because with the visually impaired surfers, you have to prepare them to get ready and get in position for the wave much earlier than the other divisions. You got to get them paddling because they can't see what's coming.
Right.
And out of nowhere, there could be someone down the line or deeper, and it's really hard to call your rider off once they're already in motion paddling for a wave if a rider with higher priority is already in position.
Right. And also, what a lot of people don't know is if you do have priority and you are down the line and somebody with a lower priority takes off at the peak and you're sitting on the shoulder with first priority, the person that's already on the wave has to give way.
They have to dip out.
They do, and it's such a hard thing to do when you're looking down the line and you have a good wave and you're like, oh, that looks so good where you're going to bank, and then there's a guy with higher priority sitting on the shoulder and just forcing you off. It's really, a lot of people sometimes just go and they get that infraction. But if you can be disciplined and you can turn off the wave and it's really the way it's designed to happen.
I think a priority penalty is a little bit more painful than giving up a fun wave. So
for sure.
Yeah, in competition, you know what? As much as I really wanted to go do a turn where you are, you just go ahead.
Right.
So here we go. Red up and riding. Jack Jackson. Looked like it was setting up for a little backside hit there, but bottom sort of dropped out of that one. So 4.33, 2.43. We'll see if he gets another score on the board. 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
Just Finn Banks running away with this one. 5 minutes left. Still has the whole entire field comboed with a 6.6 or a 7.67 and a 7.97. This guy's just came out, made a huge statement, caught some really nice waves, kind of showing everybody what he's all about. Coming in, winning the Australian Nationals, coming out here in the first heat, throwing up some of the bigger scores of the day. I do believe he's got the highest heat total of the day. So Finn Banks making it known.
Yeah, well, we had Red Dog and Sponge with one excellent wave across the score line for the total. I think you're right with Finn Banks, definitely. I think those guys were holding somewhere around like a 12 to 13 point.
I think Sponge had a
total.
14, Sponge had an 8 and a 6.67, so a 14.67. So Finn beating that out right there.
Oh, Daniel. Here we go. Just get over that bump. A little bit hung up on that offshore.
And then Finn right behind him.
Like this. Draws it back. You can see this inside section already fits an under the lip hit there.
Whew.
Makes himself enough room to get up on that last section. So that's really going to be judged as a three-turn combo there.
That could be the excellent score that he missed out on with that 7.97, just coming shy. So you could see Finn really catching that inside rebuild, giving himself the opportunity to do two maneuvers on the inside right there. And that big ending maneuver, I think that's going to be the one that puts him over the top, gets him that excellent score that he's looking for.
Pretty amazing. When you've got
wow,
here we go.
9.67.
9.67. Gets that one, gets that quick first setup turn, and then really meets that last critical section where he needed to. One thing I was going to say is already you've got the partial visual impairment, but then he's also a backsider, being a goofy footer here on the right. So you've got that extra percentage of loss of vision by not facing the wave.
And you got the higher percentage of difficulty. So that's why these backsiders are going to see a little bit better scores if they can get up to that top third of the wave, do those critical maneuvers in the critical sections. You're going to see these excellent scores. Finn with two throwaways of a 7.67 and a 7.0, a two-wave total of a 17.67. He's got that 7.97 and that excellent high score of the contest. And here goes Red.
Yeah, Jack finally finding some open space here. Drives it, gets a little jam off that corner section. Unfortunately, that will be incomplete. Wasn't able to ride out of that one. And he's got some decent speed here. Came racing across that section. He was a little bit late to it.
Little too much bounce.
Yeah.
You know, he's trying to bounce a little bit too much. Probably just needed to lean into that turn and use some of that speed to just get around that section. Kind of taking away a little bit of that speed with that bounce, you know.
Yeah, I'm definitely more a rail and fin guy than the Huntington hop.
You know, when it's useful when it needs to be, but I don't think he really needed it right there as much as maybe he felt like he needed to bounce to get that to connect. It was already racing a little bit and standing up, so sometimes you just got to lean into it and give it, you know, get what it gives you.
Still got a minute and a half. Plenty of time for one of these guys to get a wave, but whoever is holding that first priority at the moment is definitely going to be controlling the peak within this last minute. And this is when you want to hold that higher priority and just keep someone. If it was an elimination round, you're keeping whoever can move up into your advancing position from getting the important wave that they need.
Yep.
But in this case, either way, everyone moves through. But when there's not that many great waves on offer and you want to take 2 high scores into your next round, of course you want to choose the best wave that comes through.
I mean, Finn Banks can just sit the second round. He's already sitting on a event high score of a 17.64 and a one wave single total high score of a 9.67. So Finn just coming out, making a huge statement right here. And letting everybody know, man, Finn Banks is here to play. He's going to take one at the end of the heat.
Yeah, starting deep on that one. Maybe a little bit too deep.
Looks like he almost wanted to go left.
But also probably hearing the time that they had left, getting close to that countdown, just trying to get one last wave in before the buzzer, which is always good for heat management. Make sure that you get all the waves that you can in that 25-minute heat. And that's all she wrote. We're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to welcome one of my favorite people, Stevie Lee Ginger, local Byron longboard goddess, here with Charles Webb after the break.
Welcome back to the Bright Sky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by Forward Ability Support. I am Charles Chocoweb in the booth with Stevie Lee Ginger, local shredder. How you doing, Stevie?
I am so good, Jocko. How you doing, man?
Doing great. Great to have you back in the booth for the second year.
Thank you so much.
And we've got scores on the board in the prone assist men's division. We've got Cliff Gralton throwing up a 6.50. You've got the legend, your current world champ and your defending Australian Pro champ in this division, Jesse Belauer. And you got Bailey Vandenhoeven. Bailey been making his way around the tour last year, and he's making his second stop here. So we're stoked to have everybody. The conditions really cleaning up. Jesse Belauer out here looking for his first wave, and it looks like Cliff Gralton. Cliff, really a local here, got, 6th, 7th place here last year, so he's not going to be too happy with that. He's going to be looking to better that. Bailey Vandenhoeven also getting a 7th place here last year, so it looks like Cliff got 8th and Bailey got 7th. So these boys are going to try to be battling it out to get a little bit of bragging rights.
We're just looking at the screen there now. That's normally me sitting on the back of the jet ski there, our brilliant water safety team, headed up by Adam Land, absolute legend. Shout out to those guys.
Yeah, he is the lead water support for the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. That's where Adam kind of made his bones in the competitive realm, but he was the pusher for Jay Leisner for many years, the Surf Gimp crew. And Jay, we're missing him, local legend. Not local legend, but legend in the U.S.
You're getting your countries mixed
I
up
know,
already,
man. I'm feeling all comfortable here. Feeling like home away from home.
I love it.
But we've got a little lull in the action right here. It looks like a little set just rolling through. Jesse passing that one by. Not liking what he's seeing. The Jesse and Jesse crew, Jesse Baxter being the pusher for Jesse Belauer. This team has done so much in the adaptive surf competition world. Really made their mark early on. Jesse's life rolls on, doing their surf camps, introducing so many people to adaptive surfing. And seeing a lot of those kids grow up and now being on tour and doing different events, representing the U.S. So Jesse just making it, fostering the youth for the future of this sport. It looks like we've got a little lull in the action.
Yeah, we've got a windsurfer out the back there, struggling, so...
Hopefully he won't come into the zone.
Hopefully.
But
I'm sure the guys on the jet ski will regulate the area.
Run him off.
Yeah.
And it looks like Bailey Vandenhoeven throwing up a 5.0. We will get a replay on that, I'm sure. But Jesse's still looking for his first wave. Let one go. You can see the water crew out there in white. All those swimmers out there, that's water safety crew keeping everybody safe. You have to have that in the assist division. So some of the other divisions you saw that there was no water safety out there for some of the independent surfers. But for the surfers that need way more assistance, the wheelchair-bound surfers, they are out there thick, waiting on the inside just in case somebody gets flipped over and can't flip themselves back over. They are allowed to help. They're not allowed to advance the surfer towards the main peak, but they can advance the surfer out of the impact zone. So as long as they're holding on and just advancing them out of the impact zone, they can hand them off to either the pusher or the catcher to advance towards the main peak.
Yeah, amazing, Chuck. We do have, as we said, so it's the prone assist men. The technical requirements for this one, or the classification, any surfer who rides in a prone position Oh, here we go. We've got live action.
Yeah, Jesse Belauer catching his first wave. That was an excellent score. Redirect on the inside, going left, pushing himself back towards the peak when he paddles back out. There you got Jim Russell from Hawaii. He is the head water support for Hawaii. Maybe that isn't Jim. That looked like Liam. But Jesse taking off, streaking down the line. High turn right there. Staying at the top of the wave, dropping back down. That's going to be a beautiful score for Jesse. It's going to be his first score of the day. Redirect on that on the inside, really pushing himself back up towards the peak. Yeah. And Jesse coming through with a 7.50 to jump on top of this heat with his first score.
Nice. Excellent wave from the rider in red there. Now, I noticed he's not really using his arms there, so
can't use any drop arm turns in this division. So you'll notice in the unassisted prone division, those guys drop arm, and they can drop their arm to help anchor that turn. Jesse can't move his arms. Basically, he can. He can't grab the rail. He's a quad, so he can't grip his hands. So that's the reason why we have that rule. Is some of the quads can drop their arm, but we have to go with the worst case scenario. And if that person can't drop their arm and give these other guys a competitive advantage that can drop their arm, that really comes up in the scores. So, you won't see any drop arm turns in the prone assist division like you will in the prone unassist division.
Yeah, fantastic. So it's all upper body movement. So the skill and the knowledge that you have and the control of your upper body and your core in order to move that around.
Ooh,
here we
Cliff
go.
Cliff.
Oh, he rides it out.
Smash off the top.
Yes.
Cliff Gralton just smacking that one hard. Can't get it to connect, but the work was already done right there. We'll see a replay on that one. Call this replay.
He's dropping in. He's right in the fulcrum of the wave there. Smacks it up to the top of the lip. Rides it out nice and smooth, cool, calm, and collected. He knows what he's doing with that one there. Just pulls off the back of that one. Ready for another.
Yeah, if he could have got the inside to kind of connect on that, you would see a bigger score on this. But Cliff Gralton coming through. He's going to try to add on to that 6.50. We've got about 14 minutes left in this heat. And Cliff got, he was, 7th place last year. 8th place last year. And Cliff Gralton coming through with a 7.83 to better his score, two-wave score of a 14.33. And that's going to put the heat on Jesse and Bailey Vandenhoeven right now, who've got a single-wave score. Jesse Belauer's got a single-wave score of a 7.50. And Bailey has a single-wave score of a 5.0. And nobody's out of this heat yet, so.
Yeah, still plenty of time on the clock for all of these surfers to keep stacking some impressive scores onto the board for us. Got another little lull there. We do have the wind coming from the southwest direction at the moment, so that does make things a little bit tricky, especially down in that corner of Clark's Beach, especially if you're riding the wave prone. It's going to be really tough to keep your board on the wave and keep down the bottom of the wave without getting pushed back off the top. Beautiful shot of Cape Byron there. You can see our spectacular lighthouse just sitting in the middle there.
Where we get to often go up to the lighthouse with your mother.
Oh, yes, you do.
Deb Ginger, who does the baking extraordinaire, bakes us the sweet treats. She baked me the best cookie I ever had in my life. So she spoils us rotten, takes us up to the lighthouse and feeds us sweet treats to bribe us to come back.
Well, obviously it works, doesn't it?
It works in droves, yeah, for sure. We definitely love going up there and spending time with your mom. And your mom's been very gracious in taking my wife and daughter around Australia and showing them all the cool sights and all the cool things that Australia has to offer.
Speaking of your wife, Who's that saucy little mama?
There is my wife sitting on the beach with Jesse's dad, George Ballauer. One of the great characters of adaptive surfing. George helping Jesse travel the world. And this is their second time to Australia.
Oh, how good is that? Look how clear that water is. Just all the sand from the bottom there from the breaking waves. Making it look like a coral reef, but I promise that's mostly just sand.
A little bit of rock formation down there, but...
oh, there is at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, there is too. Haven't surfed down there for a while. We've been really unlucky. Oh, here we go. We've got a athlete pulling in. We've got Bailey Vandenhoeven in white. It's a nice wave. But unfortunately, that wind, just that really tricky and pushing you back off the top of the wave there.
Well, it will stack on something on top of that 5.0.
For sure. Drops in. He's in a really nice position here, and he's pulling it back, but it looks like it just maybe goes into a bit of deep water there.
Yeah, just hit a deep spot. He needed to kind of cut back and stay with the power. That's kind of been the story of the morning. If they can stay in the pocket right there, and you can kind of see the water safety getting to him. He's in the impact zone, so you can see them holding on to him, keeping him. They're gonna get him just right past that impact zone. They're gonna hand him off, and you can see him. Boom! They're gonna push him right over that, keeping him safe, not advancing him towards the peak, just getting him into the safe zone, handing him off to his team. And then you can see that his team getting him right out there.
Yeah.
So water safety doing their job. Looks like Jesse taking a look at this one. Ballauer not getting the okay.
Oh, I think he's waiting for the next waves.
Yeah, it looks like there's a couple of good little sets coming through.
A few little lines on the horizon there.
Still waiting for a second score from Bailey Vandenhoeven. And Jesse Ballauer still sitting on that one-wave score of a 7.50 Cliff, Gralton Cliffo, as we call him. He is sitting on a two-wave total of a 14.33, a 6.50, and a 7.83 Cliffo, making it known that he would like to make the finals. Got knocked out in the semis last year. And your champ, your current defending world champ, your current defending Australian pro champ, Jesse Ballauer, waiting to catch a second wave. He's got just about 9 minutes left to make that happen. And the one thing about Jesse Baxter and Jesse Ballauer, their team, they are the most patient. They will wait and wait and wait. You don't need 8 2s, you need 2 8s.
Absolutely.
So that's big wise words from Uncle Mike Shamuka, John Shamuka's dad. Big supporter of ours. Coach Mike Shamuka always giving me the knowledge when I go to Hawaii. He said, "Brother, you don't need 8 2s, you need 2 8s." So take that with me everywhere I go.
Absolutely. And it's such a strong mental game that you've got to have out there as well to keep that patience and to just trust in that you've got that possibility. I mean, sometimes it doesn't work out. I've been in heats myself where you're like, just wait.
Yep.
Buzzer goes and you don't have that backup wave.
You run out of time.
Yeah.
And that's where the round robin, you get that second chance. So if you come out of this with one good wave, you get a second chance in the second round of the round robin to stack on a better score. So Cliffo, he's super stoked to be taking a 6.50 and a 7.83 with still just over 7:30 left in this heat. And you can see Ballauer and Baxter just sitting back there, just waiting, just biding their time, not in any kind of hurry to make anything happen, just waiting for that right wave to come through. And if, you know, the way that Jesse works is that if he just takes that 7.50 into the second round, he's okay with that too. Now, I'm not going to say he's going to be super stoked with it, but you know, he always wants to stack a second score on that, and he wants to better that 7.50 with something excellent. But a 7.50 for a single wave score to take in from the first round of a round robin is legit, and you're super stoked. And here goes Cliff, smoking down the line. Nice cutback. Trying to find that connector. Gets the inside connector. Little tap, but can't complete it. Now, will that factor in? Will that get rid of a 6.50? I don't think so. Bailey Vandenhoeven with a 3.50. Nice replay of Cliff.
Pulls it back into the wash there. He had some really nice speed. He's just pulled himself forward on the board a little bit there to reposition. But unfortunately, just hits that really tricky little spot where it must just be a little divot in the ocean floor.
Little deep spot right there. And here goes Belauer on the right. Screaming down the line. Trying to stay in front of that section. Giving himself the opportunity. Redirect on the left. Oh, Jesse Belauer losing his board. Yard sailing it right now. You can see water safety. But you can see the work was already done there. A couple little nice check turns, redirect. And right here is the big redirect right here when it bottoms out. Boom, redirect to the left. And if he makes that, man, he's going big time, showtime, all time with that one. But he will put a second score on the board. It's going to be a decent score. That was a nice wave. He had some good maneuvers on it. Gave himself some length of ride. With that little redirect, might go incomplete, but really nice wave for Jesse.
Absolutely. He read it perfectly. That perfect timing and pulling it back. Thought he was going to come off the back, but he just leaned into it that little bit more and kept the wave going. Unfortunately, pearling it on the end there. There was like a little bump in front of it, so little veranda.
It just bottomed out a little bit too much for him right there, but the intent was there. You saw how smooth he is in drawing his lines and the knowledge that he has of just how a wave breaks and where he needs to be. And that is also in the board design. You know, him and Bob Hurley have designed a few of those boards that just skate. And the way that he surfs them is so good, so smooth. 4:30 left. Looks like Bailey Vandenhoeven caught another wave as well. Still waiting on that second score for Jesse Belauer. See if he can jump up there and get Cliff Gralton. He needs a 6.83, I believe. And
he does it.
Well, just fell short. He's got a 6.33, just a little bit short. About a half a point from what he needed. Betters his score line to a 13.83. He'll be okay with that. You know, he's going to be okay. The way that Jesse works, he doesn't have to win this heat. He just needs to make it through the next round. So that's kind of the way he works. And getting these scores right here, this is a big division. I think there's 12 people in this division, so we'll have another couple of heats running from this division. We got just over 3 minutes, 3:30 left. After this heat, I will be leaving you, Stevie, and I'm going to bring in Ben Way's going to come back and join you. I'm going to get ready for my heat at 12 o'clock. I got about 90 minutes to jump into my suit and get all the way down to Clark's down there. So see if the buggy can come pick me up and get me down there in time for my heat.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the conditions clean up a little bit. And
we do have the forecast saying that the wind is meant to shift more south and then go southeast this afternoon. I don't know how much it's going to shift by 12 o'clock or if the forecast is even going to be accurate, because that is always the
weatherman's often wrong.
Yes. But I'm sure you will be fine.
I'm hoping so, man. I got a little stress, a little nerves kicking in.
Still?
Sure, yeah.
I love that.
It's the conditions look good, the waves look good, they're manageable, but it always looks good on the screen. And then when you get on the beach, it's a whole different story, and the water's moving really quick, and there's more bump, there's more everything. So as good as it looks right now, when I get down on the beach, I'll assess it a little bit more, and hopefully my nerves will go away, and I'll be able to catch some waves. And here goes Bailey Vandenhoeven down the line. Looking good. Staying in the pocket. Nice little cutback on that one. Can't quite stay with it. He's looking to better a 3.50.
Which I think he might do. It's a pretty good size wave there, and he's making it past that section, which is so impressive.
Right there.
Pulls it back. And again, I think it's just that little deep spot there that just kind of, the wave is kind of hitting, and then there's a little veranda sitting up in front of it.
And we just missed Blauer doing something spectacular. He just did another redirect, and he's coming in on a left. He's going to call it a day with that. Let's see what Blauer on the right, screaming. Nice check turn right there. Gets high up on it with that redirect again, going back into the left. Bam, hits that whitewater and handles that. That could be the score that he's looking for to get on top of this heat. The mastery of that guy and the way that he surfs waves is just epic.
All the way to the beach, too.
Yep, he
So
said, you
good.
know what? Let me just see if I can better that 6.33. We'll see what that brings, and bam, there it is. A 7.30 to turn the heat in the final minute. Jesse Blauer doing his magic.
We'd love to see it.
The guy is a guru right there, just making it happen. He'll be real happy with that heat score going into the round 2. He'll be super stoked. 3 waves the guy took, and all of them were waves of meaning. 7.50 his first wave, a 6.33 his second wave, and then he topped it with a 7.30 to take the heat right there. Final 20 seconds. There's Jesse Baxter right there, his pusher, grabbing him. He's going to put him in the water chair, get him off the beach. He said, our work's done, champ. 3 waves.
Amazing.
And that's going to do it.
And that's the
This
buzzer.
was a great heat. Cliff Gralton just bringing it to Jesse Blauer. Jesse answering the bell. And we are going to go to a commercial break. When we get back for the next heat, Ben Way will be joining Stevie Lee here. And I'm Charles Chaka Webb. I'll be joining you later in the afternoon.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Welcome back to the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. I'm Ben Way, joined in the booth with Stevie Lee Ginger, my good mate. How'd you enjoy that last heat?
Oh, man, that was really impressive. So normally I'm out there in the water safety team, but a little bit unfit this year. I don't feel comfortable having people's lives depend on me. I think I should leave that to the fit guys this year.
It's a heavy job, and hats off to all of these guys who are out here volunteering to keep everyone in position, keep them safe, and keep the competitors with the edge to move them back to the spot that they want to be for lining up for those high-score rides. I volunteered for a few of these events, also been on the teams for pushing and catching, and it's basically like doing an Ironman.
Yeah. Yep. It's pretty intense out there.
So it looks like we haven't started the heat yet. We're getting everyone into position, but we're moving into our prone assist division, heat number 2, where we'll have Christopher Waker in red for USA, for Australia, Lee Furrier, Denny Boyd from Sydney, Australia in yellow, and Mark Leslie also. So we got Australians against one Seppo in this one. And in the prone assist division, the way they classify these surfers, it's any surfer who rides in a prone position that does require assistance in the water, paddling into a wave, and getting back onto the board safely. So we have the guys who have a little bit more mobility in their upper body. Those guys don't use the assistance of the pusher and the catcher. In this case, you can see White Lee getting moved on out. I believe that might be, I'm not sure if Seb's working as his pusher, but yeah, he's on the Royal Rehab team. And we are stoked to have so much support from BrightSky Australia and Royal Rehab, as well as Forward Mobility Support. And we are getting these guys into position. Once they're out and lined up in the primary takeoff zone, I figure we'll get started in just a second. Well, I see the clock. It looks like we're on. So the clock is moving. I don't know why it's not coming up on our screen here. Still says upcoming on live heats. We may have a little Wi-Fi issue also. I'm not sure. So, yeah, anyways. So on the screen, we will on this graphic up on the upper left, that will be the riders' scores that are in their score line. So that's their top 2 scores. Anything that doesn't reach up to those numbers will not come on this screen. But it is on the live heats application. If you go to this competition, you can actually see the judges' screen, and you'll be able to see each individual score, even if it doesn't make it up on here. But these are the scores that matter up on the screen. So far, no scores on there, no waves ridden just yet. But look at the amount of volunteers in water safety. Special thanks to all these guys. These guys are basically kind of the goalies to the rider. The catcher on the team is the one that can grab their rider and move him back into position, but should they miss anyone from their team, you've got the water support that makes sure that they're stabilized, makes sure they're safe if there's any waves coming. They can help them back onto the board. They can't move them towards the lineup. They basically just keep them parked in one position until their catcher comes and gets them. The job of the pusher is selecting their waves, trying to push them into the best waves possible in their position, also keeping them out of any priority situation. So if someone's holding a high priority, they make sure not to push the rider in to avoid any kind of priority penalty. But it looks like Denny Boyd's going to get a little shove here. And we can't tell if he got into that one or not. Nope, didn't quite get into that one. But we're stoked to have Denny Boyd here. Denny is red up and riding. Christopher Waker. So Chris, he's been on wave skis. He's also did in the prone, but Chris was a former pro snowboarder. And super, super fun guy, really high-skilled rider.
We've got the replay here of Chris from that last wave, right up into the high line, cuts it back, right back into the bottom of the pit there, and just comes unstuck, digs the rail on the outside there. But excellent wave, 6.5 it's dropped in for him there, so he'll be happy with that for his first wave for sure.
Yeah, so Chris Waker, 15 years of surfing experience, 3 years post-injury as an adaptive athlete. And he's showing he's got what it takes. First wave coming in, really nice score. As we had mentioned earlier with Chaka, that this is a round-robin format. So everyone has a chance. There's no elimination for the first heat, unlike normal contest where if you get in third and fourth, you're knocked out and you're packing your bags and drying your eyes. But in this one, you get to take your top score and move it into the next round. If you have two really high scores, you take that and hopefully try to better them in your second heat. But then the combination of your highest scores will determine who moves into the finals later on in the competition. And already, so the water support in the white jersey, you can see is about waist deep. That's where the shoreline was just 2 heats ago. So you can see that the tide is really moving in, shoving in. We also know that with the increased swell, we actually have some pretty powerful stuff. Once it gets over that sandbar, we want to have a little bit more water over the sandbar to give these guys a little more open space, spread these things out and not come clamping down. But I do figure right out in front, we've got about 5-foot closeout. So we did choose the nicer side of the beach, a little bit more friendly for both the teams, the assistants, and the support, as well as the riders. Giving them, especially in this prone position, they need a little bit more room to do their maneuvers. And so, Amano knows what he's doing. We also had Lou, our contest director, go up and check out the zone in the dark and find the best spot on the beach.
Yeah, Lou really knows what she's doing. She's a local surfer, surfed her whole life. Incredible surfer, one of my favorite women to watch surfing. Wins all the local contests that she goes into. She definitely knows what's up. And here we go in the yellow, Danny Boyd on his first wave. Just gets off the back there. We'll get a replay of that takeoff, though, because we just missed it.
So Denny was a bodyboarder in his younger years, and he had a spinal cord injury on a scooter accident. Here's Denny now. And so he's stoked to be out here competing. Another cool thing about Denny is he's a resident DJ at one of Sydney's most hardcore techno clubs. And we've been nerding out, talking about music and stuff, and going to see if we can sneak him onto the decks at some point during this competition. But he's going to see his opening score. It looks like Lee has also got an opening ride, so judges are having a little bit of a think about yellow and white's opening waves at the moment. And here is beautiful Byron Bay on your screen. So we are just somewhere almost in the center of your screen. That's where our contest infrastructure is at the moment. And the whole contest area is way down on the beach. As we mentioned earlier, we have our mobile judging trailer with Nick Zippy Pearson, head judge, and his crew of talented judges. And we can move that contest area wherever we need to, determined by the swell direction, the size, the conditions, and just find the best bank for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so important, especially along this stretch of the beach, because things can change so quickly along here. As we're already seeing, we're witnessing it as this tide comes in. Basically, between every heat, every 20 minutes, you've got almost a different break. It's,
And that's the one thing is usually you're watching the previous heat, trying to determine your lineup spot, watching some of the higher scoring rides, seeing where people sat and got the good ones, but you can't really study up that much as it is changing by the minute. So definitely learning as you're taking your first waves in your heat, probably of how the conditions are as it's ever changing. But wind conditions are nice. We had some kind of chunky texture in the morning. That paired with the outgoing low tide wasn't such a great combo. So we can see the texture getting a lot more smooth. You can see a little bit of offshore spray holding everything in place. So we love this, and we always love to coming to your hometown of Byron Bay, and this is just amazing.
We always love having you guys here. It's definitely the event that we look forward to most every year out of all the comps that we go to. You cannot describe the community here and the sense of camaraderie. Like, you have to come down here and experience it for yourself because it is just so pure. It's so fantastic to be a part of. Like, everyone's on the beach cheering each other on. like, yeah, it's competitive, but like there's so much support and love shared amongst all these athletes, volunteers, support crew, everyone. It's just such a vibe.
I want to give a big nod to all the locals too, because it's amazing the warm welcome that we see just by going out for a couple schooners in the pub, and everyone just seems like they're so excited to have this colorful group of individuals visiting. Of course, we bring great vibes, lots of smiles, but it's such a friendly atmosphere here.
It is. We like to look after our visitors, kind of similar to the Hawaiians, the Hawaiian hospitality. You're Ohana, like, we bring you in, you're a part of the family, we'll look after you,
It's amazing, and it's also cool that it's not such a big town, that all of our after a competition activities, you're going to run into someone on one block at some point, and you spin around and everyone bumps in. Last night we had a great movie premiere from the Gold Coast Parasurfing at the Beach Hotel, and a little DJ party there. But we kind of have a little meeting point every day where everyone just gets together. And as I get to see these riders at both the ASPs and the ISAs, it's only 2 times a year as far as me. So far I haven't been to Hawaii and Costa Rica until they invite me. But
hint.
But it's basically we're looking forward to our chance to hang out together, and it's way more than just the competition. These guys are a huge group of friends coming from all over the place, and this is your one time to really catch up, hang out, enjoy, and share some laughs and some smiles with your best buds.
As well as some epic waves.
So yeah, look at Lee Ferrier, 6.83, nice solid wave early on. So within 10 minutes, everyone's got some pretty decent scores. Not sure that we saw Mark Leslie's wave, but yeah, this is good stuff. We've been seeing everyone get a chance to kind of be in the right spot at the right time. Having a 25-minute heat is always great because as a majority of the competitions, we've got 20-minute heats because of just overstacking competitors into one single competition day. You've only got so much daylight. And there it looks like we have our surfer for the next heat, Tomoki Fujiwara. Top competitor. He got second last year. He'll be coming up next as we have White. Lee Ferry connecting this one beautifully. I love Lee's stance, the way he gets on that outside rail, kind of that bodyboard stance. And he connected that one all the way through. So he'll be seeing another score.
We go into the replay here for White. It's a really nice takeoff, perfect positioning. He's right in the pocket of the wave there, up the top, rail-to-rail surfing there. Shifts the body back to adjust for that the steepening of the wave there, and then pulls it off the back.
Yeah, very nice read of the wave. Looks like Mark Leslie had also, Blue had gotten a 1.73 for his second wave. And things are keeping busy. Wow, they are keeping the judges chewing on rides right now, as we're going to see a second score for Christopher Waker and for Denny Boyd. So everyone keeping busy. That just shows that there's more scoring potential, more waves on offer. And we did see some of our earlier heats with the lower tides where everyone was kind of sitting in place. Everything would come in a flurry, and then they'd have about a couple minutes to take a breather. But we're going to watch this Royal Rehab replay. That's Christopher Waker. Drives it off the top. And finding another turn opportunity. Unfortunately, the bottom drops out on that second one. But he had only one score on the board, and he is now stacking, improving on his situation, 6.90, sitting just behind Lee Ferrier now with a 7.83 and 6.83. So a lot of scoring potential out there, some great waves, and the conditions just keep getting better.
Absolutely, and we're going to see them improve even more. Hopefully, if the forecasted wind does what it's predicted to do and swings more to the south-southeast, that corner of the beach there is really protected from the southeast wind. So it should be looking really good this afternoon. You won't have too much trouble trying to fight against the wind when you're coming down the face of the wave, which I think a lot of competitors this morning were kind of struggling with.
Yes.
Because we've got that classic autumn southwest wind, which is fantastic if you're up at Belongil or anywhere like more to the west. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, things are looking good for now, and the last 4 days that I've been here, my favorite little window in tide has kind of been between 10:30 and 2, just around the full tide, and so we've still got a lot of time until that tide fills in.
We've still got 11 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here, so a lot of these competitors have a lot of time to answer back to our current leader, Lee Ferrier, 14.68, and coming second, Christopher Walker in red at 13.40. So Danny Boyd and Mark Leslie, plenty of time on the clock. As I was talking about with Chucker just before, it's also such a mental game out there, you know, having the ability to stay calm and patient and not to like get yourself worked up and anxious about like just go, like I've got to get another score, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and that's another thing about not being an elimination round. Usually if you're sitting in third and fourth, you're watching the time that's running out and you're stressed and you know that you need that score to just stay in the contest. They don't have that stress factor in this one. They're just basically in a competition with themselves, just trying to keep stacking on good waves, which is a little bit different of a head game and helps you keep it together, I would figure.
Totally.
So we love your mom. She always keeps the whole crew fed, keeps us charged up, and now she's got a pretty luxury-sized tent now, about 5 times the original restaurant.
Yeah, she's, when she found out, oh, here we go, surfer in white, takes off on the wave. Great, yep. Repositioning, pulls himself back to keep that nose from purling. In the white water, redirects, comes back the other way. Can he ride it out? Cool, calm, collected. I did some pretty nice combos there. I think that will be a pretty good score. Might increase his lead. I don't know. We've got Surfer in red right behind him. Just gets away from him, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, Chris Waker having to chase this one down a little bit, but we are starting to see, we saw in that last one of Lee, that we're starting to get a little bit of transition forming with that higher tide to where they do have the option to kind of redirect and reform it going left, which also helps it for the team to get them back up to the top of the point, start making their way back to the support. But I really, really liked Lee's ride. And we're going to go into our Royal Rehab replay right here. Lee Ferrier, you can see him, parks it at the top there, gets that quick hit in the vertical section, navigates really well as he banks off here. You can see he really pushed himself over the tail to keep the nose out and recovered really well for that rebound reform on the inside. So like that wave a lot. We have, I think we'll have another score coming in for that one. Oh, we got it in, 7.73. So Lee Ferrier is hitting strong in the lead with a 7.83 and 7.73.
So he does improve on that 6.5 score, which is 6.83 score, sorry. So
and this one that we're seeing of Waker didn't factor into his top two. It's a 6.27. So his score line is going to stay the same at the moment, but 8 minutes and 20, and it's also nice with a higher tide as it starts to bring the riders a little bit closer to the beach. That can get them to our assistants, get them on that beach chair, and redirect them back to the top of the peak a little bit faster. And so, everyone's still got plenty of time to get some good rides.
Absolutely, yeah. The amazing team. It's such a team effort for all of these riders. Like, not only do we have our pusher and catcher and our safety crew out there, you've also got the people on the beach who are on the beach wheelchairs running these competitors back up to the other end so that they can get back out there and continue surfing.
Yeah, I don't know which of those positions I want less, running or sprint swimming, but I do know that I'm not much of a runner, so I'd probably be a little bit more effective in the water.
Why do you think I sit on the back of the jet ski every year?
I've never even been on a jet ski.
Really?
No, I'm not cute enough. 7 minutes and 20 seconds. And so we've got a lot of stuff happening here, and we have a little push there. So we'd talked a little bit about priority situation earlier. At the moment, it seems like there's a flurry of waves. There were a couple heats with the visually impaired division earlier where there'd be about 3-minute lulls, and there'd only kind of be one one wave with good scoring potential. So sitting on that priority and having the pick of the pack was a little bit more necessary. But here, they're coming in all over the place. Everyone's getting waves all over. And also, as you were saying, it's just changing every 5 minutes. You don't really want to sit and try and guard your one spot and use some marker when it's just constantly moving. So there's not really any primary takeoff zone where everyone wants to be at the top of the peak because it's all over the place.
Absolutely, yeah, it just shifts. I haven't actually had a look at the swell direction, but if it's coming, is it coming from the south? Is it wrapping around southeast?
Seems like a little more southeast. I think during the Aussie titles, it was a little bit more south because those rights were opening up a little bit more.
Let me just get a little...
But look at this drone view. This is by far the most beautiful parasurfing location that I've ever been. And here we go. Mark Leslie. I really like this one. This one's opening up. Got a lot of open face and stretched that one all the way through. He's still riding. Don't worry. We'll get past whatever this is in our way. And you can see all the free surfers are starting to frost, so it must be getting better out there.
Must be getting better. He's really in the pocket there, so perfect positioning. Wave is sitting up really nicely behind him. He's just staying there, riding the fastest part of the wave. We've got a beach buggy completely in the way.
That's one of the best looking boards I've seen around the site. That's Daz from D-Burge, and he's put this really cool little, it's like a square with diamond corners on the tail block, but really nice looking airbrush as we see that drop, a lot of speed, and we actually had, looks like yellow Denny splitting the peak with him. So on that last replay, this was also happening. He got a nice bank off that one, and wow, what a cool strategy to take the left. Actually puts you right back in position, not needing to get out and waste any time on the chair. And he was able to get a pretty solid hit off that section. Denny Boyd gets a 5.77. Now we're talking. So Denny Boyd is on the decks with a 5.77 now. And he's going to be right back in position much faster than the guys who got those long rights, who are probably still on the chair repositioning at the moment. So I like that one. Great work by his team.
And we can just see the jet ski regulating the free surfers out there, holding them out of the comp zone.
I think the current's kind of keeping them out of comp zone as well.
Very true. Well, we got some nice lines on the horizon here, so we could have some potential scoring in the last 4 minutes that we've got remaining of this heat. We've got White maybe having a look here. Yep. No.
Yeah, that was a good call because that thing came clamping down. You know, I noticed on some of the previous days also during the titles, was let that first wave of the set come through, leave some water on top of the sandbar. So even if it's low tide, you let that first one come in, fill things up, and it's almost making the next couple set waves break as though it's a higher tide.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
You always want more water to open it up, especially for these prone guys who aren't able to fit in those tight spots as much because they're using more rail in the water. They need a little bit more space, a little more length on the face. And so get more water on there, open up some stuff, and a little more room to breathe and do those rail exchanges.
Nice. So I just checked. It's actually an easterly swell.
See?
So
shows you I'm not from Byron.
What about me?
You were smart not to call it.
Yeah, that's right.
You didn't cook yourself.
Is it coming from the south?
Just make me look like more of a tourist. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and we will have some more. I'm sure we'll have a couple more rides as Denny and Lee are in a pretty good position. I think they've figured out through this heat where the best takeoff zone, where that best lump in the sandbar is. And it looks like we got Denny and Lee over on the top, while we've got a couple of our riders repositioning, actually sitting farther over down the beach. So they might be just on their way out and kind of testing out somewhere else on the sandbar. There are a bunch of options all over. And the current does, as that tide comes in, the current's really going to be pushing him towards the jet ski.
Yeah, absolutely. It really starts to kind of suck along there as the tide pushes in from the corner of the bay there out in the Cape, and it'll just push along that beach pretty much all the way up to Belongil Creek, which you can't really see. It's way up the beach there. But that's when it almost starts to get sucked out again. We've got surfer in Whiteley Ferrier on another one. Pulls it up, drops back down, staying in the pocket there. Really nice surfing, adjusting his body on the board as he can, and just hits that little deep pocket there that it kind of ruining everybody's day.
Yeah, I think we'll watch that one again as we watch the Royal Rehab replay. But like this takeoff, solid, gets a bank off that first section, comes around zipping around here. But just as you were saying, that repositioning, he actually a little bit over-positioned, and you saw a little bit of bobble kind of break the flow of the board on that one. So a little bit smoother of an adjustment. He may have made it over that double up, although it is pretty hard to get over that deep spot.
Yes.
Things are flying by. Too much fun next to you. 45 seconds remaining. But I am. Oh, and here we go. Denny Boy looks like they've probably heard about how much time they have remaining. They know they've got enough to get one more. Just wants to pick the right one. And there's one over the back right there. Let's see who gets their hands on this one, because this is the last 20 seconds. Definitely going to have to get one of these set waves, or that will be it. And doesn't look like anyone's in position. Yellow, can you get him into this one?
Not going
I think
for
that was
it.
their last chance for a wave on that one. We're down to 10 seconds remaining. Someone's getting sent on this one.
Chris Waker taking the left again and pulls it back into the right.
That was like a big, huge
Yeah.
fade right there. Now he's actually finding some nice reform on the inside where things are speeding up. And it's heat's over anyways. You got to go in at some time.
That's it.
So
That's it.
that was a really fun heat, and it shows that we got a lot to come. We're going to watch this quick replay right here. And so that was Chris's after the fade. Spins this one through the inside, gets a little bank off this section there. And the judges are still thinking about that one. So I think we're going to take it to a quick break, and we will let you know what that last score was in just a moment with more. And we'll see you guys in a second.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de che.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
welcome back to the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. This is Ben Way back in the booth with Stevie Lee Ginger, and we have just moved into our heat number 3 of our Prone Assist division. Out in the water from Japan, Tomoki Fujiwara in white, Agent Chaos Jack Curfey, and Matt McLean in yellow. In blue, we have Matt Bryden. So this had happened during the break. Looks like red had got sent into one that didn't quite connect. But when you stop right there in the middle, it's that much quicker to get back out into the zone. So it's also nice to attempt to get a score right off the bat.
Settle the nerves, although, as you've said, this is a round robin, so there shouldn't be too many nerves out there, hopefully, but I'm sure there is a little bit. It's always a good thing to have.
The other thing is, this is the third heat of this classification. We got the most riders in these divisions. So they let the heat 1 and 2 kind of be the test monkeys out there and figure out where the good high-scoring waves are. Also get a little sniff of what the judges are liking and what are getting those higher scores. So these guys have it the best out of the whole classification at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We can just see there as well. It really looks like that wind is dying down from the southwest. We don't have quite as much spray coming off the waves there, so hopefully it'll swing soon.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're starting to kind of seeing a little bit of warble coming off of that deeper water now that we have in the inside. So it's going to be interesting to see which wave of the set is the best, and also how having a little bit more water over the sandbar affects the conditions as that tide starts working its way up. High tide's just after midday, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. From memory, around 12, yeah.
There we go, a little kite foiler out there. And just as you were saying, the wind's dying. Looks like he's having to do a little extra work. So Red's got a 2.67. Just a quick ride, but as soon as you take off, you have to get some sort of points. So might as well get some while everyone else is just sitting there.
He's building the house. He's laid some foundations.
Yep.
He's got only way is up.
Yeah, that was the underground plumbing, I guess. And then we just keep going up from there.
Totally.
But Tomoki Fujiwara, our pretty much our superstar, the GOAT of parasurfing, Jesse Billauer calls Tomoki Fujiwara. Actually, no, it's Jose Martinez who isn't here. Jose Martinez gave him the nickname Silent Killer.
Oh, okay.
Because he's so collected, very soft and kind on the beach, but you get him out in the water, and he's just got the secret ninja skills.
The samurai comes out.
So Jack Curfey, we went and watched the Gold Coast Parasurfers YouTube premiere yesterday at the Beach Hotel. Really, really cool. Him and Annie Goldsmith, Johnny Konings, and Bailey Vanderhoeven were out there, and all showing some really cool waves. But this is that Silent Killer in action. Look how he just smoothly rail exchange.
Ooh,
gets that tap on the lip line.
Oh, what a wave. That was
connects it and finds that energy to connect through. So that's Tomoki style right there. Does so much with so little movement and just knows where to place himself. So you saw him just keeping on that high line. That's what kept that speed. And just by that subtle head movement, makes that connection over the deep spot, comes accelerating here, taps the lip line there, gets way up on top of it. Just when you think it's over, he connects with the wave energy. So just such a good read of wave energy.
And it drops in at a 9.0. Absolutely stunning. That was epic. That was so well ridden.
So I'm pretty sure that's the second highest score of the day. I think highest was 9.6 in one of the earlier ones. And he is stoked.
He's loving it.
So knowing that he's going to be taking that into the next round, now all he's got to worry about is taking one more, as we have Matt McLean, looks like, on this one. Waves are really improving. And even though there's some whitewash, there's still some transition above that. Still some wave faced on the lower half to deal with. And gets a little tap on the end section. Matt was out there charging during the Aussie titles. I got a GoPro of him dropping in like a 5-foot wave. Love this. Off the takeoff, A lot of speed, reading this one well. And even though that whitewash section's going zipping by, he's still finding whatever transitions left on the bottom.
Well, that's it. That's what the judges are looking for, is like whatever you can do out of the wave, the maximum scoring potential that you can do with what that wave is giving you, that's going to get you a score.
And on the opposite side, if they saw more scoring potential that you didn't take advantage of, they're also going to decrease the score.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I'm loving this. We Royal Rehab with the replay of Jack Curfey, Agent Chaos. Love this dude.
Yes.
And that was a very critical drop out of that turn, sticking with it. He's the only dude in the prone division that has full-on motorcycle grip joysticks on top of the board instead of the normal handles. And that board's been working great for him for a long time. But one of the most fun and colorful characters. Literally colorful. He's always got crazy blonde hair, bright pink everything. We love Agent Chaos. And when he came to our Parasurfing Championship in Pismo Beach, California for the first time, he had the full-on Lemmy from Motorhead look with the mullet and the beard. And so I'll still call him Lemmy forever now that even though he's shaved his beard. But 6.33 for his opening wave. So he bumps himself up into second. And it looks like we're still waiting on an opening ride for Matt Bryden, but he is definitely out there in position, and I really like what I'm seeing with the conditions. It looks so much more fun than it did in the first heats.
Absolutely. It just keeps getting better and better. As I said, it keeps changing like every 10, 20 minutes. It's like we're watching a different break. So I can't wait for the whole week, really, but for the rest of the day, it's just going to get better and better.
Yeah, this is that's that local knowledge of Lou, really knowing when to send everybody out, how many heats we need to do today, and making sure that everyone's got super good conditions and nice even playing field as far as giving them the best tides at the best spot on the beach. So
yeah, absolutely. We love Lou.
Everyone loves Lou. 16 minutes, and we have that's Matt's team.
And look at this. See, this is what I mean, the camaraderie. Like, look at that. All different competitors from different teams coming together just to help one dude. Like, it's, I love this comp, Ben.
This is my favorite comp ever, and I'll trade in the Olympics for this anytime.
Oh, don't say that.
15 minutes and 40 seconds.
Or they should just put this in the Paralympics, maybe.
I will be here when that does get included in the 2032 Brisbane.
Absolutely.
Australian Olympic Committee, we're talking to you guys. I know you like what you're seeing.
I went up to Brisbane the other day, actually, on the train, and saw there's quite a bit of work going on out of the back of the Gold Coast and on the way to Brisbane.
Oh, is there?
Already. Yeah.
Already?
Yep.
Insane. Yeah, there was quite a bit going up to set up for Tokyo 2020, just I think since 2018 or 2019. Then COVID hit, and that was we even had a huge gallery for the surfing in Chiba, and we had built kind of like a little mini stadium on the beach. No one could even come and watch.
Oh, heartbreaking.
So luckily we had the whole live webcast and everything else, but yeah, it was sort of like being in jail. Our big outing during the whole Olympics was to go to the corner market, and that was our one freedom. 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Thank goodness that's all over.
Hopefully, yes, we don't go back to those days. Although I'd hate to say it, but here in Byron Bay, COVID was almost like the best thing that ever happened. It was so beautiful and peaceful. We had the lineup to ourselves. My boyfriend and I surfed down here, actually, at the front of Clark's for like 2 hours by ourselves. You don't get that anymore.
You always find something positive to say. Yeah. Well, the opposite side is, I think it put about 2 billion extra surfers in the water.
There is that drawback. Yeah, so just a little announcement that COVID is over. You can all stop surfing now. Just kidding. We love it. We love to see everyone in the water frothing, stoked. Just as we have a little lull here for Heat 3 of the day. Day 1, we've got the prone assist men, 13 minutes 30 left on the clock. Oh, we've got somebody taking off, but just gets rolled over there.
Had a quick send, but they're staying right by where they were getting sent. So they'll be right back in position, get him stabilized on top of that board and ready for another one. Tons of time. Still over half the heat left. But, yeah, just as we went out and surfed the pass the other day.
We did.
And I got to tell you, even though that's crowded, there's 3 times more people in really junky waves in a lot of places. So you're still stoked. That was Tomoki starting to get sent. Went over his outside rail, unfortunately.
I think he went for the El Rolo there and just quite didn't make it.
There have been accidental El Rolos written out. It's been, and now we've got Kai Collis going for El Rolos on purpose in the wave pool, and he pulled off a couple sick ones. It's on his Instagram.
How good!
12 minutes and 30 seconds. And so I was hanging with the young crew. We got good mates, Kai Collis and Max Devery, and they were keeping me up on what's happening in parasurfing.
Oh, nice.
There's a lot going on.
I bet, especially with those young guns just pushing it because that's what the young ones do, isn't it? They're here to progress the sport.
And they're doing it.
Yeah.
They're doing it. And so, yeah, got to set that low, set the ceiling high, and everyone just keeps pushing forward. 12 minutes. We've had a little bit of a lull in action. Everyone got kind of hungry in the beginning of the heat. Now I think they're sort of kind of figuring out that there's less really good waves on offer, and you might as well just sit there and wait for those good sets.
And it looks like we got something coming through here. We've got lines stacked almost to the horizon, so hopefully there'll be something on offer here for all 4 of our surfers. With Tomoki out in a commanding lead, but as we said, we've still got 10 minutes, 11 minutes left on the clock, so it's anybody's game.
And we haven't seen Blue get a wave. I'm not even sure that we see Blue out there. We have had some people that signed up, so they might be on the heat draw but may not have showed up. So that may be what's happening, or they're just being really selective. We'll figure that out in a second. But 11 minutes. Now that kite foiler seems to be going the right direction with the wind. And yellow. Matt McLean, nice drop on this one. Hard off the bottom, keeping that head really aggressive over the nose, keeping that speed over that deep spot, drawing a really nice line on this one, and finding his way over that transition, holding that speed, and reforms it to the inside. That's as good as that wave could have been ridden.
Absolutely. It's a really nice size wave too there as we see the replay. Pulls it up to the top. Setting the rail, coming back down into the bottom to build up that speed again. Punches through the little whitewash there. Leaning forwards, pulling it through, trying to get around the whitewash, but just turns it around and gets that redirection there. Yeah, great combo. Beautiful surfing. That should really get a great score on the board for him.
Yep, you called it. 7.10 comes in for that second one of Matt. So Matt sitting in second at the moment, holding a 7.10 and a 4.50. And now he wants to keep stacking on that to take the next round, but looking stoked. Double thumbs up. And wow, nice quick beach chair on the inside. You pick the good swimmers for the water and the good runners for the beach, and you got a great team.
Yep, absolutely.
So we were talking about a little bit earlier about how welcoming and such a cool vibe it is here in Byron for all these competitors. And the first time I met you in 2024, we were a lot of nights going over and having some drinks over at the Railroad Bar.
The Rails, yep.
The Rails.
Yep.
And you always have your cool older generation kind of salty locals, and they loved having some drinks with everyone and just having these cool and fun characters, as we have someone who's very cool and calm, Tomoki Fujiwara, keeping that speed beautifully on this one, and goes for a little bank on the end section. And so he's already holding a 9.0 and a 2.67. I think he'll be able to replace his 2.67.
We go the Royal Rehab replay here. Beautiful, nice little turns back and forth, staying in the pocket there, keeping that speed. and just doesn't make it over that tap, but that I don't think it's going to beat his 9.0, but we'll see if it factors in. I think it's definitely going to beat his first score of a 2.67. So that'll solidify his lead in this heat even further, and he'll be really happy going in. And we've got another replay. The surfer in white, Jack Agent Chaos, another beautiful wave, really well ridden as well and well read. Stays in that high line in that pocket and smacks it off the top, pulls off the back there. Also going to be really stoked with that.
Yeah, that was some of the higher speeds that I've seen in this heat. Really driving across that one. Great fade setup on that. And he gets a 6.17. So that popped him up from third to second in this heat. 7 minutes and 45 seconds. And I really like the texture on the water now. It's really starting to do its thing. This is looking a little closer to the conditions that we had on our earlier days. And yesterday, I had a little bit of a sore back. I stayed out of the water, but I was sitting drooling over spitting barrels coming across out front, and seen a lot of surfers getting some great waves yesterday.
Yeah, it's so good to see. And as we said, Mono, our legend who also puts this on, has surfed here his entire life. Him and Lou, they have the knowledge. They know exactly what time of year that this swell normally hits, and every year we've been blessed. You know, it's paying off.
Yeah, last year we had that sort of strange, sort of rare cyclone that came through and kind of destroyed stuff just a week before we got here.
Was that Cyclone Debbie?
Was it really?
I'm pretty sure it was Cyclone Debbie because I was making jokes about my mother being a cyclone.
Well, she was a cyclone making 1 million sandwiches for our whole crew this morning. Her and her crew keeping us well fed, always taking care of us, and we love our Debbie Ginger. 6 minutes and 30 seconds, and everyone's kind of staying quiet, being a little more selective now, and it's always good to kind of get moving early, sort of figure out how the conditions have changed from what you've been studying from the previous heat and get yourself in the zone. We're down to 6 minutes, and it's becoming a really beautiful day out. You can feel the heat coming on.
Oh, yeah. We can definitely feel the heat. I'm glad that we've just got our T-shirts on at the moment and not our long sleeves.
Yeah, we'll keep that in the morning and the evenings. But yeah, it seems to have kind of shifted with this incoming tide. It seems to have kind of shifted to a different spot on the sandbar now. And so the riders are lined up a little bit farther out than they were earlier.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they move the judge's van going forwards, because from memory, when this is like a proper high tide, not that it's too high today, I think it's only a 1.1 meter high, but it does really flatten out there. It gets quite deep and there's not much going on. So who knows? I haven't been surfing down at this area for a few weeks, so I'm not sure exactly how it's going to look.
We also do have some increased swell on the forecast. So hopefully, even if it does deepen up, we've got a little more energy to try and push across that. But no shortage of waves, and we're definitely seeing some high scores made on what we got.
Yeah, with Tomoki with it and slapping down a 9.0 in his first heat, he'll be frothing with that. And here he goes, the man himself. Oh, look at the size of this wave. Look at this speed. Pulls it up to the top, comes down to the bottom, rail to rail surfing, rides it out, nice and smooth. Completely in control the whole time there. That's what the judges are looking for. Speed, grace, flow, and style. And I think that was all of those things.
Yeah, let's pick this one off. A lot of speed off that takeoff. Comes up, hits that high line, perfectly places himself in that one as he comes zooming across, reads that transition to reform it left on the inside, leaning into it, taking any tap off the wash that he can. But beautiful flow, a lot of speed, and good rhythm on that one. So let's see what the well, it's in already. Man, the judges are quick on it today. 7.83. So 9.0 and 7.83, holding some strong scores that he'll be taking into the next round. But, yeah, that's one thing when you're a competitor or you're in the team of the competitors, having those scores come through quickly, knowing what's going on through the heat and being able to kind of map it out is so important. And these guys, Nick's got his superstar judges just blowing out those scores, no long thinks. Sometimes in our other competitions, we've got replays, and you sit there waiting on the replay, and then they have to have a rethink and everything else. And by the time the riders actually get their scores, they have no time to replan their heat out. So they've been so on it. By the time we see the replay, the score's already been in.
Totally.
3 minutes remaining. Got a little cloud break out there. What's that little middle spot where the whitewash is popping up?
Funnily enough, that's called Middle Reef.
Because it's in the middle?
Yep. We're really inventive with our names here.
Yeah, it could have been center shelf.
Center shelf.
2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and everyone's gotten some great waves. I am quite confident in saying that blue is not in the water. We've just been seeing wave after wave by red, white, and yellow out in the water. But it is a beautiful day here in Byron, 11 a.m. local time. Already heating up, and these guys are in a comfortable swimming pool temperature of ocean. And incoming swell, incoming tide. Things are looking good. And this is just day one of this comp.
I know. I can't believe that we've got how many more days? 5, 6 more days until the finals? What day is it today? Who am I? Where am I?
You're Ben Way, and it's no. I think we have until the 29th,
which is Sunday, Wednesday.
You got 4 more days, I think.
4 more days.
Yeah. I want 6 more days. I want a month more. Can we just keep this going for a month so I don't go anywhere?
I don't think we're going to have much complaints.
1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, and looks like everyone in the water has stacked up the scores they'll be taking into the next round. We'll see if someone gets sent in the last dying moments of this heat. But definitely looks like it's going to take a little bit for whatever bumps out in the ocean to come and reach these guys unless they start moving towards the shore break. But what an amazing 3 heats of this Prone Assist men's division. And coming up next, I'm going to take a quick peek. We are going to blind no vision next, and that's going to be super exciting as well. And I'm glad that we've actually put some water over the sandbar, have a little more open face, because for the blind no vision, they need a little bit more. A little more time, a little smoother takeoff to really get their top performance. And so I think the conditions, the timing with the tide is going to be just right.
With 30 seconds left on the clock, we've got, Jack Curfey, Agent Chaos, just pushing. Unfortunately, that wave gets away from him.
Yeah, good effort, though, knowing that you've only got 20 seconds. Just use that heat management. Do your best to try and just tack one more score, even if it's not going to be a good one. But looks like time is running out. And it looks like the sun's getting covered up by a cloud at the moment. Oh, wow.
Oh, right on the buzzer.
On the buzzer. So if he was able to get into this before the 2 horns, this one will count. And either way, really cool way to take a little victory lap onto the inside.
Absolutely. I don't think it's going to factor in. I don't think it's going to beat a 7.83. But get exactly as you said there. While you're out there without any other surfers, why not get as many waves as you can?
So we're going to go to a quick ad break, and we're going to be back with a whole new division in just a second. We'll see you guys soon.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giuramento di che.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
And welcome back to the Bright Sky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Ben Way in the booth with Stevie Lee Ginger, and we are in a whole new division. This is our blind no vision men's final heat 1. And Tomas da Silva for France, already with an opening wave of a 2.83. Aitor, I'm pretty sure, is not here. I've not seen Gaio. Kirk Watson is definitely here, and Steve Fox just winning the Aussie titles. So I'm pretty sure we have yellow, white, and blue in this heat, and some great conditions for them, and we've seen some amazing surfing today.
Absolutely, we have, and it just keeps getting better. The conditions just keep improving. Look at those beautiful waves there. We've got a surfer who's taken off, hits the wash.
That's Thomas. Yeah, so Thomas da Silva, always a very fun and wild character, and he has been keeping busy. He's already got, that will be his second wave, I think.
Okay, we've got the replay here.
So this is Steve Fox taking a paddle here. Got some flow. He's got that, just catches the nose. So Steve always rides a little bit of a longer board. But in these compact conditions, it's really easy for anyone, as we know, to sink the nose. And so a little too direct on the takeoff on that one. But he did some great surfing in the Aussie titles, and he earned his way into representing the Irukandjis in the ISA Parasurfing Championship.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. This is probably, hands down, my favorite division. To get out there, completely blind, no vision, to be completely connected to the water, like listening to it, feeling it with your body. Like, I don't think there's any person more suited to the title surfer than these guys.
It's they not only use their ears and the audio of hearing the waves break, but they also can feel the wind to find their direction, and also just that energy going through the board into your feet from the wave. It's unbelievable. But we have one of our no-vision surfers from Portugal. I don't think she was able to make it, Marta Passo, which is unbelievable. Takes gnarly 6-foot drops. Portugal's pretty strong, too. But we were expecting her here, but I haven't seen her around, unfortunately. But watching the way she feels the air while she's riding, and she can use all those senses to get those directions. So, Marta, if you're watching, we miss you. Well, she won't be watching. She'll be listening, of course. But, yeah, we miss you around the spot, amiga. And we have Tomas da Silva, 2.83. So just one wave. So that wave that we had seen where he smacked it on the backhand, that was the 2.83, I would figure. And looks like we have a little bit of repositioning going on.
I was going to say, I think it's Surfer in Red definitely got the right idea of sitting like further up towards the east of the beach there. It definitely looks where the waves have shifted. Really beautiful peelers coming through there. Look at that.
So I'm a little confused. We've got scores on our screen that we don't have on the live heats. Something's going to process, but here we go.
It just drops in.
So Tomas had gotten a 5.50 as well. Steve Fox also had a ride 0.80, and now Kirk Watson has had a wave that the judges are thinking about at the moment. So catching up, sometimes the Wi-Fi connection starts kind of...
We got a lot of tech going on here, so there's a bit of interference every now and then, I guess.
Yeah, but we have we got all the information we need now as Kirk Watson gets a 4.33 to move into second. And we've seen Kirk Watson a number of times in the ISAs representing the Irukandjis in this division. And this year, it looks like it's going to be Steve Fox. We see him going for a paddle now. And so one thing, having that longer board with the wider nose, you are going to be a little bit more held back by the offshore wind trying to push down.
Here we go as the whites replay. Really good timing there. Popped straight up. Did a little hit off the lip, cut it back a little bit. Got the board a little bit busy, which was enough there to get him that 4.33 wave that we saw.
Yeah, it looks like they got another score coming through, so it might have been that one that the judges are thinking about now. But we will have a second score for Kirk Watson as well. C. Fox, that last one, went for a paddle but wasn't able to push into that one. So I'm sure we'll see some better waves by all of these riders in this heat. As second wave of Kirk, 1.37.
It looks like the wind has picked back up again there. We saw earlier those larger set waves. There was quite a bit of spray coming off them. So looks like the wind is kind of fading in and out a little bit. Kirk Watson going for another one. Up. Oh, no, not up. Yes, up.
Yeah, it looked like he possibly missed the back foot. Still kept trying to push that thing up, but the speed was gone. So he's right back out into position. But look at these lines coming out the back. I'm wondering who's going to get their hands on this set. Looks like something decent coming through.
Hopefully, I don't know exactly, but it seems like the bigger waves have kind of just been closing out. So maybe it's better off going with like the slightly less larger waves just to get that open face scoring potential. Yeah,
and it's the light's kind of playing tricks on us. It looked like a much bigger set rolling in. But you can see that shore break just getting deeper and deeper by the moment. And that may also mean that the lineup spot's starting to move a little bit farther towards the shore. So where everyone was sitting earlier might be a little bit too far out in the next couple heats. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I think they're also a little bit too far to the left. As I said before, there was, I think it's Thomas De Silva in yellow is sitting way up to the right of our screen there, and that looks like the spot to be. It was really breaking nicely on the camera before, but could be an angle thing as well. It is a bit tricky when you're looking at the beach through the camera only and not able to see it in real life.
Well, Kirk had a big paddle right there, but there's also, we do have that, with that incoming tide becomes that incoming sweep as well, so they might be sort of getting dragged out of position while Tomas's spotters possibly having him paddle up against the current to kind of hold his position. And here we go, Steve Fox almost up to his feet on that one. Couldn't quite get into that one. So, yeah, difficult wave selection for Steve on the last couple. But we know when he gets his feet on one, he can rip that thing. And also riding that bigger board, he's going to be able to carry that energy longer than anybody else. So, looking forward to getting a better wave under his feet. 14 minutes remaining. And so as we spoke a bit earlier, we had the blind partial vision riders out earlier. There's blindless levels that determine which division they'll be in. And so these guys are in the highest degree out of all our competitors, while our partial vision competitors can sometimes see a certain percentage out of one eye. one eye will be completely blind. And some can only determine light and shadows. But I did some work with Matt Formston. He's not here, but a champion in this division. And he, for the first time working with him, I said, do I have to tell you if you need a duck dive or how do I communicate? How do we get you out there? And he said he could feel the wave sucking him towards it. And that's how he knew when to duck dive, and that determined his timing. Tomas da Silva, deep off the bottom there, not a lot of wave left. And it's interesting. There we go, Kirk finishing a wave. Looks like there's a little less transition up the beach where they went than where Kirk and Steve are sitting. So here we go. Foxy, unfortunately, plugs the nose on that one. So we'll see what happens here. Kirk, we just caught the last of Kirk Watson's wave. And this is that Royal Rehab replay of Tomas. Zipping off that one. And so the spotter is allowed to ride on their belly to go reconnect with their rider. They're not allowed to stand up, but they have to go chase down the rider in a prone position, or there is a penalty for the team. And so you would think in someone with total blindness, you could be paddling and not even know that you're actually paddling in the right direction. I'm sure you're going to feel the energy pushing from one direction, but if you're in a spot in between sets, pretty hard to know which direction you'd be paddling if you can't see light, you're not following the sun, and you're strictly dealing with sound. This looks like a promising one. Here we go. Steve Fox, nice drop on this one. Nice solid stance. And so good to see him get into a much better wave. He'll be replacing those scores that he had earlier of a 0.80 and 0.87. And Tomas looks like he had a wave.
See the replay there. It's a really nice takeoff. Little bottom turn there. Rides it forwards and just gets a bit wobbly there.
But yeah, he'll 0.87. So he slightly improves on his previous scores. I know he's capable of a lot more. We're hoping he'll get a little bit better wave. Tomas da Silva, nope, okay, that was a 2.33, excuse me. That was his previous score. So he did greatly improve, 2.33. And Tomas also stacking on a 4.17 for his third ride. So things are getting better and better for all these riders.
Yeah. I think as we were talking about earlier as well with Steve riding the slightly longer board, that wind that is coming from the southwest is going to get under the nose and make it a little bit more unstable and also make it a little bit more difficult to kind of push through and stay in the right position on the wave there. So it's kind of pushing him up and pushing him back a little bit.
And that's hard for us being able to see what the wave's even doing.
Exactly.
And so that's just another factor that is adding to the difficulty, which makes it that much more impressive. Tomas refusing to get held up at the lip line, makes his way down that one, gets a little bank off the whitewash. That's going to be incomplete, unfortunately, but definitely getting a nice, solid ride, and he's keeping busy out there.
Absolutely. And here we go with the Royal Rehab replay. Pulls it in, stays nice and low, tries to generate that speed. And as you said, just comes off there in the white water.
So 9.5 minutes.
Do these guys also do a round robin, or is that only the prone?
That is a good question. This may be, it says a final, so that's a chocolate question. I'm staying out of it. You were asking that other guy, right? Thanks.
Yeah.
9 minutes. That is that's a great question because we do have certain divisions where we don't have many competitors. And so if we don't have enough competitors to fill up a number of heats, sometimes there will be just one final. Or if we, in previous situations, if we've only had one woman surfer in that same category, she'll surf with the men. There are a number of packages, but we're going to see what happens with that one. I figure everyone gets a second chance to surf.
Oh, the goofy footer. Oh, what a nice turn off the top of the lip there. Beautiful cutback straight into the wash. Just catches the nose there, though.
Yeah, look at this replay. Hard off the bottom, really hooks it in the vertical spot right there. Had that bottom not dropped out of that wave, that would have been one big swooping carve, but definitely showing commitment. And
oh, that's a 10 points for dismount, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, the second his feet leave the board, the score stops. But he'd already done a lot of damage. Already nice connection through that one. And so that was the second half of the wave, the last third of that wave that we saw. And definitely a little extra style points on the end there. But we've got scores coming in for Tomas and for Kirk. So, yeah, definitely some of their best rides. I think Kirk Watson, definitely the longest ride, making it over that connection. And I think getting about 2 turns, one on the outside, one on the inside. So also that backflip's a little body language of knowing that it's one of your – he must have liked his ride.
Absolutely. Or he's just having an absolute blast out there, having a good time. And that's what surfing should be all about.
I've never seen an angry backflip.
No, neither
right?
have I, right? Yeah.
You're not supposed to be angry when you backflip.
Is it only a front flip that you're meant to be angry on?
Oh. Depends what kind of kung fu battle. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't know where we're going. We're just having too much fun. But we still, okay, now we have those scores in. 7.67, Kirk Watson pops to the top, change in situation. And Tomas, 4.17, does not factor into his top 2. So that was an amazing turn. It wasn't completed, unfortunately. And since it was just one single maneuver attempt, the judges did not reward it, as they're not supposed to.
Yeah, which is fair enough. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
But he's stoked either way, as he is holding a 5.83 and 5.50 already. And so I'm going to ignore that little final thing there, and I'm going to figure that everyone gets a second chance.
Okay.
And then I can be proved wrong.
Once Chukka comes back, we'll clarify that.
I'll take my beatings later. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. We had a little paddle there, someone looking for something. But it's looking like a little bit more unpredictable than our previous heats. Morning low, asking for situation. Kirk Watson wants to know what his score is. So we have communication. We have a communication system for the riders to our beach announcer, which is the official voice of the judges' information. And the 2 arms in the air is the situation. You want to know who's on first, second, third. In other competitions, in elimination rounds, you want to know what your requirement is if you're not in the advancing position. And then the tapping the 2 fingers on your wrist is asking for how much time. But sometimes if you're stressed on knowing how much time is, you just throw both arms. You ask for everything at once. So
here we go. We've got some potential scoring waves coming through here. We've got some nice lines stacked up to the horizon. Or, again, it could just be a bit of a Decepticon. We've got Surfer in Blue, Steve Fox up on a nice one. Oh, perfect wave selection for this one for him. He'll be absolutely stoked. Stays nice in the pocket there, maintaining that speed. Pulls it up and down, off the bottom there. And can't ride it out, but still great wave for Steve Fox, our Surfer in Blue from Australia. Definitely going to improve on those scores, and he'll be frothing with that wave. Nice long ride.
That's what I was expecting out of him, and that's what won him his Aussie title to represent the Irukandjis. Look at this beautiful line. Sets it up in trim, and this wave just matching up to his equipment perfectly. And such a good, solid stance, great style. And that end section comes clamping down a little bit in the shore break. And he's really making his spotter chase him down. But I think something's 6.33. He'll be happy with that one. That is a really nice ride. And I think that's the type of wave that they've been searching for since the beginning, and just had to test out a bunch before it actually lined up.
Absolutely. He was just feeling it out. He's got 3 minutes 15 left. Hopefully another one comes through. We've got Thomas De Silva in yellow up again. That wave just kind of fizzled out on the shoulder there. Not much going on, but he's perfectly positioned to get back out there and get another one before the buzzer goes. So,
yeah, he's a busy dude, so he might even have a chance for 2 more waves. We'll see what happens. But just under 3 minutes. But it is nice to see everyone with a pretty nice score coming through. Mainly Steve. Look at that quad. That's Steve's board. So he's running a quad fin IPA Stinger. And so it's a longboard with a Ben IPA Stinger wing in the middle of it and a quad fin. Okay. Pretty wild mix of some 70s technology mixed in with some progressive quad fin technology. So it's like he's riding a collaborative time machine.
I love how you nerd out on Surfcraft. I love the knowledge that you bring to this. It's one of my favorite parts of this comp.
Oh, it's a sickness. Surfboards have ruined my life. 2 minutes remaining, and there's our center slab working out there. Man, if someone was on a paddleboard or a foil, I bet they could catch that thing out there.
When we get those cyclone swells, I've seen it happen.
A little more than I want to paddle to go set myself up, but 1 minute and 45 seconds, and we are having an amazing time on day one of competition in this BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Ability Support. And we want to thank all of our volunteers, our sponsors for making this happen. And one thing I have forgot to mention that Jamie told me about 2 hours ago is that we have our osteos here. Jamie Benton is osteo team for Byron Central Osteopathy. Have 4 clinicians over there ready to help out anyone with any type of body pain or any kind of physical hang-up. And so everyone make your way over. You can get massage. You can get set up for your heat. Get yourself dialed in. Jamie Bennett and his team are over there all day, over on the north side of our board tent, our competitors' equipment tent. Kirk Watson, like this, whizzing his way through that section. He's going to get over this bump. Oh. So without being able to see that and feel that energy to get over that double up to make it to the bottom was pretty darn amazing. 30 seconds.
And here we go with the Royal Rehab Group replay. Staying busy on the wave, exactly as you said. He can feel that it's kind of slowing down there, pumps through. I'd say that's a completed maneuver.
As far as making it to the bottom, sure.
Yeah.
And so also just really getting into action quickly there and somehow feeling that he had the space to whiz it out. He looks stoked. We got 5 seconds remaining, and doesn't look like we'll have enough time for any other rides. Yep, that's Kirk Watson. Kirk on board is his Instagram. We love that dude. And we're going to take a quick ad break, and we will be back in just a moment for more.
I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Affordability Adaptive Surfing event, and super excited to see first-timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited, it's electric out here, so much energy.
There is a huge crew, the weather has turned it on, it's going to be a sick day, I'm super keen, get some waves with some mates.
We're lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for forward ability support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
Sick event. It's cool to have so many surfers out here, and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Cywood, and yeah, it's going to be bad.
You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
It's incredible that BrightSky and Affordability have put this event on and have made it happen, and yeah, obviously with the support of Cywood. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.
And we're back with the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Benway in the booth with Stevie Lee Ginger as we watch Aleli Medina from Puerto Rico going for a little paddle there. Also in the water, yellow Elizabeth Murray from the USA. And I'm not sure that Marta is here. I haven't seen her around the zone, but here we have that replay of Aleli's first wave. So we've seen some improving conditions, and in this heat, we do have a mix of blind no vision and blind partial vision. Since Elizabeth Murray is a new name to me, I'm going to try and find out more information.
And here she goes, surfer in yellow, up and riding. Beautiful wave. She's got a really small board under her feet, which is impressive. Beautiful off the top. Oh, goes for the switch.
That's one of my favorite moves.
So good.
So, yeah, I'm guessing that Elizabeth is also partial visually impaired with Aleli, same classification, and showing that we've got some really good skills under her feet. And that's a nice looking little zippy board that she's got for the conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like either a little twin fin or a quad maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the bottom of it. But here we go with the replay. And she pulls into this one. Takes a little time to get to her feet, but as she drops in, beautiful bottom turn off the lip, keeping the board busy, connecting those maneuvers, and goes for the switch, but doesn't quite complete that one.
Well, definitely digging her style. Aleli, champion adaptive surfer. Big hit off the top there on the end section. She likes it. And Aleli's has been a threat to this division.
And here she goes. Beautiful takeoff. Perfect timing again off the bottom. Keeps the board busy, pumps it up the top, smacks it, throws a bit of water, and makes that nice little claim there. She knows that she did some good.
So Alalee, here we go. Now I'm finding my information. I do have Elizabeth Murray. So blind partial vision, Elizabeth Murray. And Alalee is 4-time ISA champion, 3-time AASB champion, including winning last year's event here. And so we have Alalee also got a perfect 10 in last year's ISA.
I was actually watching that last night just to get my head back in the game with the world of parasurfing, and I did watch that wave, and it was beautiful. Down at Oceanside, down at the pier there, it was a fantastic wave.
So I went through a lot of these riders. They'll type in their bios, so I'm able to get a little bit more backstory on everybody else. Especially out of some of the competitors and new names that I haven't previously seen in some of our other competitions. But, Elizabeth Murray was in there, and she thanks first and foremost Mark Garner. She said through Mark's unselfishness, dedication, and perseverance that she is still surfing, and she would not be here without him. Mark, great work, and what an amazing surfer. So Mark, she said, as a teammate in and out of the water, it's the foundation of her success. And thanks her best friend, Kelly Devanathan, who has loved and tirelessly supported her in every way possible, and her coaches from Siren Surf Adventures and Tomas Cravaresa. So we got a bunch of stuff. And I have a feeling that Mark might be her spotter out there. We're going to get more information. We usually do have the team members' names on the bio. I might have forgotten to write it down, but from what she's saying, I wouldn't be surprised if that is her spotter, because usually working in and out of the water, you are going to have one person that is your dedicated wave finder.
Absolutely.
Your human wave magnet.
And that level of trust and connection that you need to have with that person is obviously absolutely paramount. So, yeah, definitely wouldn't be surprised if that was
and in Alalee's case, her spotters, her dad, Ricky, who is a pro surfer from Puerto Rico. So having that connection, just as you're saying, is huge. And also being able to travel with your parents and then have a team member mixed into that, that's great. And Alalee sponsored by Angel AI, Rip Curl Wetsuits, and the Recreation Department of Puerto Rico. And I know that she's also been supported by Paisel Surfboards. And I've seen some really, really nice boards under her arm at a lot of these contests. Those are shaped and glassed in my hometown of Oceanside by an amazing shaper, Michael Barron, who finishes Paisel's programs. It does all the glassing for all of Paisel, California, right there in the valley in Oceanside. Great work, you guys. And so we are seeing some scores come in.
And here goes Elizabeth Murray, surfer in yellow. Doesn't quite make it to her feet there. Just a little bit steep on the takeoff.
So Alalee, last one, 8.83 for that jam under the pocket, and Elizabeth Murray, 6.33. So nice even score line here, and Elizabeth just needing to bump up one score to pretty much match up where Alalee is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty exciting to see another competitor giving Alalee like a run for her money. Like that's some really impressive surfing so far that I've seen from Elizabeth Murray in yellow. So Alalee's had a really dominant streak in this division for years. So could this be our new Kai Collis and Joel Taylor kind of battle out?
I wouldn't be surprised, and that's a great comparison right there, because we're seeing some top-level talent, and also fun to see a regular footer against a goofy footer.
Go the Goofies.
Although, Elizabeth with her switch dance, she's kind of got us flustered. We have no idea.
Very
love it.
True.
So, Elizabeth also wanted to thank, she had a pretty big list of thank yous here, and I'm not going to leave them out since we have a little breather in the sets. So she thanks the Sydney crew, Janine and Bruce Stafford, Byron crew, Loki Berry and Carmen Trotta, the crew in Mexico that embraced her through her darkest moments and gave her the strength and wisdom to make instrumental life changes, Los Amigos de Mexico, muchas gracias por el apoyo, Also to Coco and Marty, Victor and Femi, Bethany and Mark, Martina and Tommy. She's got a lot of couples of friends here. Jimena and Mario, Amy and Stefan, and Marta and Gino, and her photographer. Do we have some live action happening?
It's coming through. We got some set waves coming through.
Right.
Both competitors paddling out to reposition. They're trying to get into the right spot for a nice takeoff. Could she go for a left? It looks like she might be. We have seen a couple of really nice scores drop from left. So here we go. Surfer in yellow, Elizabeth Murray, scratches in, pulls down, a nice bottom turn off the bottom, grabs rail, pulls it back into the speed, into the pocket of the wave, drives it off the top, doesn't complete that maneuver, but damn, that was a beautiful wave.
I think we can comfortably say that she's a goofy footer now. So that, I really like this wave. Look how she just digs in. Anyone else might have given up fighting against that offshore. Drives it in, able to just redirect with that rail grab to make it over that lumpy spot and give her some speed through the end section there. Last thank you for Elizabeth goes to Matt at Matus Wetsuits for the wetsuits that she needed to compete in. So thank you so much to all of her support. And I'm very sure that Marta Paso is not here. We miss you, amiga. Marta Paso, such an amazing figure for adaptive. As we watched Aleli, look at that rip off the top. Another little jam there, eyeing up. She can see the sections running. She's out of there, but she's going to be stoked to stack on another score. Previously with an 8.83 and a 6.17.
This is really, really exciting to see some really competitive surfing here. Not much between these two surfers as Elizabeth Murray goes for another wave. Doesn't quite get on there. I think that was probably best. It looks like that wave didn't really open up and do much, but plenty of time on the board. Again, this is anyone's game. We've got two excellent surfers out here that just looking to crack that excellent potential. It's there. They just got to hit it.
We'll talk about cracking excellent potential. Aleli with her second excellent score of an 8.33. So double stack, looking good. And I'm sure all of our friends in Puerto Rico, I'm going to give a little shout out to everyone. Pitorro de Coco, Peter Rodriguez, Magnum Martinez, Otto Flores. I know all of our crew out there is definitely watching and stoked on someone representing the flag of Puerto Rico super well out here, as well as many others. Such an amazing island with super world-class waves, pretty sketchy, sharp, dangerous reefs, and pumping swell, but beautiful water like it is here in Byron. And Ali's waving the flag with pride here. And Ali, after multiple gold medals, she's become such a poster child in Puerto Rico. She's on the television news. Everybody, it's just, she's a superstar. And also a superstar here. And I think Elizabeth's a future superstar in the community as well from seeing her performance. This is exciting stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to seeing how both of these two surfers progress during the week. As you said, we've got a predicted little increase in the swell size. So hopefully we see more of this beautiful action here in the Bay where both of these surfers can really just display what they're made of and really put on a show for us all.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to have a lot more transition, a little more open face, especially when you're not able to have full vision of where you're going. You just need a little more room to kind of feel out the board rather than having everything kind of dump and clamp out like it was in the morning with the low tide. So this is working out really well as far as their heat draw and the tide and the conditions.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that these two women have only partial vision. The way that they're surfing is probably better, definitely better than I could surf on a shortboard. Like, it is so impressive. It's like we're just at a normal comp. These two women in the water right now, my goodness gracious.
Yeah, I was just trying to speak and think of buddies over in Puerto Rico, but Brian Toss, also another big name in the pro circuit over there. So big saludos a toda Boricua in Puerto Rico. 9 minutes right now. We are, these two competitors are really answering back themselves. Elizabeth Murray's last one, 6.77. I believe that was for that cool rail grab combination. But I like what I'm seeing with the conditions. Winds behaving itself, tides getting more favorable, and Alali taking a dig there. She's not going to go on that one. She wants to stay out in position, save herself a little paddle. And these two surfers, we don't have who's in priority here on our screen, so it doesn't look like they're not really sitting on each other. There hasn't been throughout the whole morning. I haven't seen any kind of potential priority situation with anybody having to kick out or anything. It's the waves are all over the place. There's so many options. You're not really stuck with having to kind of control the peak.
Yeah.
And so just better to have that kind of so we got Red asking for situation. They want to know what's going on down there, and she probably hasn't heard her score.
What was that little signal? The hand roly-poly.
That's it. If the two hands up in the air don't get it, maybe something moving will attract your eye. I don't know.
Sure.
7 minutes and 30 seconds. It is also pretty difficult with the sound system on the beach and with their lined up where they're lined up. During the Aussie titles, I was out there body surfing, and it was pretty hard with the swell coming through, the wind also kind of blowing the audio around. So, yeah, it's not easy to hear those situation calls and really know what's going on. Also, with the distance and the light, sometimes kind of hard to see what the priority board's doing and things like that. So maybe calling for who's got priority, maybe calling for what was that last wave.
Anything.
Whatever.
Give me some info. Give me all the info. We've got some really interesting repositioning here from Elizabeth Murray and her spotter. Gone back up to the right-hand side of our screen, which is towards the east of the beach. Because remember, we are wrapped around here, so that's actually east out that way.
I kept saying south.
Yeah, that's okay. Looking for those higher wave potential scores with that more open face.
There could also be the situation of one of the surfers holding higher priority and wanting to just be completely free from any hang-ups, and also not having to wait for the best wave in that one particular spot while the other rider who holds the higher priority goes. So yeah, there's a number of ways you can kind of deal, and there's a number of reasons that they might have split up.
On the horizon there, I just saw something out the very back break, so we could have something coming in about 30 seconds, maybe a little less.
Stevie knows where to get the best ones, and I'm definitely going to trust her indicator of watching what's coming on the outside. So the outside of the pass, that's just up towards the top right of your screen. That's where everything has to start before it starts feeding into here.
That is correct. I think maybe the third wave of the set seems to be like the one to go for. I was surfing out at Watergoes the other day. It wasn't anywhere near this size, but it definitely seemed the third wave was better, as you said, with the a bit of water left on the sandbank before, like from the previous two waves. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, they definitely had a really hot start to this heat. Things slowed down towards the back half, but both of them are sitting on scores that they should be really happy taking through to the next round.
Absolutely. And we did see, as we saw earlier, Elizabeth paddled way up to the right of the screen there, and already just from sitting still, that current is starting to really kick in and has just dragged her all the way back down close to Alali.
And it's going to get just stronger and stronger as that pushes in, huh?
Oh, yeah.
So 4.5 minutes remaining. Look at, there's those ones that you saw out on the horizon. So if you're surfing with Stevie, if you sit on her, you're probably going to get the good waves.
No, don't do that.
But this is a good sign. We've got that swell starting to kind of pulse through. Our early morning heats, we actually had the ocean energy still pulling out to a low tide, so kind of holding that energy from making its way in. But now, as this tide's pushing in with that tidal surge and the incoming swell, we could start to see things pump here.
Absolutely, yeah. It could.
A little more work for the riders in the next couple heats.
Hey, we got to make them work for it, you know?
Can't just hand them everything.
Yeah. Unfortunately, those set waves just like closing out. As I said earlier with Chucker, or with you, I can't remember. It seems like the bigger waves aren't really the ones you want to go for because they're just closing out as soon as they hit the beach. So.
That was me.
Oh, it was me?
Yeah, me and Chucka look a lot alike, but that was me. I was here. I
well,
remember.
you both talk the same, so the same amount.
We're the same or the same amount?
Get
it straight.
The same amount.
We're from the same town in California, so we got that Southern California Cepho accent.
Here we go, Elizabeth up and riding. Oh, beautiful little cutback. Pushes it forwards, keeps herself going off the top there, kicks it out. It is a twin fish. I did think of that before. So
that's a super fun looking little board for the waves right now. So here she is off the bottom, draws it, nice quick snap there, petting the kitty, making it over that deep spot, and finds the reform. Not quite enough time to get that board into position off of that second hit, but definitely really well navigated wave. And I know that 6.77 was her previous wave, so she'll have another score coming in. Figure what that is in just a moment, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But yeah, interesting at the contrast in equipment between Alalee, which is on the full-on high-performance thruster, and this is a little more free and fun twin fin fish. So the type of wave that each is going to excel in is a little bit different, actually.
She's going to go again. I love it. Staying busy. She knows she doesn't have much more time. Beautiful wave. Nice smack off the top there. Holds it, rides it out, switches when we don't see her again. I love it. We love to see it. Mixing it up.
And just that being playful. So there's that time call we were talking about. And the hand up means we got it. Thank you. So, yeah, that's a little bit of surfing sign language. It's your first lesson in surfing sign language. Maybe not your first lesson. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Elizabeth's previous wave, 5.27, didn't factor into her previous scores, but we're going to watch this one. And she had spun right around. I think that she had heard that her score didn't meet up to that next one. Nice high line carve right there. And then poof, Houdini. Not a goofy footer. I'm a regular footer. And, yeah, almost there was you're way too young to know. But the most high-performance surfer in the 70s was Buttons Kaluuyakalani.
Oh, I know Buttons, dude, of course.
So Buttons had the move where he'd bank it off the whitewash, kind of a floater,
swing his back
and
foot
then
around.
he'd do the switch and come down to the bottom. And so that was a sectionless Buttons switch dance.
I love it. It's something that we've actually all been starting to see a lot in the longboard community.
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of friends do some really nice
The ones who can do a
cutbacks.
switch dance cross step is nuts.
Yeah.
There's a kid in I think it's Santa Cruz, California. There's like a kid named Cormac Cove. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
Rides Tyler boards, but he could do complete cross step and nose rides in both stance.
Yep.
Just a freak of nature.
Yep.
All right, so that is time. That was the buzzer, and you could see Ricky Medina riding it down. They weren't able to get one last wave before the buzzer, and that means that's the end of the heat. Why don't we take it over to a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back for another heat in just a moment. All right, we are back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. And we are in our wave ski, sit and wave ski category. This is Ben Way in the booth with Stevie Lee Ginger. And we've already had a couple rides by Mick Johnson. 7.83 for his second wave. We may have some live action. Nope, we got this replay of Mick Johnson. Nice, drawing it back, fading it, reading this one, waiting for it to stand up. Nice high line hit on the lip line there. Pivoting around that paddle. Changing rails. Gets this climb. Little drift floater here. And kicks out with style. Love that little spin there. That got him a 7.83. And this is our lineup. Looking buttery, looking really nice and glassy compared to our earlier texture. Had some lumps and bumps on the surface of the ocean in the morning. Now everything's just getting buttered out. So out in the water right now, we got Mick Johnson for Australia. That was just the replay for him. Richard Thomas with a 2.57 in blue. Red, Charles Chaka Webb, who's just in here speaking with us for the USA, and Jesse Hinson in yellow for Team USA. It's not Team USA, it's just USA. So Mick Johnson, first place Aussie titles 2024 and 2025. First place last year here at this event. And, always an amazing competitor. During the Aussie titles, he got one of the best barrels, full-on drainer, and traveled inside a closeout in that wave ski. Always a super, super high-performance rider. And Charles Chaka Webb, of course, Mr. Stoke for life, and the founder of the AASP Tour, comes from my hometown of Oceanside, North County, San Diego. And been a huge figure in the movement of this sport, plus with the Stoke for Life Foundation, which makes adaptive surfing available to all sorts of individuals in California. So we're just getting things started. We're 6 minutes in, a couple scores on the board. The day after we surfed the pass, I went with Chaka for his first surf up at the pass. Little more size, 3 times the people, and Chaka had a little collision with the board and dinged the nose of his board, or of his wave ski. So I think they got that sorted out. Put some ding tape on it, and he's back out there. Luckily, it's in a little spot of the board that doesn't really affect the performance. And as I love to be Mr. Positive, I'm like, it's much better than knocking a fin box out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We're all good. We got him back out there paddling. And, wow, conditions have been amazing, and it just keeps improving. It is the most beautiful day here in Byron Bay as we're watching these corduroy lines out to sea. There's going to be some action coming through here. So, trying to see what color that is. It's really hard with the
angle of the sun.
With angle of the sun. I know that was on your screen, Jesse Hinson. I can see that that is yellow, but as they move farther over to the east side, it's harder and harder as they get backlit. We're not able to see anything but a silhouette of a person on a wave ski. So we will be able to tell by the riding style and as if they move into a better light. So that looks like White up and riding. Mick Johnson again, third ride. Keeping active, keeping aggressive. Big bang off that section. So showing commitment, some criticality in that maneuver, I'll let you call it.
Pulls in off the bottom there. Really nice rail-to-rail surfing. Really using that body and leaning in, leaning back, keeping that nose from curling, and just pulls off the back there. Oh, I love the silver flame off the back on the back of his ski there. I reckon that makes his board go about 10 times faster.
That's him making his board go 10 times faster, but that is an amazing piece of equipment. It's so good looking. And so Mick had a mountain bike accident, I think 4 or 5 years ago. and thought that he'd never make it in the water again. Then they put him on a prone board. Wasn't super excited about that. Got on the wave ski, and that just matched up to what he wanted to do in the waves. And, that made him the happiest out in the water. And now he wants to help the sport grow and try to get as many people involved as he can. And he's one of the top guys here in this wave ski class and does some of the coolest stuff. And
do you know much about the mechanics of wave skis? Can you talk me through? Obviously, we've got a lot more density in the back of the board supporting the central weight of the surfer, but at the front of the wave with their legs, what's going on there?
So if you look at the profile of the rocker to the nose, it basically looks like a full-on high-performance shortboard plus a seat on the top of it.
Okay.
So if you follow the rails, the outline, all of the bottom, the nose rocker is a little bit more extreme than like a normal performance shortboard. Almost kind of looks like an elf shoe kind of thing. But some people, they depending on their own physical condition, their own level of disability, they'll be seated into it a little bit more or seated out of it. There's two spots dug out for your feet to go below the deck line or have your heels below the deck line into the board locked in. You usually have foot straps right there. You'll have a belt over your center that keeps your bum connected to the seat. The guys who have more upper body strength, they don't use a backrest, but the people who have less core have to have a backrest, and that's what helps them push in the opposite direction as their paddle is to propel them around. And then some of the wave skis don't have that big bubble in the back, but that big bubble of foam, all that volume in the back, is what lets those things go squirting out. It also is what they're able to lean back and get all the speed. And here we go, yellow, Jesse Hinson. So you can see the back of his board. There's no bubble.
Yep.
And so in one way, that will make his board easier to control as he gets over the back of it. But the ones with that have more foam in the back, that pushes the nose down, makes the takeoff a little bit faster.
And we've got the replay there, just pulls in nicely. Using that paddle to just reposition the nose, little redirection here and there, and then leaning back to try and pull off that wave there. Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. As I said before, I love hearing you geek out about all the surfcraft because it is so fascinating how different it is for everybody. Got some live action here.
Yeah, I think that's Mick again. Yeah, just leaning back on that volume, helping him push through, and not a lot of power left. He also knew that he didn't want to get too far out of the zone, so he kicks out a little bit early to regain position. And we had this happen as well. Someone's splitting the peak here, trying to figure out what color it is.
Think that was red? I cannot tell.
Yeah, that might have been Chaka. So we'll get back to this. This glare is getting really hard to determine which color it was. But I do see a spinner next to Jesse Hinson. So that must have been Jesse spinning around for another one. And so once we get to this light where we can't tell what color it is, we have to just wait until to see what wave of what person is being worked on by the judges. But three people, in fact, that we're missing here is our adaptive power couple, Elena Nichols and Roy Tuscany from High Fives, along with Gunnar, their son, which unfortunately broke his leg. They're unable to come and join us, but they'd be out there smoking it up with these guys in the wave ski division.
Incredible. As we've got some live action here. Richard Thomas from Australia. Really nicely ridden wave. Such a good read on that one as well. As we get the replay, he's paddling into it.
So Richard Thomas, this guy just showed up and blowed up for the Australian titles. He took the Australian titles from Mick Johnson in I think his first parasurfing competition. And so this guy, amazing surfing and really, really high skill. And it was amazing because he showed up on what is a board that's made in California. That's an infinity shape by Steve Bainey. Same boards that our buddy Spike Kane in England. That's another person. We're missing Spike Kane and his dog Buttons here. But, yeah, it's he showed up, said he's just been introduced. Here we go. Chaka from the drone angle. This is sick. Beautiful open shoulder on this one. 2 redirections there. Getting on that paddle. That's some wave selection right there, Chaka. And
goes for
gets
the
a little
roller.
head dip at the end section right there. And he's gonna make that the beach chairs run way down the beach. I'm just gonna keep talking about this one as he uses that paddle to keep engaging the inside and outside rail. 2 nice turns. Blows the cone right there, and and he zipped himself all the way down to where the free surfers are. But that's Chaka's opening wave, and man, great wave selection. No wasting any paddles on something that's not going to amount to something. So he must have been studying the lineup in those early heats where he was in the booth with us here.
Absolutely. He was saying earlier when you were taking a break that the best advice he ever got was from an uncle in Hawaii saying you don't need 8 two-point waves. You need 2 8-point waves.
Yep.
So I
don't
think
get 10 twos, but get 2 10s.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, it's especially with the increasing current. With these guys also, as soon as they come unglued from their craft, it takes a lot of work to get back on there, grab your paddle, everything else. And so you really want to save yourself any unnecessary energy and only spend it or come unglued after a great wave like Chaka. So here we go, wide up and riding. Mick Johnson staying really active, and he's kind of just going for anything to see what happens, but he's being able to read when there's no scoring potential left on the wave to get out of there quickly and get back in position.
Yeah, you do have to be quite tactical on some of your moves. And as we were saying, that's what Chaka is doing. He's just waiting for those 2 nice waves that he's just going to stamp 2 good scores onto the board and just conserve his energy.
So during the winter, Mick Johnson also does sit ski, rips on that, and he said he threw out a little thanks to his wife Sarah, son Noah, friends and support Scott and Sean, Johnny, Matt, and all the physios that keep it in shape to reach his goals. And they're keeping him in top shape, man, because he's a force to be reckoned with out there.
There goes Chaka getting the beach escort back up to the top of the break there.
8 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah, they got a ways to run, man. He stretched that one. Not only was it a long wave, but as that wave got carried in the current, could be right out in front of us. We have no idea. So 8 minutes and 20 seconds. And what an amazing day, and what a luck of the draw to have these conditions and this beautiful weather on our first day of competition.
Absolutely. Byron Bay turning it on, and I'm so stoked that it's this beautiful for you guys. So stoked that you're all here. You're getting some nice waves. We're feeling the happiness. We're feeling the love.
I think from this community, the buzz of positivity and the frequency that we create just kind of, you can't go wrong. There's cosmic power in action right now. And here we go, Jesse. Nice early takeoff. That one didn't keep the power long enough, but a couple rail directions on that one. And he is wanting a second score, so that will make a second score as we have Mick Johnson picking off a much better one. Big bank off that one. Oh, comes unglued on the end section, but
held it.
Got that roll. So that's what that strap around your waist is so you're able to roll over. And, man, it used to freak me out when I'd see people turn upside down, but everyone is quite practiced in keeping their head above water and being able to flip that around. But what an amazing, even up into that roll, what an amazing dynamic ride that was.
Yeah, it's so impressive to watch these guys, just the way that they handle so much board, like such incredible little shifts in power and balance and speed. It's just, and yeah, throwing it around.
One thing that we didn't mention back on the Tech Nerd Talk is that the thruster setups on these boards are just under where their seat is. And so right where they're sitting is the full control zone of the board. So the fins are actually a third of the way up from the tail, where a normal surfboard, they'd be way back on the tail.
I see.
And so with that, you have this big wave ski that you're turning, but by having the fins that far up, it's like you're turning a board that's half the length.
True.
And
true.
so that's where they get those quick pivots. They also use really small fins. So almost like a little bit bigger than the side bites for like a performance longboard.
Yeah, right.
So less fin, you got all that rail, a lot of grab, real sharp edges out the back.
Mm-hmm.
So that you're not needing that much fin, and that's what helps them do those radical maneuvers.
Yeah.
5 minutes and 45 seconds. Thank you for letting me get nerdy again.
No, that's okay.
I have to have my little burst.
Yeah.
Just let a little bit out.
I love it. I love it. Jesse Hinson, surfer in yellow from the USA, having a look at this one. Looks like it could stand up really nicely. Bailed out on the decision, though.
He's been keeping busy. But keeping busy, Mick Johnson stacks a 9.0. Excellent score on his scoreline now, 9.0 and 7.83. And he has everybody else in combination. Not that it is an elimination round, but it's got to feel good to have two really, really solid scores. So he could go in that next round, not even really needing to get a wave to stack onto that score line, but I'm sure he's going to want to stack another 9 or maybe better with that other one.
For sure. One more nerdy board question.
Yes, let's go.
With the wave skis, what about tail shape? How is that going to affect? Because obviously in longboarding we've got like pintails, square tails, and that can really affect like the release of the water out the back. Does that affect a wave ski as well?
I'm sure it would. I mean, it's going to affect any craft by changing the template, but it seems the majority, Jesse might be kind of on a squarish tail there, but it seems like 50% or more all have kind of like a round kind of thumb template.
Yep.
So not a round pin, not completely round, but just a nice curved tail, nice wide curved tail.
Yep. Jesse Henson on an absolute screamer. Look at the speed he's got there. Just gets away from him in the front there, leaning back, trying to pull out. We've got just under 4 minutes left in this heat. Hopefully he can get back out there. We've got the replay.
Every time we scan over to the free surfers, there's like 20 more people. They must be getting better. So that's a good sign that we have improving conditions. If people are just keep stacking themselves out there, a little bit jealous, I got to say. And here we go, Jesse. So nice early start on this one. Kind of navigating, buying some time for this thing to stand up. Right there, the bottom drops out, and he kind of zooms so far out in front of it that the whitewash kind of almost tries to steamroll the tail, but he fights his way out and gets his way to the inside. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. The judges are still thinking about that one, so we'll have a third score for Jesse in just a moment.
Look at that.
This is insane. Look how beautiful this is.
I love a good water sparkle. Look at that.
Diamonds.
Flying diamonds.
That's where I think that's where the name of those, the fin company.
Ah, there you go.
Are you aware of those? Longboard fins?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You've ridden a longboard a couple times, right? Yeah. 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Just a few.
And so that on your screen, the beautiful path, that is the top of the point, and leading all of that energy down to where these guys are, just down the beach in the cup. And we have...
What?
I'm trying to figure out. I think that might be Richard.
Blue. Yeah, blue.
Wow, what a nice line into that one. Unfortunately, he got to where there's about 6 inches of water. But our volunteers are right on it. That might be chalk at the top of the... Oh, no, that was Richard's replay. That's a Royal Rehab replay. So he drew a nice line. It just hit such a shallow spot in the shore break that it caught that outside rail.
Yeah, just doubled up in front of him, unfortunately.
Man, this is going fast. 1 minute and 45 seconds. There's check out in the top. And Mick Johnson off to the left.
This is what we were talking about earlier as well. I was like, I love the tactic of just being patient, being calm, waiting for that like good wave so that you've got the 2 high scores. But what if that wave doesn't come? There's always that chance.
It's getting down to the moment where Chukka does want to pull the trigger, and we're starting to get down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. Not as much time to be selective. And
we got something wet on the very top of the screen there, out on the horizon. You got something on the way here.
That's going to be a set. Do you think that can reach him in the 45 seconds that we need?
It's going to be so close. It's going to be so close. I reckon there'll be about 15 seconds left, so he'll just have to
I think he's aware that there's just under a minute. He's just going to have to start moving until he catches something. And he's in motion. Could be a good position for this one. Looks like he stopped paddling.
Maybe he's seen what we were just looking at, that there's something coming. Oh, 30 seconds.
Yeah, he knows he's got to go. Last 25 seconds. Buzzer beater. Let's go, Chukka. Nice one. Beautiful line on this one. Navigates over this section. He's got a double up to deal with. Can he get to the lower half of it? He can. Oh, gets right in the pocket as this one stretches all the way through. What a stud. Two waves, and both were really, really good, great rides. So,
yep, he nailed it. The tactic that we heard about earlier has potentially paid off. We don't want to call it too soon. Unfortunately, we're not the judges, so we don't have control over that.
He'll have another nice score coming in. We'll let that score come in, and then we'll take the break, as Chuck has got to be stoked. Man, had he not gotten that second wave within the buzzer, his attitude would be very different coming in here. I'm warning you.
For sure.
So the judges are having a good think about that one. I think we're going to have to take a break, and we'll let you know what happened on that second wave in just a moment. We'll be back with more. Stick with us.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giocamento de che.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Welcome back to the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Ford Ability Support. In the water, we've got the below knee standing women's, our first heat of that division. And just an update for everybody who missed the last dropping score of Charles Chucker Webb. It was enough to bump him up to second place in 7.87 of a score. So well done, Chucker. Looks like his his tactic definitely paid off. My name is Stevie, and joining me in the booth is Ben Way, our surfing commentator extraordinaire. How was that little trip?
A little spin out to the zone, see what everyone's up to, enjoying the sunshine out there. And, looking from the top, the waves look amazing out front. Of course, where we're at is just far to the left side of your screen that you see on, that you're seeing the live action on. But out in the water, we have Laurie Phipps for France, Malu Mendez for Brazil, and Ella Krosling for Australia. Below knee standing. And so our below knee standing is any surfer who rides in a standing position with a below the knee impairment, equivalent, or leg length difference. So that's how they get categorized for this. And above the knee standing would be, and above the knee impairment. So here we have, looks like a whole new day compared to what we had in the morning. Beautiful glass. No more texture on the water. The tide is filled in, and it's looking a lot more fun and a lot more manageable, some of the waves earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. That, as we've watched it slowly happen all morning, that wind is really easing off as it's kind of swinging more to the southeast instead of the southwest that we saw this morning. And it's really exciting because last year, I believe, we only had one competitor, Laurie Phipps, our defending champ here. So it's fantastic that we've got two more competitors out in the water for this women's division. Yeah, the girls.
Yeah, Malu is she's a top competitor. She was the ASB champion in 2022, 23, and 24. She didn't make it here last year, but she's back after our inaugural event here in Byron Bay. She was also gold medalist in the 2020 ISA. And she is the daughter of a very revered top pro coach, Paulo Kidd, in Brazil. They are from Guarujá in Sao Paulo, one of the big beach cities there. And Paulo Kidd was the coach to many top pro in Brazil. So Malu, being able to grow up and surf since she was 3 years old around the top pros, she's a fierce competitor and a super cool person.
Awesome.
Laurie Phipps, you also have Laurie Phipps' dad, Mark Phipps, is very famous. He makes some amazing surfboards, and Jay, her brother, is also a pro surfer. So full surfing family. And Ella, I don't believe I don't have any information on Ella, so we're going to find out more about Ella while we're out here. But also, we're going to let their surfing do the talking.
Absolutely. Updated. That's my favorite part of surfing.
Less talking, more riding.
Yeah. A little bit of a lull out there.
I was just going to say, as we went silent.
A lull in the conversation and a lull in the water.
18 minutes and 20 seconds. Look at this beautiful drone view. That's our contest area that just passed through the right side of your screen. And we are rolling up the point to where we are watching these riders. So now we can locate where they are. And look at this perfect catcher's mitt of swell from the center of your screen, which is the pass. And all of that wave energy feeds right down to where these surfers are sitting here in the middle. And looks like someone doing a little relocation right there. Ella going for a little paddle, or is that Malu? I think that's a white. That's Ella on the outside. So, yeah, that kind of puts things in perspective. And our contest area just passing over the right side. So they're not as far up the beach as I thought they were.
No, yeah. As you can see, just coming into view now, the sand has really disappeared from that corner just near Tomo's Rock there. You can see there's almost no beach left. Really different shift in the sands and everything. It's pretty normal, although I wouldn't say I've probably ever seen it that corner with that less sand.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So all of that sand's kind of blown out, and I think it's kind of just been piled out in front because on the previous years that I was here, you'd always go through this big, deep divot of a pool before you'd make it to the outside sandbars. And this year, you're able to kind of easily walk all the way out on a nice level sandbar.
Yeah.
So I think the sand that's supposed to be over there fell into the hole over here,
Yep.
which makes things better. It's actually been some amazing surf the last few days, just directly out front. And so lots of options. We got a big, long beach to use. It looks like Malu is taking a little paddle there, taking a look. And she rides Cabianca surfboards. And amazing surfer. She's also does a lot of public speaking. And we have Ella taking a paddle here. A little bit bigger equipment, able to get into it a little farther outside there. Of course, her shaper is the shaper for Gabriel Medina. And so she's on some top-notch equipment there. And 16 minutes. So we've had 9 minutes blow through. No one's taken a wave yet. But, yeah, it's definitely we're watching that beach disappear little by little as that tide fills in. So it's going to be interesting with where we started at the dead low tide is going to be affected by all this extra water coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. I checked the forecast earlier. It looks like the high is actually going to be at about 2 o'clock today of a 1.1 meters.
So we got more to go.
We got a long way to go.
Wow, I was thinking it was just afternoon, and I'm just noticing now that it's 12:30. So basically, towards our last heats of the day, we're going to have some deep water, which will probably mean that these surfers are going to have to sit tight and wait for those bigger sets to break through that deeper water.
I would say so, yeah. Exactly as you said earlier, it just looks like a completely different beach than it was earlier at the heats this morning. Spectators down there on the beach, and Nothing Gully, or otherwise known as Julian Rocks, out there on the horizon.
Did you see Nothing Gully?
Nothing Gully. So it's
Like
spelled. Here we go.
So you expect nothing out there? Is that what it is?
It's actually an N and a silent G. Yeah. Yeah, it's the local Bundjalung language.
Oh, G before the N.
NG.
Oh, okay.
Nothing Gully.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's all right.
Yeah. Special dialect there that
Always
I don't
love
have
to hear the
skill.
original people's language. And here we have Ella Crossing taking another look. So that one that she got that quick ride on was a 1.67. And wow, those bigger, more kind of powerful sets have kind of slowed down. But we see Malu seems like she's trying to relocate, find a little shallower spot on the bar. As we have Lori up and riding. Lori's always got really good footwork. I've even seen her cross step on like an under 7 foot mid length. And really nice style, always really clean lines. Just a quick ride there, but she'll be putting her first score on the board.
Nice. And look at that water, the clarity of the water here over the past couple of weeks. My golly gosh, hot diggity dog.
Hot diggity dog. 2 minutes, 2.33 for Lori Phipps' opening wave. Just stacked a little bit. She got a little bit more of a ride than Ella's, explaining why she got a little bit more points on that ride. But I think none of these surfers have actually been able to show us what they can do yet. We'll see as those bigger sets start to blow in. Got 13 minutes, and we'll definitely see some amazing riding by these riders. As Malu's taking a dig in. Malu's up. Opening ride.
Beautiful wave.
Banks it off the lip in the steep section, keeping it going. Nice and solid on her feet. And so I'm sure on the replay we'll be able to see how critical she did get on that. As Ella finding her way into a good one. This one's starting to stretch a little bit. Did see the bottom coming out right there. Not enough rocker to keep that nose above the surface, but there's Malu starting deep, eyeing that blip line, taps it up high, and then rides out with control. One solid maneuver right there is going to earn her a 7.17.
Wow.
So I think whenever you have a drone angle, it's hard to see exactly how high they hit it on the lip line, but you could see that was a really dynamic bash, a lot of commitment, and they rewarded her.
Absolutely. Beautiful deep turn off the bottom. Yep, that wasn't a replay, but we'll keep on seeing the stacked lines to the horizon there. So hopefully something comes through for all three of these surfers to able to perform and show us exactly what they're made of.
Yeah, the reports have been calling for kind of pumping swell since today into tomorrow, which I never truly trust those reports.
No.
Because Mother Nature can be
fickle.
A tricky lass. But I do believe that we will have a little bit bigger surf tomorrow. Probably not as out of control as we had expected, but you never know. But in a way, for a lot of these people, we didn't want it to be too big, and it's better to have it a little bit more under control, especially for our support and our volunteers, just to make it a little bit easier to keep everyone safe. And there have been some really high-scoring rides. So I think that's Malou sitting on the inside on her way back out. She's kind of decided to reposition. Notice it's a little bit fuller, so she doesn't want to sit as far out, making herself within reach of more of those waves, not just the bigger sets.
Yeah, for sure. It is really tricky to read, especially, when you've been sitting there watching it the heat before and then you paddle out and it's a completely different lineup. The waves are breaking in a different position. More water is filled into different spots, and just subtly change things can make such a massive difference, as we're kind of seeing. There's really not too much on offer for these competitors so far, and we've got 10 minutes remaining in this heat, so it's interesting.
It is definitely interesting, and I know that Lori's definitely going to show us more than that 2.33. She's an amazing surfer, so definitely just kind of repositioning, finding a new lineup spot. But if she's given a good wave, we should expect her scores to move up immensely. Right now, Malou with just that 7.17. She's repositioned. She started a lot deeper into the point, and now it looks like everyone's kind of just searching and scouring the zone. So as every little bump comes in, it just starts hitting a different little piece of the sandbar.
Yeah, I wonder how their mental game is out there right now. I know if it was me, I would be stressing it to the max. I haven't even got a decent score on the board, except for Malou, of course. But panicking that is a wave going to come for me to actually put something on the board?
Yeah, and there's the option of paddling towards the inside, getting a quick shore break hitter, but it's going to be the ones that give you the longer length of ride that have more scoring potential. So you don't want to be caught inside when a set actually does come. So it's that juggle of, do I move inside while I'm waiting, or do I just stand my ground? And it seems like they're making a mature decision and just staying patient and waiting for something better. And I'm sure they've seen some with the previous heats that all of the higher scores were mostly on set waves. So
for sure. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I feel like every time I make that decision to move, be like, oh, okay, the peak's over there, I'm going to go sit over there. Bam, it comes through exactly where I was.
Yes. Yeah, I always love watching the people who are in a panic and they just paddle back and forth, and they always seem to be in the wrong spot. And the people who keep it nice and cool and aren't as much a pain in the lineup usually end up getting the good ones.
Yep. And that's why I don't.
But when you're a young little frother, you just want to be on everything and you're all over the place. But 7 minutes and 40 seconds. I was expecting a little bit more action in the first half of this. I think everything's going to come together towards the back half as Malou's back kind of where she started.
I mean, it worked earlier. She got that 7.17. She pulls in, nice bottom turn, right in the critical section of the wave. Doesn't give her too much, but it should be enough, obviously, to put a second score on the board. At least some, let's see the replay.
I can
then.
almost guarantee by the time her feet got on the board, she started getting a second score. I'm just joking. I'm joking around with you. But she just hit that one, and yeah, she didn't push it too hard, but she did have a really nice line, little redirection there, and that gives her a 5.0. And now it seems like Ella's kind of starting to move up the point, going, okay, I guess there are a couple over here. And Lori's standing her ground. She's
giving us a nice little
she's
wave
looking
there.
nice and cool and calm. And all of these surfers also know that going into your next round, you can always depend on that next round to get your 2 highest scores.
True.
Of course, you would love to stack a little on that one on the first round, but I like how she's standing her ground, staying in her own little private Idaho over here. And eventually, there's going to be a wave that comes through there. And if you give Lori a wave, she's going to rip it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going on to 6 minutes left, so she still does have a little time. Could potentially be going this one just to get something on the board. Yep, she's up and riding. Just falls off the back of that one. A little bit of lost her balance there. Too much weight onto her heels, so she comes off the back of that wave. But I do love to see a goofy footer out there.
Yeah, no, she's got such a graceful style. I love her knee positioning. Everything is really, really smooth, and she can whip out a really, really nice turn too if she's given the speed. That wave just didn't do it, but everyone's got 2 scores at least to take into the next round for now.
We've got Ella Crosling from Australia, surfer in yellow, having a look. Just misses that one. It just goes by. Probably for the best because, as we see, it just closed out in both directions. So,
yeah, it's really moving into the shore break now.
As I was saying earlier, I was really concerned about what it was going to look like when it was some deeper water because it hasn't been breaking there in the deeper water.
Yeah, on these type of tides with these conditions, do you think it's more favorable out front from where we are at the moment?
I would say so, yeah.
It's less protected by the point.
Then the drawback is if we move it up the beach here, then we're going to get hit by the southeast wind. It's not protected from the wind, so it's a
yeah.
Pros and cons for each position.
I hate to say it, but I choose windy waves.
Yeah. Well, breaking waves with some wind is probably better than not breaking waves, right?
But Malu's knowing where to sit. You can see that she has kind of relocated a little bit farther in.
Let's go, Ella. Come on, Aussie. Nice little one there. Again, just too much weight on the heels there. Doesn't quite get that center of gravity back onto a more even keel. So just
kind of off to the side of the stringer as well.
Yep.
Malu. Looking hungry. I like how she really wants to get into something. Beautiful drone view. It is just so glassy and beautiful at the moment.
I didn't realize how many rocks were there.
Here we go, Lori.
She's got a really
nice
upright
navigation.
stance. Really, in control.
Yeah, super relaxed arms, upright, no battle stance.
Yep.
And, yeah, I'm a big fan of her style. Malu reading it well, kicks out of that one, just holding her position. Down to the 3-minute mark. Things are getting a little bit more stressful. Luckily, no one's eliminated from this round.
Thankfully, yep.
But don't want to leave everyone hungry either.
No, for sure. I mean, you've paid your entry fee, and for most of the surfers, obviously, you've paid to travel here. You want to get as many waves as you can. If you're not going to get knocked out, why not?
Yeah, on a normal day, you wouldn't just have 2 other people around you, I bet, though, on a day like this.
Exactly.
So 2.5 minutes. So yeah, I think
I wonder if they're going to reassess. Maybe. I don't know. We will see. We don't have a direct connection to the judges, unfortunately, and we don't know what's going on down there, the conversations that might be happening.
And also, it looks different on screen than it does out front. So, but it definitely does look challenging with the last couple approaches, and we have seen some intent, but people haven't been able to make it down the face, unfortunately. 1 minute 40 seconds. So Ella and Malou pretty much kind of controlling that one little bump on the sandbar. Lori still sticking to her guns on the end of this one.
We got Ella.
Is that Ella?
Scratch, yeah.
Okay, so I'm seeing the, I think that might be the next heat competitors that we're seeing up in the water over there. So you usually do have a 5-minute paddle out. So in the last 5 minutes, whoever's going into the next heat can kind of move out of the contest area, but already be out there in the lineup. So from that drone shot, we saw a bunch of bodies in the water, but it was probably whoever mixed in with the 4 competitors from the next heat.
Absolutely.
Almost forgot how to speak English.
Welcome to my world. That's me just every day. We've just gone under a minute left on our women's first heat of below the knee standing. Little bit quieter here as the tide fills in. We've got competitors just having a look, seeing if they can get that last wave. There goes Lori, yep, there we go. And she's just caught behind the whitewash there, unfortunately. So I don't know if sticking to the guns down that end.
I think that was a pretty good wave, though. It's a little more length of ride, if anything, although the section did kind of clamp down. 10 seconds. Malou, you got to start paddling if you're going to get one before the buzzer. Oh. This could be it.
Will she get up to her feet before the buzzer goes? No, she won't. There goes the buzzer, unfortunately.
She will ride in style, though. Got to get to the beach somehow.
That's
better
it.
than paddling in.
That's it.
All right, so we have run out of time in this heat. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with more from this BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Pro. Welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. We're in day one of competition. Already had some great surfing. Ben Way in the booth with Stevie Lee Ginger. And we are watching some live action. So on the water at the moment, we have our above-knee standing men's division. So for the above-knee standing, any surfer who rides in a standing position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or a congenital or impairment equivalent. So up into the lead,
We've got
our surfer
replay.
from Brazil. But here we have yellow.
Green,
sorry, Craig McFadden. We got a 5-man heat. Wow. Craig McFadden on his opening wave. He got a 4.83. And our surfer from Brazil in blue, Luciano Mercindo Silveira, otherwise known as Nem, has a 5.83 and a 2.23. And our Japanese surfer in white, Naomichi Katsukura Katsan, has a 4.33 for his opening ride. So getting things started quickly. We're just 4 minutes in, and all of a sudden it looks like we got way more waves. What's going on here?
This is the ocean, man. You can, as we were saying before, she can be a fickle mistress. 1 minute you're on, then you're off, then you're on again.
So exciting stuff out here. We have some really high performance surfing going on. We've seen some very, very high scores.
Couldn't really tell who that surfer was. Again, we've got a bit of trouble with the light positioning. I think that's yellow there.
Yeah, I think that was Terry. So Terry just won the Australian titles, and he'll be representing the Irukandjis in the World Championship at the end of the year. And
got something on the horizon coming there again. It kind of looks like the swell has just shifted a bit. It's kind of angling a little bit more towards the left of the screen instead of coming more directly at us. So
kind of passing a little bit. Well, these four competitors are definitely more stacked up in one spot than our previous heats.
Mm-hmm.
So there must be some kind of really defined bump in the sandbar that everyone's kind of lined up on. And that was White Katsan, our buddy from Japan. He lives just about 3 train stops from where I stay in Japan.
Oh, there you go.
And he, there was some really weird weather, but this winter there was about a foot of snow at his beach town, and he went out surfing in the snow.
Wow.
A little bit different than Byron Bay.
A little bit different.
So that was Nam, I believe.
Oh, look at it out the back there at the pass coming over from Fisherman's Rock. You can see it breaking over the rocks there. So we've got something on the way.
That should definitely reach these guys.
Yeah, next 30 seconds.
So here we go. Craig McFadden up and riding. Nice line. Nice smooth work here. Good rhythm. Driving off of every off the bottom on every turn. I like that ride a lot. Terry McGrath. Terry, we're trying to figure out the Terry McGraw.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
we don't
I'm saying in
TH.
Seppo English.
Yeah.
Terry McGrath. So here we go. Green. I really like this wave by Craig. And just beautiful rhythm, beautiful lines top to bottom. That board also looks really light for the size. So a couple of nice scores. I don't believe I've seen Colin Cook around, so I'm not sure if he was signed up and possibly didn't make it. We haven't seen any waves by Red. I think by now we would have seen him up and riding.
Yep, for sure.
Terry, nice smooth line. And kicks out. Definitely looks like it's moving on out to a better spot on the sandbar. Things are starting to stand up a little bit more.
Absolutely, and I think we're about to see that set that I just saw before out on the horizon. It's just about to reach us there. So hopefully it it hits the bank at the right direction and actually stands up and gives the athletes something to perform on. Here we go. And Katsusa, no, this is Luciano again in blue.
Yeah, amazing surfer. Nem was the ISA World Champion in 24 and 25. Also last year's Brazilian champion. So a lot of merit, a lot of contest wins under his belt. So he's definitely coming into this contest hot. And there's that replay. Drives off that one, gets another smack under that end section.
It's too soon for you to be losing the power to speak English, my friend.
Oh man, it's my fourth language. Just kidding. No, I think it's the amount of steam that we have in this room now.
Oh my gosh.
There's a certain there's a certain heat that my resistors run.
Terry McGrath having a look. Doesn't quite make that one. Probably for the best, though. It doesn't look like it was going to do anything for him.
Nem changed the situation, got a 7.83 to bump himself up into the lead. Craig McFadden not far behind with a 6.50 and a 4.83. And Katsan got a 2.0 for 7 for his last one. But already within the first 10 minutes, we've seen more waves ridden than we saw in the entire heat last one. So that means that things are definitely getting better.
Oh, yeah, that would help. Sorry, we're just getting some technical assistance with the portable air conditioning here to save us both from sweating bullets in this steamy little commentator tent.
Special thanks to Kennard Tire for our air conditioning.
Right.
Ken Oath.
Ken Oath.
15 minutes. 15 minutes remaining.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm allowed to say that. It's our commercial.
No, I know.
But
and Kennard Tire. Ken Oath. Get it? Oh, God, we're losing.
You know what's funny is last year I had that I had all their sponsors written down, and I'd put Kennard Shire.
Oh, that's
like Byron Shire.
Yeah, okay.
And I was like, well, that's interesting. Took me a little while until I saw the commercials. I won't make that mistake again. So 14 minutes and 40 seconds. Boys are keeping busy. It's hard to kind of understand if they're in the same spot that the women's were surfing in the last heat, the previous heat. But definitely looking farther away from the shoreline. So I don't know if it's just kind of an uneven sandbar where it kind of goes deep to shallow. You'd think when the higher tide comes, you would think they would move in.
Well, there you can see from this drone shot, there's actually quite a bit of rock exposed there, which I didn't realize. So there's a bit of reef kind of all over the place.
So they're using that little reef boil up to kind of pop up the energy. That makes sense.
Because normally that is completely covered with sand. You don't see those rocks.
I was thinking that was kelp.
Yeah, no, we don't have kelp here.
A little harder than kelp.
Yeah, a little bit harder on the when you come off. Terry McGrath having a look, doesn't quite get to his feet, decides to pull off that one.
Yeah, that one flattened out a little bit, but so that makes sense. So at the moment with this high tide, the only place you're really going to have the wave energy is right over those dark spots. And as soon as you're off the dark spot, you're in too much water to let the wave break. So.
And then as soon as you're taking off on the dark spot, it goes into a white spot, and
yeah.
It's too fat.
You usually don't want to go from a white spot to a dark spot.
Oh, my God.
13 minutes. We do have fun.
We do have fun.
At a relaxed pace. Still got a few to go.
Yeah, apologies in advance to everybody watching at home that we're losing it this quickly, this soon, this early in the game.
Don't expect us to be the ones to entertain you. It's up to these surfers. But we do want to say a special thanks to everyone who made this amazing competition possible. High Fives Foundation, Byron Central Osteopathy, Surfing Australia, our First Nations lifeguards, AASP, Byron Bay, Shire, McGrath, Wave Ski Adventures, Rumia Self Storage, Sargood on Coleroy,
Kennard Tire,
Ken Oath. And, of course, BrightSky Australia, Forward Ability Support, and Royal Rehab. And not to mention all of our volunteers and support. Look
Here
at
we go.
these
Here we
blowing
go.
through. So now we don't have to just blow a lot of hot air. Let's do the surf and do the talking. Nice line on this one. Craig McFadden's got a buttery style, man. I'm a fan.
He does. Have I seen him before in the, has he just Has he surfed in the Aussie comps before?
I'm not familiar with the name unless I'm just being completely forgetful, but man, he's got a lot of style. I love the way he approaches. Terry McGraw on a stretcher, and now we're starting to see some size fill in.
Yeah, finally giving the competitors something to work with, which is what you hope to see in a surfing competition, right?
Yeah, you want to see the surfing part,
Yeah,
too.
right.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, some waves to help facilitate that is fantastic.
So this is great. We're going to have at least everyone's going to have 2 scores. I'm quite confident saying that Colin didn't show up. We do miss you, Colin Cook. Colin Cook's a gnarly ripper.
I think I do remember that name from Hawaii. Yeah, absolutely.
Rips on his firewire
Tears it up.
boards. So we'll see that second score for Terry in just a moment. See how he's going in. And we have 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Already seeing a lot more bubbles, a lot more frequently up off the top of the point. So that's a good sign that we got some more energy blowing in.
Yeah, they might. You can see at almost the top right corner of the screen there. And here we go, Katsan.
So because of Katsan's condition, he has to take his left hand off the rail to clear to get that front foot up. So he needs a wave that's got a little bit more room off the takeoff, as you can see. It's actually his right hand, and he moves his left hand over. So really difficult way to get to his feet, but once he gets to his feet, he's ripping. Yeah. And so it just needs a little bit more time off the takeoff to get seated on the board. And Craigo keeping busy.
A little something there just behind the jet ski. What I was saying before is it looked like there was some, not Tomo's rock, a little bit closer towards us. There was actually some rocks exposed. Quite a few weeks ago we were checking it, and it does seem to be pushing right off that rock. I'm wondering if perhaps the surfers should push up more to that east side, to the right side of the screen. Potentially it might start working a bit better up there. Who knows? There's Terry from Australia in yellow up to his feet. He's got a really nice wave here. He's excellent wave selection. Giving him the time to get to his feet. Holds it strong. Just trimming through the wave there. Sorry, it keeps going. It keeps getting hidden behind that horn and then also behind the graphic that we have. So it's a little bit hard to call sometimes.
Great wave selection and beautiful line through that one. We'll watch that one again. So Terry really setting that rail, getting the board going in the right direction with a lot of speed up to his feet, and then just, you can see as those bubbles of sand over the shallow spots, it's just connecting and linking from all the way through. There's a point through that end section where you could see him on the other angle pull his back foot up and really speed the board up. Here we go. So Kotz on his feet, jamming it, gets a quick hit off the section right there. And so as you can see, Katsan doesn't have as much mobility in his knees, so it's a really a different type of body movement that he needs to use to control the board. And it's extremely difficult to stand up without the use of your hands. So he's got his unique style of how he works his way up, but once he's up to his feet, he's a monster on the board.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And he is he's avid on Instagram, and he religiously surfs every day, no matter what. And so he'll throw his waves in the morning up on his Instagram, and then his delicious Japanese meal that he eats after. That's his thing he's got going. 7 minutes and 20 seconds. And I'm seeing some action off the top of the point. Hopefully that thing comes and zips in for these guys. Someone's got a good one out there. Can't believe my eyes are good enough to see someone at the pass right there. 7 minutes. So last year I spent 3 months, I think it was 3 months in El Salvador with blazing sun like this.
Oh, my God.
And towards the end, I couldn't tell the difference between 6s and 8s.
Oh, gosh.
My vision had been so blurred out that I would not be able to see those surfers at the top of the point. So this is great. My vision is improving by every heat.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I know quite a few surfers. Oh, here we go. Surfing grid, Craig McFadden up and riding again.
I love his lines, man.
He's got like a kind of McTavish Rincon outline there. I don't think it is a McTavish, but
it just looks like a really fun board, and it looks like a length that's got the speed to paddle in early. Gets up to his feet with a lot of speed. Love how he fades it and lets this thing build up in front of him. Little Huntington hop over that deep section, but builds up enough speed to tap it off that one and keep some forward momentum until he hits that 6 inches of water in the shore break.
Yeah, for sure.
Got to keep the fins on your board.
Absolutely. Was that the 5.27 wave?
I'd figure so, yeah.
Yeah, it was a really well-ridden wave, really well-read. And it shows in the scores.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing some big move. I think that swell's just starting to fill in.
Yeah, it's always funky how it'll have, those moments where it's just changing and it'll just kind of go dead, as we saw in the previous heat with the above knees standing women's, where it's just it's almost like it's having to think.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to take a moment.
You also kind of have when it's the swell's a little bit farther away and you just get those pulses and then it starts getting closer and closer. So who knows? We may be waking up to 6 foot surf tomorrow.
I'm not.
They're calling it 9. They're calling it 9 feet. So I said we may be waking up to 6 foot surf.
I'm not going to hold my breath. Maybe we'll see that in 2 days. Is generally what happens. They call it that it's going to hit, and then
don't hold your breath because I need you speaking, please.
Oh dear.
Well, this time is going by. We're just down to the 5 minutes, but these surfers have a lot of waves. Nem's already got 7 rides. Everybody else has about 3 to 5 rides. So
and he's up for his 8th.
I like this. Drawing it back. That's not going to make it over that double up.
Oh, but we got waves coming in. We've got lines to the horizon. Let's see what this does for our competitors. We've got Naomichi Katzkan paddling across to reposition, and we've got Terry McGrath. McGrath. Just pulling out off that one before it gets a little bit too steep and shore breaky.
That was a smart decision because he knows that there's only 4 minutes, doesn't want to cost himself that paddle out, and he's close enough to the lineup spot to get back in position. Little misfooting there by Nam, but he's got the highest scores at the moment, still leading the heat. And you can really see the difference in energy as you watch this replay on the screen. Terry just eyeing it up. And he saw that this thing was doubling up. Not going to make it from the second floor to the first floor, so I might as well just kick out.
Absolutely. Approaching 3 minutes to go here for our first heat of the above knee standing men's division. You can see the sprays kind of change direction there, so we can tell that the wind has gone a bit more south. It's no longer blowing towards the right of the screen. It's kind of blowing straight back off the wave, so it's about a south-southwest wind right now, I would say.
Almost a direct offshore?
Almost a direct offshore.
Nice backside hit under the lip by Nem on that one. So one single maneuver, but that was a pretty steep section, a lot of commitment.
And is it a maximum 10 waves?
I don't think, I haven't, actually that's a good question. I don't think we have a max wave count at the moment, but if someone does get more than 10, all of a sudden the other scores start disappearing here.
Yep.
When I first learned how to use live heats, I didn't know that there was still this huge line, and everyone had 7 waves, even though they had 9.
Oh, no.
I was like, what? I just read all their scores. So, yeah, we have that is the 10th wave by Nem, 6.40. Still stacking and still building on his score line down to the dying minutes.
Oh, here we go. Something on the horizon. Do they see it? Again, we don't have access to priority, unfortunately, so...
Yeah, and we really haven't seen anyone do anything vicious with priority, so that's been great. Everyone's just keeping their space. I think everyone's just basically lost, just scouring the lineup, trying to find the best bump, so...
Just something.
1:30. But, yeah, everyone is a little more stacked up on top of each other than the beginning of the heat, so... Someone's definitely probably going to get the best wave of this set. And if someone takes an early wave, there's still a couple left for someone else.
I think that was White paddling.
Might have been Terry over on the left.
Terry, yep, yellow. He's up and riding.
Good heat management. This one's going to connect it through. He's got a really nice line here. I like how he moved his stance back, keep the nose out. And 45 seconds. Someone else is sure to get a wave. Crago digging hard for that one. And Katsan.
Nice little
finds
wave.
his way in, goes for the bash off the section, 25 seconds. Still just enough time for one more of these surfers to get him, but I think that was the last good wave of the set.
Yeah, we got a couple of scores waiting to drop in for both Surfer in Yellow and Surfer in White, Terry McGrath and Naomichi Katsukura, sorry. As we get the little spinning wheel of death. 4.83 for Terry's last ride, so
nice.
Very nice. He'll be happy with that. That bumps up his score.
Yep, one more score coming in for the last of White, but we have run out of time. Last of Naomichi, 2.30, unfortunately doesn't factor into his top 2. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back for more. We'll see you guys in just a moment.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think on that?
Giuramento de che.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
We are back to the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Benway in the booth with Stevie Lee Ginger.
Chee-hoo!
So we just saw these amazing surfers on screen finish up their heat, and we have just moved into a new division, unassist-prone men's division. We got Kai Colas out in red, yellow Johnny Konings, and white Jay Stevens. Already some scores on the board during the break. Kai had gotten a 5.50.
We're going to see that
JK got a
replay.
3.50. Here we go. Kai redirecting and blast off the section right there. I think that might still be the board that he buckled during the Australian titles. They took that thing up and had to fix it. So looks like his previous board. I think it's the Chicken Joe version 3, his magic 10-point board from Oceanside.
I do remember that one, yeah.
But it's amazing. He might have started to weaken it on that 10-point ride, airdropping out of the sky, but here we have yellow. JK driving it through this one, drives through this section, makes it out.
And I think we got some live action here. Kai Collar Surfer in red. Nice face on that wave. Pulls it in. Unfortunately, just closes out on him. But that's okay. Still plenty of time on the clock. And we're already seeing way more waves. A little bit more power, too, I'd say, in those waves than the previous two heats. So,
yeah, I'm glad to see this. Things get a little bit more compact. Also, the fact that the prone division doesn't need that extra time to get to their feet, we can see that action get started a lot quicker. Here's that replay. You can see Kai fades it back. It looked like he was going for the barrel roll. He's actually been pulling barrel rolls off in the wave pool and setting himself up, driving up in that lip power, and doing a full-on El Rolo, which is super cool.
absolutely. Imagine if he pulls it off in this contest.
That
he is hoping.
I bet he will. But
How much?
Definitely need. How much?
How much you want to bet?
Slice of pizza.
All right, shake on it.
Right on.
Done.
So we have another one.
Staying so busy.
Keeping busy. So he hasn't, from the body language, hasn't found the wave that he really wants. Not enough face to get himself up on this lip line the way he normally hits it. But no lack of speed. Oh, that one. There we go. We missed that the beginning of that one. So that was just the end of the ride that we saw. I like that. Climbing it up. Critical section. Now we're talking 6.0 for that one. And Jay Stevens, I think this is the opening wave. Nice fade. Reading this one well. Sticking with it.
And we get the replay here of Jay Stevens from Australia, surfer in white. Has a look down the line each way. Nice pull into there, pulls it back into the power source of the wave, but doesn't quite do it for him and just kind of pulls off. But still early days, so he'll be happy with just building that little foundation. As you said, the plumbing, probably.
Yep, building the house from the ground up. But yesterday we did see a very cool movie premiere of Gold Coast Parasurfers. And two of the stars of that, Kai Coles and Johnny Konings, were stars along with Annie Goldsmith, Bailey Vandenhoeven, and also Agent Chaos. And it was a really cool movie, all about all of them. But JK got introduced to parasurfing through Kai and Kai's family, so they got him on a board, and he's out there competing together and enjoying surfing out here with just two other surfers in the water.
Absolutely. And in this particular division, we do have to do a shout out to local legend Timmy Hanley, who's had to pull out because he had a bit of an accident yesterday while he was walking his dogs.
I heard from Sam earlier.
Yeah.
Timmy. Oh, man.
He's in surgery right now, so getting a metal rod in the hip and some screws. So really, really unlucky. We do love Timmy so much. He's such a good human being, so massive shout out to him, sending lots of healing, love, thoughts, prayers, all of the things. Back on the road to recovery tomorrow, mate, and hopefully we see you here next year.
Yeah, Timmy, we're rooting for you. Have a nice, smooth bounce back, and come back and hang with us soon. We miss you in the community. Here we go. Kai off the bottom. He read that one. He knew he didn't have any scoring potential, so he's out of there quickly. But I like how he's keeping busy and just kind of feeling it out, testing out some different spots on the sandbar. He probably saw some of those earlier heats also, knowing that we have these sporadic lulls where it just shuts down. So if you're able to get it, you might as well just grab it. If it doesn't work out, get back out. But busier is better, it seems like.
Yeah, and especially when you're a young gun like him, you've got the energy and the stamina to just keep hitting it over and over and over. But looks like we do have something coming through here. It looks like all three surfers have seen it on the horizon there. Just paddling a little bit out, further out, repositioning, hoping to get in the right spot. Because who knows where this one is going to break. It looks like over to the right-hand side. But it could be the perspective that we're looking at on the camera here. So wait and see for the next 5 seconds and where that one's going to punch in. Kai Collis is taking a look at that one. Lets it go. So we've got Johnny Konings from New Zealand in yellow and Jay Stevens from Australia in white. Looks like those waves were a bit deceptive. Didn't really do much, and the competitors decided not to take them, which is fair enough.
Yeah, so Jay Stevens, only 2 years parasurfing, and in 2024, 1 month after 1 month of parasurfing, he took third in his first ever comp, and sponsored by Lighthouse Whole Body Health, Aid Station. There's our contest area down, our little mobile zone. Oh, we even have the trailers with the live cams. So trailers with the live cams, two guys get different angles. We also have drone angles out there catching all the action. See the Beach Marshal's tent. There's the colored jerseys right there. That's where everyone checks in. And off to the left, you see the 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's the priority situation. So those boxes, the yellow, white, red, and if there's a fourth person, blue, are going to change around from left to right. That lets you know from the ocean who has the choice of the next wave. And connected to that trailer is Nick Zippy Pearson and his crew of excellent judges. But that little trailer can be moved up and down the point and find the best spot on the beach.
Absolutely. And Zippy's partner, Lou, is our contest director. So we've got the dynamic duo there. So they're definitely going to be finding the absolute best spot of the day for our competition every single day. They're always going to make that right call because the local knowledge between those two, man, impassable.
Yep. Two of my favorite people. So back about Jay, he is the father of two boys, Kai and Tane. He was the first para to walk Mount Everest Base Camp and competed in the Bondi to Manly Marathon. He had a helicopter crash in Ayers Rock in 2018, which left him paralyzed. Told he'd never walk again. He relearned to walk after 4 years, and he's here to go for it.
What a legend. What a story.
And grateful for his wife, Melissa, 2 boys, Kai and Tane.
And speaking of Kai's, there's another Kai, but he has pulled off the back of that one as well. Not feeling that one.
Yeah, we also got Johnny out there. JK comes from Wangabar in New Zealand, and he's started he broke his back at D-Bog going over the falls. Ooh. And we got him back out in the water, back ripping, and with the support of his partner, Charlie, he's back out there. He's such a cool human, and they have started merch called Enjoy Your Legs. So check out Enjoy Your Legs and look up JK, Johnny Konings on Instagram, and find out a way to support them through buying some of that merch.
There's our fantastic contest director, Lou Pollard, there. Having a little discussion with our amazing water safety volunteers. Literally could not run this event without all of the volunteers at this event. So, as I said, I love this event so much. It just brings the community together. Everyone just pitches in and makes sure everyone's having the best time and the safe time as well.
It's a good workout, too.
Which, yeah, you and I both probably need, but we'll just sit here working out our mouths instead.
I've had a couple of events where I got a good workout. I haven't. Shaka's making fun of my figure. It's just a little bit more of me to love than last year. 11 minutes remaining. Here we go. Red, eyeing up that section. That is classic Kai. Getting that nose up above the lip line. That was a sick one. So we're going to watch that replay and pick it apart.
All right. Pulls in right on top of the wave there. Nice floater and rides it out with full control. It's definitely what the judges are looking for. So that's going to do nicely for him, I would say.
It did with a 7.67. So looking solid at the moment with 7.67 and a 6.0. Jay Stevens 3.10 and Johnny Konings 3.50. 10 minutes and man, we had a flurry of waves, then things slowed down, and everything is just a really uneven frequency at the moment. But we do know that the surf is out there, and those things do show up out of every once in a while. We've got a flurry of amazing waves.
Yeah, a little pulse comes through.
Conditions are gorgeous. Can't complain about the conditions. Can't complain about the wind. Can't complain about the water temperature. And you also have some great waves coming through. So Johnny Konings going for a little paddle there. Here's some lines. So I'm seeing a lot more lines, but I'm also seeing those corners disappear a little bit. Looks like it's starting to clamp down a little bit, which is going to make things trickier.
Yeah, I would love to get down there onto the beach and actually see it for myself and see, like, outside of the camera's limits, just to see what's going on up and down the beach. Because from here, yeah, we're kind of limited, obviously, to what the camera shows us. So we've got a beautiful overshot of the pass there. Oh, doesn't it just break your heart how beautiful that is?
This place is unbelievable. It's so good. And I can't believe I'd been here 2 different years before I'd gone up to the top of the point right there. Thank you, Stevie Lee Ginger.
Oh,
and
you're welcome.
Thank you, Reed, for that board hire.
I couldn't
that
believe
McTavish
it.
worked sick.
I could not believe it when you told me you hadn't even surfed the pass. So I had to. We did a little dawn patrol out there and some microwaves.
I'm not much of a walker, and I'm down by the wreck. So
yeah. Chucker has just said he's not much of a walker either in that beautiful wheelchair of his.
This guy. Here we go. Jay Stevens, beautiful line on this one. Oh, I love it. Banks it off that one. Airdrops it to the flats.
Bails it out.
That was a Kai-esque hit right there. I love that.
Puts that head forward, drops into the wave. He looks like he's almost got that kind of bodyboard kind of style that Joel Taylor favors. brings it nice under the lip, smacks it, and just bails out to get back out there ASAP.
Yeah, that hand positioning, definitely Joel Taylor-ish. Lee Ferrier also uses that. And here we go. Johnny Konings. He's using that center handle and that pivot arm just like Kai does. And nice 2 hits on that one. A lot of speed. I'm digging that ride. And then redirects it to get closer to the water support. I'm digging this.
Let's watch the replay here of Johnny Konings from New Zealand, surfer in yellow. Pulls it up from the high line, down to the bottom, back, regenerates that speed, and into the wash, rides it out again. Also really in command of what's going on there, so...
He came all the way over to the free surfers.
Yeah, so it'll be really good to see the score of him drop in as the judges deliberate on that.
Yeah, I think things are getting better and better. It's starting to kind of move over to a different zone. And from wave to wave, we're starting to see that beach severely disappear. But you can see the shape of that sandbar, also the whitewash line, that these waves just want to make that perfect right. And so if you get the right amount of tide and the right direction of pulse, you really have those stretching rights, which Jay Stevens really locked onto a nice long one.
So you can see here, if you look directly under the lighthouse in that like really far corner, like scooped bay, that's where the judges' van was parked last year. And we were surfing way up in that corner next to Tomo's Rock. So
I remember that.
Yeah, we're fully way down closer to Clark's Beach, just near the cafe there.
The sand has to be really good for it to be stretching through like that right there, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, we need way more sand, like all the way through to get you. We used to be able to ride it all the way from the pass. I've done it many times. When you've got that 6 swell, leg burners, full leg burners.
That's insane.
Yeah.
We got some scores in. JK 5.43 and Jay Stevens 6.57. So, yeah, that was a long wave. Definitely going to waste time trying to paddle back off to the top of the point. So use that beach chair assistance to move you back up to the sweet zone.
Yes, we've got the beach supporters there. We got some fangirls frothing, running with Johnny Konings there. So good to see. And, yeah, hats off again to these volunteers.
Board looks sick, too. I love those yellow rails.
And I noticed, also has the fins on the top of the board facing the other way to keep his legs in.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these prone guys, since you can't feel your legs, you go for those big degree of turns, your legs just slide off the side of the board and actually pull you off the deck. And without being able to feel where your legs are and your eyes on the prize, eyeing up the section, you're not looking back to see where your legs are, but sometimes they're not even on the board. So even though it looks a little crazy having fins on top, there's not a lot of designated accessories to do the same job. So they'll put fin boxes up on the top, keep your legs all centered, and keep your body centered on the board.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Approaching 4 minutes left in our first heat of the men's unassisted prone. Looks like there could be a little something on the horizon, but we just hit another little lull here.
There's a big pulse in the beginning of the first half.
Yeah.
So everyone's sitting on some pretty decent scores. And it is as beautiful as it gets here in Byron Bay, New South Wales, Australia. We are loving it. And everyone like me who's coming out of somewhere that's a little bit colder, we're enjoying this hot sunshine, beautiful warm water, and amazing weather.
Yep.
We get the little occasional dump of rain here and there to kind of cool things off, but
Yeah.
it's gone within like seconds.
Yeah, it's been really funny lately, but here we go, some action coming in as we approach the last 3 minutes of this heat. Kai Collis has seen what's on the horizon, and he's repositioning, ready to tear the bag out of it. And he goes for this one, pulls in, drops the hands, switching around, pulls off the top of that one, breaks through the top of the lip and floats back down.
Yeah, Jay Stevens going for a little paddle there. Love that one, Akai. So we're going to watch the Royal Rehab replay. Here he is. Uses that arm to pivot, fade it back, let this thing build up in front of him. Nice line through here, just as you're saying. Punches through the lip, gets on top of it. So through the lip onto a full above the lip line floater. Always like radical dynamic maneuvers happening by Kai Collis. 8.67. Judges liked it. And as these waves are really, we were saying earlier, they're not stretching and opening up as much. They're clamping down. That's about as dynamic and committed as you can get going up and being a piece of the lip.
Yeah,
so
that's it.
2 minutes.
Being one with the wave.
One with the wave completely. So we still see all that energy out to sea. Besides the sets that are coming here, there's also, you can see this energy kind of sweeping past us. So it could be just that swell is getting closer and closer. And we are expected to have more waves tomorrow. We'll see what King Neptune throws our way.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of possibly the swell getting closer, obviously, and the increase in the tide as well, and maybe just like shifting it a little bit as it hits the rocks differently as it comes around the cape or the different rock formations. So
yeah, it also seems like that little inner shelf of sand, the beach where it kind of ends into the shore break, until it gets to a certain tide, the water almost bounds off that and turns into a river. So it actually speeds it up, and then once it gets above that, it slows things down. It's interesting.
Yeah.
All the water's directed in so many different directions by the shape of this big cup.
how cool is surfing? How cool and tech is everything to do with surfing?
It's amazing. And
so many variables that come into play and that are constantly changing.
The coolest thing is that everyone here is riding the wave a different way.
Yeah.
And you have so many different options, so many different crafts, but it just shows that wave riding's for everyone. Totally. And there's no excuse not to do it.
Exactly. And I do believe we've got a come and try happening most days.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. We do have a bunch of boards that, do they call it come and try? Go try day? Come try? Give it a shot day? But, yeah, I know Seb from Royal Rehab brought a bunch of boards down for people to test out.
Amazing.
And so anyone who's interested in taking a zip, you're not allowed to ride in the contest area. But if you're out there, outside of the contest area, we've got a bunch of boards to test out, and we have a bunch of people that are willing to help out. So come get a taste of this, and if you're getting hungry to be a competitor next year, better start practicing now, and we've got all the resources you need.
And we would love to see you. And that was it. We missed the end of the heat.
You guys are so polite. You can tell me to shut up at any time. So we are going to shut it down for a commercial, and we're going to move into another division in just a moment. We'll be right back. We are back. This is the Bright Sky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. And back to give us some insight on what it's like out there. Charles Chaka Webb, I'm Ben Way. Welcome back to the booth, brother.
Yes, sir.
So watching your heat, watching that time management, Stevie was kind of joking around about how your buddy had said, don't get 8 2s, get 2 8s. Yeah. Don't get 10 2s, get 2 10s.
Right.
But you were sitting on one wave all the way to the end of the heat.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, man, if he does not get this wave, he's going to be a little grumpy coming into the booth.
You know, the round robin gives me the opportunity to surf again and not worry just having one score on the board, that 6.33. I was happy with it.
That was a fun-looking wave.
It was fun, and it just – it's really shifty out there, and you just have to commit to sitting on the ledge, even though it looks like it's kind of breaking outside. There's this inside ledge that you just have to commit to sitting on that ledge. And it looks, you know, you kind of have to pull yourself into the wave sometimes if you're dropping in a little bit late. But, you know, I caught 2 good ones, and I'm happy with it. Gave me a little bit of confidence. So, you know, super stoked that I have 2 decent scores. You know, it's a 4-man final round robin. They're doing 3 heats, so they're going to use the round robin to seat your color, and we'll get 3 chances to surf. So I'm just having some fun. I've had what I would call some surf PTSD from this place. Surfing it 2 years. Last year was really strange with that cyclone coming through, and we're on the back end of it. The surf was really shifty, but the year before that, 2 years ago, the surf here was very, what they call, you know, the current on the inside, the sweep or whatever they call it. It just was just so bad. And so when you look at it from here, it looks good. You go on the beach, it looks a little different. You know,
Yeah.
it's layered. There's a lot of layers. The peaks are shifty a little bit, but for the most part, if you can find a good spot to sit, you can see that right by that foam, it's kind of just a right-hander that comes in, even though it looks like it's going to close out, you know, and I paddled over one I probably should have took. As soon as I got back out after that first wave, one came right through, and I just, you know, I was still in the paddle out, get past it mode, you know, and didn't really have the ability to whip around and catch it. But when I paddled over it, I was like, I probably should have turned around and caught that one.
Yeah, I was just saying, like right after that heat, the women's below knee standing, they just kind of weird bubble in between the tide movement where just half the heat went to sleep and there weren't any waves on off her. And just within the last couple of heats, it started to kind of pump up, find that little surge in the tide, help that new swell come in. And out in the water in this unassisted prone, men, we have in red from San Diego, USA, Parker Olnick, Max Devery from here in Australian White. Unfortunately, Timothy Hanley got pulled out of his wheelchair while walking his dog. I guess there was a dog across the street, and they started getting into it. And so he's actually having hip surgery at the moment, sending him tons of love and missing him here at the site. Blue Andrew Mad Dog. Haven't seen that name up. We have had a few heats where people who had originally registered were on the heat draw, but they haven't shown up. So
we have a Stoke for Life.
All right, so only red and white. So no yellow
Parker
and blue.
and Max. So Barbie Garcia, your current ASP World Champ, and your defending champion in the Australian Pro from last year. She
in the women's kneel.
Yeah, in the women's kneel. She unfortunately had to pull out due to some business commitments. And she's a business owner in Ensenada. She's an architect. They own the Zanzibar in Ensenada. So if you get a chance, it's a bar and a restaurant.
Have you been there? I've been there.
I've not been there yet. My wife and daughter have been there, but we're scheduled to go down there. And I think it's called the Chubby Noodle.
Yeah, they started doing like an Asian fusion thing. Mm-hmm. But Zanzibar, because that's where I leave all of my things all year long, is in Ensenada.
Right.
If I show up to the West Coast, then I'm pretty much down there. But Zanzibar's got the best drinks in Ensenada. Beautiful bar run by Barbie's brother. Mm-hmm. And they always had great food, but now they have a whole new menu, and they're doing this new thing. And it's booming. So
yeah, they got a really nice chef from Northern California that came down there. And so, Barbie, you're missed, and hopefully we'll see you in Hawaii. And, yeah, but there's...
Man, I've been eyeing up that outer reef right there.
You know, when you see that, you just paddle a little bit farther outside. We are missing a lot of athletes, you know, that were unable to come. The entire High Fives crew, Chris Waker's here representing, but normally they're sending, 8, 10 athletes. So we miss you guys, Roy, Elena, the entire High Fives crew, Jeff Robertson and
Gunner.
Jeff Easter and Gunner, wishing Gunner healthy recovery. Had a little accident skiing, broke his leg.
On your screen, we got Kenjiro Ito. And on the left side, that's our buddy Masa. He's a good friend of one of my friends from Chiba, Japan. And he's one of the main glass guys over at McTavish here in Byron.
Nice.
So when I went over to the McTavish factory the first time, I was like, he goes, "Are you Ben that used to live in Chiba?" And we have a mutual friend and stuff.
It's called a friend of a friend. Can you get me in for free?
can you make my board done a little faster?
Friend of a friend. Can I get in?
15 and a half minutes. These guys are just cruising. But, man, it's been so fun hanging with all these guys. And this whole younger generation of Parker, Kai, Max, the whole crew is, man, such new energy. And it's just, we got a little punk rock aspect to the adaptive crew, given some new faces.
They got a little attitude, and the women's side as well has a little attitude. You got all these rippers out there. So, adaptive surfing, it's in good hands, fostering the youth. The sport is growing.
It's a good attitude.
For sure.
Some spice and flavor.
Absolutely. And Parker trying to scratch into this one, doesn't have a lot of commitment to it. Just kind of didn't see much potential. Here goes Max with a nice drop arm cutback, drop arm bottom turn that you don't see a lot. Max, nice snap, but digs his outside rail, can't quite dig it out. But he'll get his heat started with a decent score. And Max has really come a long way. I call him Mad Max Devery. Here's the replay.
Yep, so gets into this one. Nice setup here right there. Gets that hard cut back, puts it on rail, that dropping that hand for that pivot. Climbs it up. Very Kai-esque hit right there. I do notice he's got that big single fin. That's a Zag board. And Max was reminding me when he just got into making his first board, we had communicated between his shaper Zag and me about some prone boards. And it's like, man, I didn't remember that. I'm glad you remember that. But it's interesting watching as that's a single fin, and he's going for the same kind of maneuver and attack that Kai goes for.
Yeah.
But the single fin doesn't quite roll over and recover the same way as having the fins out on the rail. So really good for that pivot, and you could see how it was driving through those other turns. But it's interesting to see how the different fin setups and different clusters cater to one maneuver, but maybe not the other.
So what I really liked about that wave for Max is not only the drop arm cutback, but the drop arm bottom turn, which you don't see a lot. So a lot of the guys are doing that drop arm cutback or that drop arm top turn, where they're using that arm to pivot. And here goes Parker paddling into a nice ride. Oh, Parker can't quite dig that. But a lot of guys are not using that drop arm bottom turn. So that's kind of a new aspect, and it looks like kind of Max innovating that a little bit. Parker dropping down the line, pulling up into the pocket, getting a little detonation right there.
There's a little zip on it.
But he'll start his campaign.
Yeah, so nice line. You could see him kind of move into position, keeping that nose out of the drop. And it was almost like two converging energies right there that just kind of steamrolled him right there.
I'll tell you what, on my first wave, at the end of that, I got detonated there. And then I took two more right on the head and just got dragged. So even though it doesn't look very big, there's a lot of energy on the inside. And you can see right there how fast the water's moving in that shallower water. So you get thumped right in there. And you can see how it's dragging Max across the, so there's a lot of power out there. It looks like he's got kind of a cutaway fin, single fin.
It's just a really raked single fin.
And it's got that fish design. You can see is kind of longer. Oh, yeah, it is not a cutaway.
He was just going through water that was about 2 inches shallower than the fin is long.
And you can see, even though it doesn't look like the current outside is pumping. The current on the inside, once you get on past that sandbar, that's where the current is, and that's where you kind of got to deal with it. It's better if you get past the judging tower. If you can see that structure right there, the one on the far left is the judging booth. If you get on the opposite side of that, if you can stay on the pass side of that, you're good to catch some waves. If you get past that on the inside, you're just getting swept down the beach. So your best plan is to just have them run you back up the beach and get back out.
I've been forgetting where to put my eyes. We got a nice big screen for the point score now. Max Devery, 6.17. Parker Olnick, 2.83 for that last one. His first wave was a 1.07. But, nice score for Max. They really like that rail engagement, direction changes, and really good read of the wave.
I really like that drop on bottom turn. It's something that you don't see anybody else doing, and it paid off for Max. He's got a 6.17. And that, look, in the round robin, we're going to talk about this. Your backup score is important. You want a strong backup, but you want a good wave to take into the second round no matter what. At all costs, you have to have one good score on the board. A low 6, that's a good score. If he doesn't catch another wave, there's plenty of time, 10:30 left. So he's got plenty of time to better that. But at the same time, he's got to paddle back out now. That's going to take a few minutes. It took me almost 6 minutes to paddle back out. So
the other thing is, here in Byron, the waves are pumping. You would expect to also have good waves in your second round, but who knows?
Yep.
With the timing of your draw, with the wind conditions,
Yep.
or if you happen to be at one of those gnarly low tide heats like the Neil guys were this morning,
Yep.
it could be harder to get that score in your second round. So you want to buy yourself a little freedom and go into it a little more relaxed and not in a panic.
And I'm just telling you from my end, it took me 12 minutes to catch my first wave, and then it took me, a few minutes to paddle back out, like 4, 5, 6 minutes or something like that. And then by the time I got out there was only 2 or 3 minutes
You were
left.
being a little picky, though.
I tried to dig into a couple, but you have to really just commit to the ledge of just sitting on that ledge right there.
Yeah.
And even though it looks like it's going to come outside, it doesn't. And knowing that, I was just watching where Mike was taking off. I was watching where the other cat was taking off, and they were taking off way farther inside. So I was like, okay, I know what I have to do. I just have to be able to do it. Once you sit there and you're getting close to catching a wave, I got close to catching a couple of them, but it's just that ledge. It's steep, and it's breaking quick. So if you're not pulling yourself in it on a wave ski, it's a little different than pulling yourself prone or paddling in and standing up.
Definitely.
You really have to pull yourself over that ledge. So once I caught that first wave and I was able to pull myself into it, then I was like, okay, I have to sit here. I have to commit to this spot.
Yeah.
So, that was it. And, I'm here coaching a couple of athletes. Shawnee Whitaker's got a heat coming up, and, my advice to him was commit to the ledge. Just make sure that you find that ledge spot, and even though it might look like it's coming out here, it's not. It's gonna hold back as the tide comes higher. It's gonna fill in. It's gonna break farther inside. So
yeah, we could see that from the drone angles, because you could see the black spots where the exposed reef was.
Yep.
And as the tide was getting fuller, the only place it could pop up was right on top of those dark spots.
Yep.
And then as soon as you got away from it in the deep water, it just started slowing down and filling up. So,
well, the good thing is when I was out there, the inside was connecting. So if you could just get one decent
that last one, you just kept running it and running it and running it. That was insane.
Yeah, it was a fun little wave. For us coming here a week early, or however many days you come here early to try to get some sessions in, the pass is very difficult to surf on a good day because it's just so many people. I mean, take Malibu and times that by like 4, and that's pretty gnarly.
Also, Malibu doesn't have that concentrated one takeoff zone.
Right.
So it's not like you can wait for someone to fall and not make the section. Pretty much everyone's taking off on top of each other.
They're right on the rock.
We experienced it. Your board experience.
Yes. So I surfed the pass one day, a couple days before the contest, but, we got it really good. And Sebastian from
Royal Rehab.
Yeah, Royal Rehab got me out in the water. Thank you so much, Sebastian and Royal Rehab, for having amazing people and sponsoring the event. But Seb said, "Hey, man, let's go." After I caught like 3 or 4 waves, said, "Let's go, man. It's getting crowded." And I said, "Man, let me just get one more." And that one more, I happened to just run over somebody and smash my board up. And thanks to Darren from World Wave Ski and Jackie Dillon, they fixed my board in record time, so I was able to go surf this heat today. So super stoked. Just the people in the community.
Just one more, and hey, watch this, or famous last words, dude.
So yeah, just carved a nice giant hole in my board. So thank you, Darren, for taking care of me, and thank you, Jackie Dillon, for bringing Darren around. He hooked me up last year. He drove my wave ski all the way from Byron Bay to Sydney so I could surf the Sydney wave pool because I couldn't fly with my board. It cost me too much money. And he said, "Look, man, I'll drive your board there and back for you." And he didn't charge me anything either. I tried to pay him. I tried to take him out to dinner. He wouldn't let me, man. So, Darren, we love you. Thank you so much, brother. It was Master Vibe. Darren, Master Vibes.
That's insane.
So, super cool cat. Yeah, just blessed to have those kind of people in our community that are willing to just say, "Hey, you know what? Let me take a day and a half of my own time and fix your board and do a really good job of fixing it." So, super
if you're
blessed.
needing to take someone to dinner, I'll accept. I don't want you feeling bad.
You got my dinner last night, bro.
I did, actually.
So, but you never know. Hang around long enough, hang around.
Even a half burger was $20
Hey,
worth,
bro,
man.
we got to eat, man. So I like to eat, and that's one thing about Byron. Has a great culture of food, music, beach, surf, and that's the one cool thing when you come to Byron. There's a gelato stand or gelato shop every 100 yards, sometimes closer than that. There's 2 gelato shops right across the street from each other, and right next to the gelato shop is a Ben & Jerry's. So you're not wanting for...
I heard we get a discount at Ben & Jerry's.
You get a 20% discount.
Is that for all the competitors and everyone?
An official, a volunteer, or a competitor.
Right
at
on.
Ben & Jerry's, 20% off.
The last thing I need is Ben & Jerry's, but I'll take 20% off.
You know what, bro? I'm the gelato guy, and here goes Max trying to dig into that. I can't remember the gelato place, what it's called, but the mint chip gelato there is prime time, showtime, all time, baby. I went back 2 nights in a row.
Can you believe there's people that don't like mint and chip?
My wife's not a big mint and chip fan. But if I had to pick one ice cream to eat for the rest of my life, it would be mint and chip.
For me, it's seasonal. It's got to be this warm to want to get that little mint chill.
Yeah.
We're getting way off topic, but we're just
There's just a big lull right now, so we can't have no dead air time. We gotta talk about something. So here comes Max digging into this one, not able to see. And that's what I'm talking about, is you have to kind of get sucked inside and just commit to this little ledge that's right there. And everybody right now is too far outside. So
it's moving, too, now that that's filled in.
Yeah.
Also,
the higher
having
the tide.
a little bit bigger sets is putting more water above everything as well. So, yeah, and we've watched 70% of that beach disappear from the morning.
Yep. It was very low tide. And even
everyone's sitting in some new spots.
They are. And like I said, it feels kind of weird because you're seeing something, but you're feeling a different thing. You're seeing a wave that looks like you can paddle into it. But once you're looking at it going, man, I have to take off so far inside. But you just aren't going to catch anything if you don't commit to that spot. And even though it feels like, it's going to be shallow, it's wrapping far around the bay. So even though way inside you're getting into that shallow water, you've got plenty of time. Even though it looks a lot different when you're on that ledge, it's like, oh, goodness. Do I really want to pull myself over this? It looks like I'm going to be surfing in like 3 feet of sand.
Yeah, and it goes from 3 feet to 1 foot really quickly.
Pretty fast. But there's plenty of opportunity for big. We've been getting good scores all day long. All day we've been getting mid-6s, 7s, 8s, and we've gotten a couple of 9s during the day. And here goes Parker on a gem, taking off around the corner. Now, if he can cut back, he just can't get that cut back. If he can get that section just keeps going on the inside and doubles up right there. He'll get a decent score for that. It'll probably better that 1.07.
We've been seeing that. Here, I'll check this replay, but nice speed off the takeoff. Great line here. We have had those weird double-up ridges to where you go for the turn on the upper half, but really all the energy ends up shifting down under you. So
you have to stay close to the pocket right there towards the power, the whitewater. The wave will run, but you really have to wait for it because it's stacking up a little bit in those deep spots.
Or just try and take that line that goes lower. But, yeah, it's hard to predict. I'm sure it's even harder to read when you're on the wave.
It is. It's tricky out there, man. It's not, like I said, it took me about 10 or 12 minutes to catch my first wave. And it wasn't for a lack of trying. It was just, like I say, it's a lot of visual.
Oh, Max, late one.
Max just taking that one on the head, kind of just going for a fun ride. It looked like he knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, what was cool is, he didn't lose its positioning, just went for a little taste there. But with the offshore, it kind of just held him there. So he's right back out in the zone. Parker's out there fast, huh?
Oh, but he got a 4.67. Yes, sir.
Sweet.
So jumps up into the lead of the heat.
That was definitely the best wave, definitely his best wave.
For sure. And if he could have read it just a little bit better, that wave had a lot more to offer. So trust me, he's gonna remember that. There's 20 seconds left in the heat, so this one. How would it be to have a two-man heat?
Oh.
Come on, man! These guys got a two-man heat, but the waves are challenging. The conditions
are
a little bit
opposite side of that, though, is you got two less people to watch that are feeling out different parts of the sandbar to follow around. So
for sure,
a little bit too much freedom is not a good thing.
Yeah, well,
just ask me when I was in junior high.
And here goes Max after the buzzer. He's going to get this little double-up thingamajigger right here. He's just cruising. He knows that he needs some better scores.
Was that after the horn?
That's after the horn for sure, 100%. So that's not going to count. And he knows he's got a good score. He's got a 6.17. So he's got to try to find the good in that, feel good about that. And we're going to go into a break. We will be right back with the men's baloney stand.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Nonna?
Giuramento de che.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
We are back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Benway in the booth with Charles Chaco Webb, and we're now in our below-knee standing men's semifinal heat number 1 in red. Kenjiro Ito from Japan, from Hawaii, Carter Parry, and up and riding right there, Bruce Campbell from New Zealand in yellow.
So crazy thing about this division, Benway, this division is the only division that in the whole history of the ASP, this is our 5th year, they have not had a repeat champion.
Wow.
So first year world champ was Peg Leg from England. Second year in 2023, world champ was Forrest Weinberg from the USA. 2024, your world champ was Nachman Balulu from Israel.
Last year,
Kenjiro Ito.
Wow.
So he has the chance to write some history here and be the first repeat world champion in the ASP in the below-knee stand division.
That'll bring you some happy Kenji time.
Hey, Kenji times all the time, baby.
So, Bruce Campbell, to me, it's a new name. Fun to see him. Fun to see new members all the time. But 1.83 for his opening ride. Kenjiro Ito, of course, coming from Tokyo, Japan, 2025 ASP champion, and also an ISA World Parasurfing champion. And always loves to come with the crew. Him and Masa are tight. They always come and stay with Mano and Deb and the family and bring the fun.
And they always come to the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. They're always in Hawaii. They're a staple. Tomoki Fujiwara is now joining them on the tour consistently. And, man, did he have a great surf today.
Here's some happy Kenji time. Lot of speed driving across this one. Oh, man.
He was setting up for a big Kenji snap right there.
He was out at the pass. Oh, that was the day when we smashed your board, huh? Yeah. So, man, he seemed to be in the spot every time.
He was sitting right on the rock.
He's looking really in shape. You can see how much drive. He's just eyeing up this section, wants to smack the heck out of it. And just a little bit of too much oomph on that bottom turn.
Just his foot slipped off of there.
But, yeah, I've been talking to, I think, 2 or 3 amputees, including Shawnee Whitaker, about some new ideas for some prosthetic surf feet.
Nice.
That will hopefully prevent that from happening.
Right.
And, yeah, I'm going to start reaching out to a couple of the prosthetic companies, see who wants to get on this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got some ideas to move that forward.
And we got Carter Parry in this heat as well from Hawaii.
Yeah, Carter's a super cool dude.
Very nice guy.
He's only got one lung.
Yeah, I know that.
So
I talked to him about it.
Well, actually, 7/8 of a lung.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's like, besides the disability that you see, it's my lung that's the biggest challenge.
Thing, right?
Yeah.
Holding his breath is challenging for him. He's doing some breathing treatments. He went to the breath class that they had here on Tuesday. And he
yesterday.
Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
So he said he got some good information out of that.
That's
and
great.
Some good exercises that will help him. But when Carter goes to an event and when the waves are kind of dicey and challenging, he does have to let the water team know, hey, man, keep an extra eye on us. We like to make sure that Adam and the team knows, that he's got an extra challenge, not just the disability, but a breathing challenge is something that we don't deal with a lot.
That's what I was telling him, too, because he was like, wow, surf report looks pretty gnarly. We haven't seen it yet. But I said, in that case, make sure that the water safety knows to put a couple more people around you. Well, Bruce Campbell zapping it. Nice. Man, nice, aggressive style there.
He's claiming that, too. He's feeling it. And just dropping in on the right, little backside. Kind of see where it doubles up right there, and he just uses that speed, does a little tail snap, and he likes that.
I like that wave.
That was a nice one. He's like, yeah.
But I spoke to various riders about the difference of having your front leg prosthesis or back leg. Everyone agrees that having the back leg's way easier because you have that natural bend of your knee to get your front foot up.
Sure.
You can see how much extra work he does to set that front foot up, and to go right into action like that is pretty impressive.
Yeah, he was surfing with intent. And you can see just how it looks out there on the bottom. And this is a wave we missed. Kenjiro Ito.
Yep, eyeing up the section, puts it on rail there. It's amazing how hard he pushed right there without digging rail, and he held that thing. If that wave had a little bit more energy or a little bit more speed, he would have really come out of that. 3.33 for that one.
And Kenji's first wave came through at a 4.67 with a combined two-wave total of an 8.
Bruce Campbell, 5.67 for that one. They liked it.
They did like it. What they really like, and the judges, and I try to tell people that I'm coaching, if you have to get to the top third of the wave with some speed and some intent. And if you can do that, then it's going to get rewarded, whether it's 1, 2, 3 maneuvers. If it's one good maneuver with a lot of speed, power, and flow, and you're at the top of the wave, you're going to get rewarded from that. Now, if you're doing, a turn in the mid-section of the wave and maybe the half of the wave, the top half, lower half of the wave, you're not going to get that much, those good points as it is to the top 1/3 of that wave. You really want to use all your speed, power, and flow to set those waves up. And you saw when Kenji slipped on that first wave, his full intent was to just snap. He had the power, he had the speed.
He was eyeing up the section.
And he was going to go high with it, and he was going to get that big snap off there, and that would have really elevated that score. We've seen Kenji plenty of times complete that maneuver.
Yeah, the thing with Bruce is I think the judges also recognized that was just a very compact area with scoring potential, and the second he was on his feet, he was putting it on rail and wasted no space and wasted no scoring potential on what was kind of a short wave.
Sure, and he did as he came down, he did a real quick bottom turn too to try to go back up into that next part, but it was a little bit foamy right there, a little white water. Didn't offer much, but
I'm a fan of his gusto.
I'm a fan of it for sure. It looks like Carter's just kind of biding his time, and that's one thing. You kind of wait for the first half of the heat to go by, and that's kind of what I did, and try to find a spot where it's like, okay, I had the, good fortune to surf with Mike Johnson, which Mike is a tenacious wave catcher. He just catches a lot of waves. So I just watched where he was taking off and said, okay, it's way farther inside than I'm comfortable with, but that's where you have to take off. So paddled inside there and caught a couple waves. So that's kind of what you have to do here. You just have to kind of watch where everybody's catching them, and you got to kind of commit to that inside spot.
Yeah, Mick Johnson, the end of one of his long rides, the whitewash came, rolled him, rolled right over, and rode the whitewash out of it. It was insane.
There you go.
But I was talking to Stevie that when I first started seeing the wave skis and you guys and Spike and everybody, and the second I'd see you guys flip over, I'd panic. But I said everyone's really good about knowing how to keep their head above water and also how to flip themselves back over.
Sure. A lot of people, there's only a few people that can roll their ski. Felipe Lima and Colin Guillaume are the two that come to mind to me, the two that I know that can roll their ski. But those are the only two adaptive guys that I know that can roll a ski. Mike apparently rolled it with a little help from Whitewater. And I've seen Elena Nichols and Cassie and a few. Here we go. Carter trying to get up.
Yep. Keeping it going, staying nice and solid.
He's not going to be super stoked. He'll be happy to get one on the board, but he wants to be on the open face.
Yeah, for now, just needing to stack those scores. Gets up to his feet. And you can see just a little bit late finding that back foot. Cost him a little bit of speed, but he was able to stick with it and keep control out of it. 2.43. So either way, you want to score.
For sure. You have to get something on the board. And when half the heat's gone, you feel a little bit of pressure to say, you know what, I need to scratch into one. And that's kind of what I did as well. I just said, you know what, it looked to me like the wave was going to close out. And I just said, you know what, I'm just going to drop in on it anyways. You know, if it closes out, it closes out. And there you see the water support helping just run them back up to the point. You don't want to try to paddle back out against this current because that current's sweeping down.
You'll go backwards.
Yeah, you'll go backwards and you'll end up way far away. So you want to run back up to kind of where Tomo's rock is right there and paddle out by the rock, have them launch you. Just hopefully you can wait for a lull, because both times when I paddled out in my heat, the first before the heat, I got kind of stuck on the inside. Luckily, Adam and those guys got me past the inside. But when I went back out after the second wave, the same thing happened. And Russ and the guys just got me on the other side of it. And here goes Yellow with a nice little gem corner right here.
Here's Gamble going for the pig dog underneath, just pulling in.
Try to grab a rail on that one. And you can see it's, you know, these guys are sitting right on that ledge right there, right on the inside. If a good corner comes through and you're in the right spot, you get a really good wave. You just have to be super selective, and you got to kind of paddle around a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
And it looks, like I say, it kind of looks like sometimes it's going to come outside. You got to fight the feeling, the urge to paddle out farther and just stay committed to sitting right there on that ledge.
How's your visibility from up above the water? Can you see the dark spots?
Not so much.
You can in the drone, but I don't think when you're right on top of the water.
Yeah,
it's
because
easy.
you're sitting some kind of inside, it's kind of cloudy a little bit. You can see even on the outside, it's a little cloudy right there. Some of the sand is a little bit mixed up and moving around. But you can see even right there, it wants to break out there, but it's holding back until right inside here where it's going to start running.
Kenjiro on it. Got that foot planted. Nice, solid hit. Banks it off the section. Hanging with it. And where it would be the end of the line for most people, he's so good at keeping speed in the little mushy sections. And that, from living in Japan, it's almost like the guys who learn in Florida, just having that power. You want to go for the speed.
Yeah. Kenji dropping in. You see does a couple, 2 pumps. Bap. Right off the top. And you can see his vision. He's looking down the line. He did that on the other wave. You could see he was pumping and setting it up. And he does that right there. Gets a beautiful wave and scores a 7.83, just shy of an excellent score. So Kenji getting his groove on right now. Kenji time in full effect.
Yeah, and just beautiful arm positioning on that hit, too. Yeah, just...
So that's part of it, style.
Yeah.
You know, you have to have that style counsel, baby. You got to, the speed, power, and flow is part of it, but that also, there's a little style. And if you can make it look effortless, it's going to get a bigger score.
Yeah, and he definitely was planning on more after that first hit, but with just that one solid connection with the lip line, the judges are definitely rewarding it because there's not a whole lot of scoring potential on the wave. And
he did a couple little check speed turns right there to get that speed that he needed, and took the best advantage of it.
That magic board of his, too. He's been riding that carbon epoxy. We saw him ripping in Oceanside, Northside. And, he's been really solid on that equipment. But just having that extra float, a little bit of flex in the board. Man, those are expensive boards. But a lot of people are at least in small waves, finding a lot of benefits.
And did he won the ISA this year, too, at Oceanside, correct?
Yeah, on that same board.
Yeah, so, you know, the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships will be in its 8th year at Oceanside Pier. You know, the ISA did their event at Oceanside this year on the north side, just like we do. And Kenji's been at the U.S. Open almost every year. You know, maybe the first year is the only time I can think that he wasn't there in 2017. Every other year I can remember Kenjiro Ito. He is a 2-time U.S. Open champ, possibly a 3-time. I have to go back and look. But I know he won his first U.S. Open in 2018, way back when. Was really happy to give him that. He's shed some blood, sweat, and tears, you know, breaking his nose, hitting his board a couple years ago in Oceanside, and had to get some damage done on his nose there. Here goes Carter.
Yeah, nice. Better line on this one.
Up a lot faster.
And Kenji coming out of a hit there.
Trying to ride out of that. Let's see what the first part of that wave does. I don't know if that's going to go complete. Didn't really look like he rode out of it.
Yeah, so this is that last one. Up a little bit quicker. And just not really finding that open face, but he's stoked. Such a good attitude with this dude. And I think he's going to let them. Oh, he's cutting it. He's
good.
Yeah, he's aware of how much oxygen he wants to expend during a heat as well.
Kenji at the end of the line doing some check turns, getting some speed up, snapping right there. But he doesn't ride out of it. So he needs to, for that to be complete, he needs to come off the whitewater and ride out.
Yeah, you got to show the judges you got the nose in front of the whitewash, that you ended in control. But
you can see Carter struggling to, he's laughing, but you can see he's doing some breathing treatment there. He's getting some deep breaths into that lung. He says, yeah, baby. Good job, Carter. Great surf. Big smile on his face. Super blessed to have him here. Thank you, Carter, for coming out, traveling, doing the work. We really appreciate the love and the support, man.
Man, fighting that current, moving yourself back in a position. With 2 lungs, we'd be winded.
Trust me, bro. It's no picnic out there. It looks kind of small, and it's like, hey, it's, maybe chest to shoulder high, on some of those sets. But there's a lot of moving water. There's some power out there, and you can see it, on some of those waves. You can really see how fast those guys are going. And Kenjiro Ito just putting up a 5.0.
Yeah, he bumped up his score line just a little bit from that 4.67 previously. So he's just having fun, man.
It's about to be Kenji time for the next 5 minutes.
So how many heats we got left for today?
It depends on if they run 4 more heats. So there's a sponsor heat, I think, or an open prone heat that they're doing with maybe some new surfers that haven't classified.
Interesting.
So they're just
cool.
doing an open division. It's not part of the tour. It's just part of the event. Any of these events can have an open division where people that don't classify can surf and get a great experience at one of these surf breaks and challenge themselves to, paddling out and catching something and really experiencing what the pro tour event is like without having to have the pressure of the pro tour experience.
That's very cool.
Hawaii often does that as well. The U.S. Open, I think maybe we've done that in the past a little bit. We used to have the juniors division. So we would have a juniors prone division and a juniors upright division, stand division. So no more juniors though. So all the kids that are surfing are all grown up now.
Yeah, time to get some more in there.
Yeah, so it used to be Faith Lennox and Liv Stone and when he was a kid, and Hunter Pochop and Freddie Marimone when he was a youngster. Freddie Marimone came in and stomped it a couple times.
Davi?
Davi's never surfed the U.S. Open, bro.
Oh, he hasn't?
No, we've invited him numerous times. But and that's the thing, a lot of people just only go to the ISA events and they don't surf the pro events. And, that's representing your country is a great honor. But we do need those superstars that the ISA has helped forge. Those guys hopefully will travel with some of these tour events and show up at some of these, when it's in their region. If they come, it helps the sport grow.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is if it's their federation paying all their travel, or if they're paying for themselves, it's a big thing. So a lot of these people would like to be in more of the events. That's why we need to get more sponsors, more support for these guys.
100%, and that's what we're hoping that the tour does, is gives you the opportunity to come to these events, show off your merit, man, and win a handful of cash, cash a check. And
seeing Joel Taylor showing up to the zone with the family, Lauren, and he just won the Aussie title, so he's gonna be representing the Irukandjis in that pro non-assist. Not in this event, but
same thing we're talking about right now. Some of those big names.
Oh,
Kenji with a backside snap. Some of those big names just only doing one or the other. And while you're here, why not do both? But
here we go. Kenji, first backside that we've seen him. He's got a wicked backside, too. Off the bottom, boom, nice hit there in the critical section, and that's all there is. But that's also going left, buys you a little less paddle on the way back out.
And he's going to get a 7.0 for the difficulty of the backhand snap.
Nice.
So one maneuver, 7.0, both waves. Front side, a 7.83, one maneuver snap. Backside, one maneuver snap, a 7.0.
Well, commitment, riding out with control, nice speed, but also, showing a little bit of variety. We see almost everyone, at least the regular footers, almost only going front side, so it's fun to see some backside stuff.
And that Bruce Campbell wave, that 5.67, that one maneuver snap too. So, the judges, their scale has been pretty good. It hasn't been too much, too little. It's been right on point.
First day, too. You can't put a ceiling on yourself too early.
Yeah, so it's really good to see the judges staying right in line with what is called for right here, and we super appreciate the consistency of the event, of the judging of the event.
They also they know what everyone can do. We haven't even seen the best conditions that we will in this competition. So
Sunday, finals day, is supposed to be forecasted as possibly the best conditions for this competition. So keeping our fingers
although we have
crossed.
seen, I think it was 9.67 was the highest score of the day, no?
And then Monday, at the Australian Nationals, we saw a couple of 10s. I think Joel Taylor scored a 10 and Amano scored a 10. So
it's pretty gnarly conditions as well.
Main Beach is unforgivable, so I'm very happy that we haven't had to conduct our contest at Main Beach. I've gotten my proverbial butt handed to me at Main Beach a couple times, and the sandbar there is unforgiving.
All right, here we go. Kenji time, digging in. You can tell that just those medium-sized ones, you can feel that offshore wind just pushing them over the back. Little more size on that, and they can fight forward. But had he have taken that one and gotten up, there wouldn't even been enough speed to do a maneuver.
Yeah, he needs something to better a 7. So knowing that, it is...
There we are, missing the clock again. It's already over, man.
Nice.
He's just trying to get himself in and out of the way of the next heat. We will be back with that next heat that will be in the water after this break. We'll see you guys in just a second.
I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Affordability Adaptive Surfing event, and super excited to see first-timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited, it's electric out here, so much energy.
There is a huge crew. The weather has turned it on. It's going to be a sick day. I'm super keen. Get some waves with some mates.
lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for forward ability support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
Sick event. It's cool to have so many surfers out here, and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Cywood, and yeah, it's going to be bad.
You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
It's incredible that BrightSky and Forward Ability have put this event on and have made it happen, and yeah, obviously with the support of Cywood. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.
We're back with the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Ben Way in the booth with Mr. Stoke for Life, Charles Chaka Webb, and we are in a new heat. This is our heat number 2 of the below-knee standing men's. In red from USA, Shawnee Whitaker, John Crampton from Australia in white, and Lachlan James in yellow.
Yeah, buddy. Shawnee Whitaker, Stoke for Life ambassador. Happiest guy that you'll ever meet. Lachlan throwing up a 2.40.
Yeah, so Lachlan James, new head in the community, came to his first event in the Aussie titles, ended up taking it to go represent the Irukandjis this year.
Nice.
And he's from Cronulla, and he said he had a congenital bone disorder. He was born with a bowed tibia, and he said he broke his leg a bunch when he was a kid, and the doctors tried to kind of reverse the bone to kind of straighten it out, and he had a bunch of metal that they had to attach to kind of keep that bone. The metal sticking out of his leg ended up giving a staph infection, and that's how he had his amputation. But ripping surfer and super, super cool dude.
Nice. Looks like Shawnee Whitaker also got something, and Shawnee up backside. Love to see this. Shawnee on his backhand, pumping down the line. Nice little cutty, check cutty. Taking it down the line.
Great speed.
Ooh, little layback. Board flipped on him. Shawnee looks like he's okay. Beautiful ride by Shawnee Whitaker.
Yeah, look at this speed. Really engages that heel side rail. Driving it. Gets a little hit off the top there. A little down carve. Comes around that section. Lip catches that heel side rail. I've sat on some fins doing that a couple times.
Shawnee don't want to be sitting on no fins, but he's going to get a decent score for that. Yeah. Shawnee looking good on that one. White up and riding on this replay.
John Crampton.
Yeah, doing a nice little bottom turn.
So you got a 3.40. That was a replay.
Still waiting on that second score from Shawnee. It's going to turn the heat for him. I would possibly say it's going to be in the 5 range. Could be go a little bit higher.
Yeah, we're not seeing the little spinny thing going on just yet, but yeah, the judges.
Oh, there it goes. 6.27. So Shawnee Whitaker with that backhand, bettering his scores to an 8.77 two-wave total. Putting the heat on John Crampton and Lachlan.
Yeah, our live heats is a little bit delayed. You guys at home are getting to see the scores before we are. But, yeah, Shawnee Whitaker straight to the lead. We had such good wave selection on that one, not to mention just good speed, flow.
Nice work by Shawnee.
And that down carve at the end section there.
So had a little coaching session with Shawnee before we went out. Kind of told him where to sit, where I thought, where we were sitting, and just let him know, just don't be scared to commit to the ledge, bro, and paddle into it and get over that ledge. He's done that. Got himself a nice 6.27 for the single high wave score for the heat.
The other thing, the other benefit that these guys have compared to your heat is there's more water on the bar. So even if you take off on what looks like it's going to be a closeout, now you got a little bit of transition to deal with on the bottom to get around that section where earlier it was almost going uphill once you made it to the flats.
Yeah, it's challenging for sure. But as it fills in, you can see it's a little bit pulling down a little bit farther down the point a little bit as it fills in. So, but you can see Shawnee's got his spot. He goes, I'm sitting here. This is where I'm going to catch a wave. He's committing to that spot, and it paid off for him. So let's see if anybody else follows suit. You can see everybody else is kind of just spread out a little bit. You can see John right now goes, you know what? Shawnee threw up a nice score. Maybe I should paddle up the point a little bit farther. They're still kind of spread out, but let's see what happens in this next 17 minutes. Plenty of time for these guys to throw up some bigger scores.
Yeah, also us here in the booth, we don't know what the priority situation is. So one of these, I think it might have been Lachlan that had the first wave of the exchange. So Lachlan may have the first priority.
Because everybody's caught a wave, first goes to last in line.
Yeah.
So first to catch a wave goes to last in
Not
line.
sure if we were quite sure of the order of the waves that were ridden, but
it looked like Lachlan, Shawnee, then John Crampton.
Yeah, so it would be that same rotation. Although John's out of reach of those guys, so he's got the freedom of being under priority. Don't want to drop in if someone's at the top of the peak, but if you're sitting around on the shoulder and you can find something, then you got that freedom.
Yeah, right now everybody is spread out, and there's some of the teams right there.
Like that board.
That looks like
that looks really similar to like what Joel Taylor rides.
Yeah.
Little bigger fins.
But now Shawnee just needs to work on getting a second wave. John Crampton and Lachlan James are going to both try to get a second wave that gets them up into that 6-7 range. Try to keep up with Shawnee. If Shawnee can get a good second score, he'll combo this field. So, and there's the legend Sam Bloom with her husband Cam and Sam. Our fixtures here in Australia. Shawnee, he missed that one. That would have been a good one. But you can see he's committed to that spot up the point right there. But Sam is a world champ, ASP world champ in 2024. And she's a local legend, man.
Well, also just a great figure for the sport, public speaker, and advocate for disability around the world. So superstar. Things are looking really nice and clean. It's amazing this this wind is really behaving. It's actually, instead of getting windier through the day, there's less wind in the midday. So
yeah, it's beautiful. So Sam Bloom last year, second place on the tour. The year before, she was the world champion in 2024 with a tiebreaker. Came down to the last wave at the U.S. Open, baby. And Sam Bloom claimed her ASP World Championship. But Shawnee's committed to that spot. John Crampton, it's heat kind of dying down a little bit. Kind of got a little bit of inactivity right now. I wonder how close it is to being max high tide.
I think we're right about there. Yeah, I think this is pretty much the max. So I think from here on out, it starts to drain out, I believe. We'll take a check again. Yeah, I was originally thinking it was around noon, and then Stevie was saying that it was around 2:30, I think.
Yeah, I know the tide was coming up around noon. I don't know when it maxed out, though.
Yeah, I think we're looking pretty full, and we're actually starting to see the shoreline disappear.
Yep.
So it might be on its way back out now.
So 13 minutes left, just over 13 minutes. got plenty of time to get a second score. And these guys are kind of shifting around a little bit. Looks like just a little lull in the action happening right now. So this is kind of when you want to reposition yourself when that lull happens, because you know a set's going to be coming in anytime now. You know, when that lull happens, 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
When it finally comes in, it comes in a flurry for sure.
It does. You'll get a 2 or 3 wave set coming in.
That's also that wave breaking out there, as Stevie was saying. She's the point princess. She knows what she's talking about.
Local
but
wave
that little indicator out there, if you've been timing it, you'll know that there's something coming in so many minutes after that breaks out there. So
give it the countdown.
Looks like Crampton. Oh yeah, keep that thing going. Gets in this one, getting some nice drive. This one's shaping up quite nicely. Sticking with it. So, yeah, he'll be stoked with that one that didn't close out.
He will get a second score here. And you can see he kind of had to dig into it. It was kind of fat right here. He, thought he was into it. No, give it a couple more paddles. Quick to the feet. Nice down the line. Leans forward to get that speed.
Yeah, when in doubt, always give that extra paddle.
For sure. Especially on these little fat spots right here. John's going to run up the point a little bit. He's still got 11 and a half minutes left. Plenty of time. He gets a 5.33, betters his situation.
Yeah, he'll be stoked on that.
Yes, sir. And that's, again, this is a round-robin format. Everybody gets a second chance to surf. So as long as you can get one of those decent scores, a 6, a 7, a higher score, an excellent, if you can get one of those to take into the second round, try to build on that, that's the least that you want to do. You know what I mean? The most you want to do is get 2 really good scores and not have to worry about catching anything in the second round, but really just going out and having some fun and building on, 2 really solid scores. But right now, Shawnee's on 1 good score. John Crampton's on 1 good score.
That takes half the pressure off.
It does. Just sitting out there for 10 or 12 minutes, whatever it was, before I caught my first wave, I was watching everybody else catching waves. And, for me, the mentality in a heat is I don't want to watch anybody do anything. All I have to do is catch 2 waves, and that's the format. Is I just need to catch 2 good waves. Yeah. I don't care what anybody else does. And the more you watch people, the reason why I was watching where Mike was catching his waves from. I was like, okay, he's sitting way deep inside. I need to commit to going in there. I wasn't, once I saw him catch the wave, I just look away. I don't care how many turns he does. I know I'm going to hear the score on the beach. I heard he caught a 7.8, a 7.83, and then a 9. So I was like, okay, I'm sitting out here. And then Jesse's catching waves, and Yellow's catching waves.
All
Lachlan
right.
James.
Lockie up and riding. Quick ride there. Wow, you can really see that shore break. The water's draining out. About 6 inches of water right there. So pretty sure that tide is on its way out now, which is going to add a different factor of difficulty.
So here's again, got to just kind of commit to that little ledge right there on the sand. And whether it's a bigger set or whether it's one of those little medium-sized ones right there, they're going to break in the same spot. They're going to come through there. It's going to push from the outside. It's going to hit that little sandy bar right there where the rocks and the sand meet, and it's going to ledge up, and it's going to run. And that's where you kind of got to commit to sitting. Like Shawnee right now looks like he's sitting a little farther outside. But boom, here he goes. Shawnee Whitaker on his backhand, on a bomby set. Running with it. Can't quite get the cut back. You can see where it hits that inside sandbar.
Yeah, it's starting to get where that double up kind of bubbles up in front of you. But nice start of this one. Nice line. Sticks with it, holding that heel edge rail. But this is where that double up step starts happening.
He needed to initiate that cut back a lot sooner. But he's going to be stoked because he's going to have probably a wave that drops that 2.50. Maybe not by much. It might be a 3.2 or something like that. But and here goes Lachlan James.
Yeah, this is a different wave. This one's lining up.
And there goes Shawnee's third score of the board. It is a 3.40. So, like I said, anything that gets that score bouncing up. So, he wanted to get rid of 6.27 and build on that. But getting rid of that low 2.50 is going to help him.
And Lachlan 3.50 for that last one. So everyone just feeling out the bar and kind of learning wave for wave as the conditions change through the heat.
And the heat is anybody's right now because all that John Crampton needs is a 4.35 to jump into the lead. And Lachlan James only needs a 5.24. So we have those scores already on the board from different surfers. John Crampton already has a 5.33, so he's capable of just throwing up that 4.35. No problem.
So a quick shout to Lockie's buddies. All of his friends pitched in and surprised him with that custom board.
Sick.
And they sent in some videos to Sam from Force 9, his shaper. Not his shaper, so shaper didn't even know that just made a board off of his riding.
It's his shaper now.
And his shaper now. But great work, Sam. That board looks really, really nice. I put some solar res on a couple spots where he'd kicked his prosthetic into it. But, man, beautiful shape. Nice pulled-in tail for his back foot prosthetic. And, man, on the Aussie Titles day, there was a little more punch, and you could really see what that guy can do. So,
well, it just
get a
shows
little juice under him, you're gonna see some hot turns.
Yeah, it just speaks volumes of what this community is capable of. They, friends of a friend, just say, hey, man, can you shape my homie a board? And people just giving back to the community and making sure that people are able to live out their dreams and their goals to be able to come and be a professional surfer or be a national champion. His friends helped him live out a dream.
Yeah.
To be a national champion ain't no joke, man.
They're the reason he's out here.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man. So that just speaks volumes to this community. Not only the adaptive surfers, but the people that support this community, the sponsors, the volunteers, the friends, everybody that gives back to the community, all of the wives and the brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles and everybody that makes this happen. We really want to just extend our gratitude and our thanks because we can't do this beautiful thing without your help and without your support. So, and again, we are missing a whole bunch of surfers. There's a bunch of big names that weren't able to make it out. And we just want to throw a shout out to all those people that always support the tour. And we hope to see you guys in Hawaii. We hope to see you guys at the U.S. Open. We've got some cool stuff happening on the tour this year. So hopefully everybody can make it out to the event. If you can't make it to this one, get that next one on your calendar in Hawaii, May 5th through the 8th at Queens Beach, the North Shore Prosthetics Access Surf Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships.
Man, yesterday I was having a little interview with Shawnee, and
did he cry?
No, we both got to the edge there, and I made sure of not freaking knocking us both out. But I wanted to dedicate that interview to Sean Lewis, Bigfoot, who we missed, who would have been here with us, and he was one of our favorite characters and one of the biggest hearts and most fun dudes that we had on the site.
Yep.
And he was here in 2024. We lost him last year, and I was like, if I pull that out, we're both balling. I'm not going to be able to finish this interview. So
yeah, polarizing character in our community, to say the least. Bigfoot was a close friend of mine and somebody that I coached and life coached and did a bunch of cool stuff with. And you've either had a really great experience with him or you know how polarizing he could be. But we miss him. We love him. He was a great, big, giant part of this community. So it's definitely, somebody that we miss. Where he was taken too soon. He was murdered 2 years ago and a year and a half ago on Maui. So we just want to throw a shout out to Bigfoot. We love you, buddy. We miss you, man.
He's still here with us, playing his ukulele over by the stop sign.
That's it, brother.
3 minutes and 45 seconds. We haven't seen a lot happen, man. Lachlan giving a good paddle there, but man, this shore break is just starting to slurp out. Look at that. There's just the beach is getting bigger and bigger by the second.
Yep.
And that means anyone who gets into something is not going to have a lot of water left once they get on the face.
But the cool thing is that the shape of the waves, the conditions are holding up really nicely. The swell is staying solid. We have some good surf coming through. You know, if you're in the right spot, look at the right-hander behind him. There's plenty of opportunity for good scores out there. Just have to hunt them down, kind of commit to that spot.
Looks like someone was possibly just up and standing at the end of a ride. I'm not sure.
It looked like Lachlan's down the beach right there.
There we go.
So
yeah, I haven't seen a score pop up for that one, but yeah, testing out a little different zone. I like how he's kind of moved from that far right of our screen over to this other side as that tide's really, really changing a lot. It's changed more in this one single heat than it probably has in any other heat in the morning, as we're right at that cusp of it going out. And it seems like the days before that the tide goes out faster than it comes in. And so as soon as you get over that high tide, it's just...
It drains out real quick.
It drains out real quick, and we're starting to get to that little water level of where you can see that current starts kind of spinning around. One thing I noticed on the Australian Titles Day was as the tide came in, we had that normal drift pulling us down to the car park and towards the wreck. As the tide drained out, the current went the other way, and it started pulling us towards the pass.
I have never had that happen here.
You would love to be pulled that way.
Totally. Take me back to the rock, baby, please, man. I always get ripped down the beach. And even on that first wave that I caught, once I went to the inside, I already knew, you know, I got detonated on. And I could feel, as I was under the water, I could feel not only being pulled in, but I was being pulled down the beach.
All right, Crampton finding his feet on a good one. Got a nice redirect, high up on the face on that one.
John only needs a 4.35.
To take the lead.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this one. Good wave selection. You could see that double up that's been in such trouble had kind of gotten out of the way early and let him down the face on that one.
So not sure that will get him the 4.35, but it's going to be real close. And no, it doesn't. Oh, it does.
Yep, change the situation.
4.40.
So he pops up to the lead. Shawnee drops to second. And
with a minute left, again, this is a round robin, round one of a round robin, so everybody can take one good wave from this one and get another good wave in the next round. So everybody's not going to be all brokenhearted right now that they didn't win this heat. They get another chance. And everybody kind of threw a nice score up on the board. Shawnee with a 6.27. John Crampton with a 5.33 and that 4.40. I don't know if that's going to better either one of those right there. But Shawnee still has 20 seconds.
Yeah, so I met John's buddy Popey over at the bar last night, and he was razzing John on taking too many waves.
Oh, well, that can be an issue.
But right now, when you don't have a lot of waves on offer, it's actually better to try and take as many as you can.
For sure.
You don't know how quick it's going to suck dry. Looks like he knows that there's only 3 seconds, so we're at the tail end. Looks like no one's going to do a buzzer beater on that one. So we'll let that last score come in for him, and we're going to take a quick break before coming back for more. We'll see you guys in just a second.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Nonna?
Giuramento de che.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Benway in the booth with Charles, Stoke for Life, Chaka Webb, and we are now in an open prone division where we had a nice score come in for Brendan Robson. Let's watch this replay. And that's that board that we saw, that Joel Taylor-looking craft. Zaps that one. Nice speed here. Big hit off that lip. And this is a new name to me. And explain a little bit about this open prone division.
So this is a non-classified men and women's open division. It's not part of the tour, but it is part of the event. And you can see that there's some familiar names in here, Emma Dieters and Sam Bloom. So here's White, Emma Dieters, ripping this one, dropping in big. Just falling a little bit behind that one. It's going to be a 4.33. So Emma's been on the tour. She's done the U.S. Open. She's done a bunch of events before, the Hawaii Adaptive. And Sam Bloom obviously is the women's prone 2024 AASP World Champ in the unassisted prone women's division. Right now, you see her surfing assisted. So when Sam first joined the adaptive surfing community and competitive realm, she was assisted. And we're going to replay that 5.17. And you'll notice that Cam's going to be pushing her in. So she's in an assisted situation at this point, and that's how she likes to surf in her free surf. Drop arm turn. Nice little snap, digging that outside rail. But once Sam gets on a wave, she's a terror. She just shreds it up. So Sam feels a lot more comfortable surfing with assistance. So she's surfing this open division in the assisted.
And, wow, Brennan just zapping away.
And you can see he's got fins on his feet. So he's basically just ripping boogie board.
Yeah, well, cool, interesting style. We don't know much about him, but definitely like his lines.
He's missing his left arm.
Oh, okay, there we go.
So he's got an upper limb appendage. The upper limb division that we have is an upper limb stand division.
Yeah.
So he's upper limb prone. So not a classified division, but super shredding.
Either way, I dig his style. M. Dieter's also in prone. She was originally in prone, and wasn't she reclassified to D-board?
Kneel. I think she was in kneel.
And so even in the Australian titles, I believe that she was competing in kneel.
Classified in kneel, yeah.
So it's cool to watch her go back to the original style with this open. And I remember the year that she was reclassified. She goes, Ben, how do we change my prone board into a knee board in one day? And I said, luckily, those fins are up forward, and it's pretty much close enough.
Wide enough.
But, man, she's ripping on in both divisions, both riding styles.
Brendan Robson throwing up an 8.33, going excellent on that last one.
Yeah, it's fun to see where a short little craft like that can fit. However, in the case of a lot of these surfers who don't have any use of their legs, there's no way of going that short and paddling in.
Correct.
And then in Brendan's case, he's not going to be able to paddle in a prone board with just one arm. So it's
the prone unassist division has a size requirement. The board has to be over 48 inches long.
Okay.
So it can't be a boogie board. It's got to be a 4-foot surfboard.
Still plenty short.
Plenty short.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah. So Joel Taylor, I think his board's 53 inches, something like that. It's close. He's got a great style, the way he surfs. It is boogie board-esque style because that's where he made his bones as a pro surfer. And here goes white Emma Dieters just ripping that turn right there, trying to get the reform. She's going to stay back in the pocket.
Oh.
Boom! Emma Dieters with a little tap cover-up.
Cover up and
That
doggy
was
doors it out.
beautiful.
I love that one. And that was such a good drone angle as well.
That was a great ridden wave by Emma Dieters.
So let's watch this. Here she comes on this open face. Drops that arm, pivots it. She's able to get over, gets that little double paddle over the double up. Sinks it in under the lip. Little shampoo doggy door, and she's out of that one. So, yeah, we're going to reposition her. I should hope so.
Yeah, a little shower. Nothing wrong with that. No, I tried to get a little dip, too. My little head dip in there. Not quite, couldn't get it.
So 6.17 bumps her up into second position,
Nice.
and well-deserved. Man, not an easy, that little midsection step right there that she had to give the little paddle over. Not easy to get over that and still keep speed to really keep your line down the line. So being able to hold that, have that rail control, get under that one with some speed and drive herself out of the pit was pretty sick.
What a great day. Opening day of the 3rd annual BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability. And here comes Brandon Robson.
Oh, that was a sick hit.
Vertical.
He just ended up
down.
in no water right there.
Just went verti upside down.
That was a really cool turn.
Let's check this replay out. Big drop. Just bop. Vert. Pass vert.
Pops the tail up at the lip line, too.
He almost rode out of that, but as soon as he was riding out of it, he dug his nose. I don't know if that's going to go as a completed maneuver. We'll know by the score. If it's up in the upper echelon 7s, 8s, we know that went completed for the judges. And it goes 7.67.
So it doesn't go into scoreline because he's already holding one?
Yeah, I mean, technically it does, kind of, I guess.
But, yeah, that goes into the scoreline, doesn't factor into his top 2 is what it is. But 15 minutes remaining. But, man, just digging to see different approaches, different equipment.
And that's kind of what this heat's about.
Yeah.
It's kind of about, hey, I don't classify into one of these divisions, or I do and I'm not really comfortable and I'd rather free surf in this style.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of what Emma's doing. That's kind of what Sam's doing. They're kind of going back to their original surf style. Emma was a prone unassist. That's what she's doing right here. She classifies for Neil. So she's surfing in an unclassified situation right now, and Sam the same thing. Sam started out as an assisted surfer, and she got so proficient at surfing that she was able to surf by herself. So she classified out of that division, but feels much more comfortable surfing with assistance. So that's why she's checking this out right here.
Plus, Sam's such a small rider. I remember I think it was the first season that they reclassified her. She had to fight some pretty strong waves at Pismo, some closeouts, and when you're used to someone helping you through the waves and all of a sudden you're stuck using just your upper body to not only propel yourself and try and get yourself into the waves, it's just, that had to be a scary thing for sure. So great to see both.
Checking out Jack Curfey, Jack Surfy Curfey, my guy, ripping it out there today. So proud of that guy. Just elevating his surf style, answering the bell, super competitive division. Tomoki Fujiwari ripping, just shredding it up. Jesse Blauer.
Silent killer.
Yeah, Jesse
Jose
Blauer.
Martinez named him the Silent Killer, and he
Silent
showed why
assassin.
today.
Yeah, so we had a lot in the assisted division that was just premier surfing. Jesse Blauer leading the way. Tomoki Fujiwari just really making a name for himself, stamping it right there. He's been traveling the tour the last couple of years, really elevating his surfing. Today was a great day for him. He really shredded it up in that first heat. Really great wave selection for him. And then Jack Curfew just throwing it down too. So that assisted division, man, it's no joke.
Yeah. Plus some of the commanding figures, man. Jose Martinez, Claudio Morales.
Mm-hmm.
Them not being here is kind of opening the door for some
guys
of the other
like
guys.
Jack and
yeah.
some other guys. So.
And so it's great to see everyone pushing it up. Not that everyone doesn't have an equal chance, but it's just it's probably nice to just kind of know that you're not out there with a deadly opponent.
I can tell you from experience having to surf against Felipe Lima and Guillaume Collin, those guys are a notch above. So, when they're not around, it's like, okay, I got a fighting chance.
The cat's away, the mouse will play.
Yeah, I'm playing, man. I'm playing. So, and then just having to surf against guys like Mike Johnson. Mike's, he hasn't traveled the tour, but he won this event last year. And he's a really, really skilled surfer. And to surf against him and with him, got to surf the wave pool with him last year and surfed against him last year in some really dicey conditions. But today was way more favorable, a lot more fun. Still kind of a little bit dicey, kind of had to roll around and hunt some stuff down and kind of commit to a certain spot. But a great day of surfing. Want to just say thank you so much to all of the water support, Adam Land, James Russell, Russell Kim,
Jeff,
yeah, for sure. All the girls, Bailey and Brittany,
Jimbo,
yeah, just all the water support. I really had a hard time getting past the impact zone when I got back out the first time, and that water team just got me past that impact zone, just right outside of it, and said, okay, just let me go, paddle, and then that's what they're there for, man. It's not a paddle contest. It's a surf contest. So if we're not putting you on the peak and not giving you a competitive advantage, but keeping you safe and getting you in the water that you can actually paddle to the peak, that's what the water safety is there for, to keep everybody safe, make sure that they have an opportunity. Without those guys, I don't catch that second wave.
Yeah.
I'm dust. I'm drifted down the beach. So big shout out.
You're checking out the wreck.
Totally. So just a big shout out to all the water safety crew, man. You guys did a bang up job today. We're super blessed to have you guys' support. Thank you so much. Want to say thanks to all the sponsors that have supported this event and the ASP World Tour and each tour spot on the tour. Those big sponsors help keep these events going. And here we go. Right-hander.
Brendan. Powering it through, puts it on rail. This is not an easy spot to get over, but got those flippers a-flipping, get himself over that lump. And nice big bank.
He sure
I
does.
dig this guy's style,
man.
He's
got some good expression session, man. He's definitely snapping it up. And you can see, obviously, the fins make a big difference when it gets real fat right here on this cutback. He powers through it with the fins. Leans up on the board, spots the spot, taps the tap. And he's happy with it. Says, you know what, stoked, 6.63. Not going to factor in, but just a beautiful ride nonetheless. You can see some of the, just because you don't fit in one of the divisions doesn't mean you don't fit, And this guy's showing you upper limb, prone riders, shred.
Dude, this community, everyone's welcome. And everyone deserves to have the joy of wave riding.
Absolutely.
Especially if you're ripping and you can get 8.3s, man.
And it's really awesome to see this event have this open division to give these guys a chance to just say, you know what, let us just go out, free surf, have some fun, show what we're capable of, let all the sponsors, let the community know that there's ripping adaptive surfers at every level. Men, women, upper limb, lower limb, paraplegic, quadriplegic, they all just super shredding. Having a great time. There's some of the girls on the water support. And Brittany right there. And not sure who the other one was. Maybe Lou, your contest coordinator.
No, I don't think so. But we've got so many people that have jumped in and just offered that. Plus we have the good surf guys that have dropped in. Speaking of dropping in, Sam Bloom. Oh, no, I am Dieters. Couple hits on that one. Ends up in that shallow spot, but nice little under-the-lip snaps off the takeoff.
Some little checkies right there, getting up, getting some speed. Just digging that outside rail a little bit. And again, when Emma goes out and free serves, this is how she free serves, you know. Ooh, Sam Bloom on a beauty. Nice right-hander, zipping down the line. Staying in the pocket. Sam drawing a great line on this, trying to outrace that section. She's going to be stoked on that one. Yeah, she says yes. She claims it.
I think Cam's going to be stoked on that way. It feels so good when you send someone in a wave and you're like, oh, they're still going. They're still going. I got them a good one.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling.
And you can see Cam body surfing that in, but you can see the conditions really holding up. There's waves to be caught. There, you just have to hunt them down. There's a great swell right now, great conditions. Today was a beautiful day to kick off this event. The event coordinators, we have some time. We have lay days that we can have. They said, you know what, we could take today off. We could run tomorrow. But, no, there's great conditions. There's great forecasted surf. Sam Bloom, 6.33, beautiful wave for her. Bumps her up into second place. Emma Dieters, last ride, 4.73, betters her situation from a 4.33 and a 6.17 to a 6.17 and a 4.73. So everybody getting in on the juice.
Yeah, and Sam, ever since the first time I met Sam and Cam, she's been supported by Luke Short, famous shaper to tons of really amazing pro surfers, LSD designs, and he's got that design that just works so well for her, and I've seen them just do little tweaks on it through the years. Had blue ones, had pink ones, had yellow ones, but kind of sticking to that one design, man, and it just works so well. So great shape in Luke. Seen him at a couple different comps, not only adaptive but also able-bodied competitions.
Yeah, again, you guys are watching a mixed, open, non-classified men and women's heat. So if you're confused and you're like, hey, wait a minute, there's a guy with flippers on, and that doesn't make any sense. He is missing his arm. He has an upper limb appendage. Brendan Robson surfing with a bodyboard. He does wear flippers. This is an open division. This is not part of the tour. So it's great to have this open division to let these surfers expression session, show everybody what they're capable of in these beautiful conditions.
It's a bodyboard-esque. It's not a bodyboard, but it's
he's going.
Yeah.
He's going again.
It's a little cool, like
just gets
it's a mic. I would call it a micro twin fin fish.
And there he goes in the pocket, covered up. Barrel comes out. Want to see that from a different angle. See if he actually got up really in the pocket. Disappeared for a second from that behind the scenes angle. Let's see what it looked like from the front. But it looked like he got right up in that pocket. No problem. We don't have the front on view, but so we're just going to say that he got.
I was just about to say,
out.
Chuck, we only got 2 cameras, bro. Just
well, hey,
there, man.
Every once in a while, we get that front on view, brother.
We're doing what we can with what we brung, man. Come on.
Well, we did have
but you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, yes, he came out of that.
We did have a drone shot of me, and then we had a front view of me. So I was just kind of going with that, man. Let me cook, Ben. Let me cook.
You know those drones can only fly for 10 minutes before we're going to change the battery, bro.
Let me cook, Ben. Let me cook.
But man, what a great day! I can't believe we're towards the tail end of day one already. We have seen such amazing surfing all day. And, man, I was just telling Stevie, I was like, with the good vibes, the energy that this whole community brings, the frequency that buzzes over Byron when we're here, can't help but attract great surf, great waves, and great conditions.
So
did you notice it didn't rain once? This is the first day.
Today it didn't rain at all. First day since we've been here, it hasn't rained.
We've had I'd say at least 3 strong squirts a day.
For sure.
So, yeah.
Last night was brutal, too.
The energy and the vibe around the zone has just cleared the skies. Look at Brendan Robson's scoreline, man. He's throwing away 7.5 threes now.
He's got a 7.6 in the trash, a 6.63, a 6.37, and a 7.53 that's all gone to the wayside.
Yeah, that is one cool-looking little craft that he's got.
And then the next heat that we have coming up after this next heat ends is the women's kneel division. And you are going to have the multi-time world champion Victoria Feige.
Feige,
excuse
does
me.
Does that mean that M's right back on the water again?
I have no idea.
Holy.
I would assume that she would.
Back-to-back would be brutal.
Yeah, and you're going to see a name on there. It's going to say Barbie Garcia. Barbie's not here, unfortunately. She had some business commitments back home, and she was unable to make the trip. So it should be Emma Dieters and Victoria Feige. And I do apologize for Victoria. I've known her for many years, and I rarely get her name right. So my apologies.
I think it was the first year where I said, Feige?
She's like, no.
Never get that wrong.
Yeah. So my apologies, Miss Feige.
I can't wait to see her rip, man.
She's been putting in a lot of work. She took last year off of the tour, so she didn't do any of the events last year. I think maybe she did Hawaii last year. That was the only event she did. But and that left room. You know, she's dominated this division for the years that she's been in it. So she's a multi-time ISA world champ, and she is the two-time AASP world champ, maybe three-time. I'd have to go back and look. But she's multi-time ASP world champion.
So Brendan stacked another 8-something.
Oh. Better to score on that last one.
8.10 for the last one. So he's out of there. Like, man, I got two great ones. I'm feeling good. Feeling good and don't feel like paddling back out.
No, he's stoked. So 40 seconds left in this heat. It is a mixed, open, non-classified heat. So if you guys are wondering why he's wearing flippers and prone in with one arm, it is an unclassified open division where he's surfing with two women, one assisted, one unassisted. Emma is surfing prone unassisted. She's classified for kneel. So you might see Emma just turn right around, stay out, and surf this kneel division with Victoria Feige. And here comes Emma. Snap, drop arm turn. What a great maneuver right there by Emma Dieters.
Yeah, she's been looking really strong. And a lot of these riders are doing work in and out of the water. Plus, and I was just saying, you guys just moving around in your chairs, you're training all the time.
You'd like to think so.
Well, we're gonna let that one boil out of the outer reef. By the time we get back from our commercial break, we're gonna see that set breaking right on the shore in the next heat. We'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere.
rising, don't let the light in. I breathe in this feeling, don't need to fight it. Down on my street, follow my feet, feel the sun on my skin. Bells ringing, birds singing, hello, good morning. It's a good, 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 good morning. It's a good, 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 good morning. It's a good, 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 good morning. Sun's rising, let the light in. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Welcome back to the third annual BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. I am Charles Chaka Webb with the last heat of the day. We have the Annie Neal Women's Division, and on the board already, Victoria Feige. And we will get a quick replay. Maybe not. It's a 2.50. Sure, she's going to want something more than that. Victoria trying to paddle in there, not happening. Also in this heat, Victoria Pendergast, and Barbie Garcia not here today. Your defending Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion in the Women's Neal Division and your AASP World Champ. Unfortunately, Barbie not here today, so it is Victoria Feige taking off. Backing off of that one, not seeing anything she liked. Victoria, your past AASP World Champ, ISA World Champ. Took last year off for the most part, did one tour event. And she's back here in Australia. And these two ladies out here battling it out. How awesome is it to just sit out back with two people in the heat? And Victoria Feige trying to paddle into that one again. Tide pushed up a little bit, starting to drop out. Spots are changing. So it is a little bit challenging. But the girls will find their spot. They'll find their waves. They'll get a couple. And at this point, a 2.50, 20 minutes left. This is the last heat of the day. What a great first day of competition. Had some huge scores on the board, some 9s, some 8s, some excellence, some high 7s, some mid 6s, bunch of scoring opportunity every heat with beautiful scores. And Ben Way, what'd you think of first day of competition? We got a few more days to go.
That was insane. This is I don't think it could have gotten any better with all the heats that we wanted to run within the window of the morning to the afternoon. And just basing it around the tide that's a little bit too low and then ending just before the tide goes too low in the evening. So everyone's got pretty balanced conditions throughout the heats. Couple slow heats kind of coming into the high tide. But
that happens at every contest.
It also, well, yeah, man, we'll have heats with almost no waves ridden sometimes. And we know that we have that incoming swell as well. So I think we'll start seeing a little bit of pulses. We don't know what we're going to get tomorrow, but we know that we've pushed through a really nice first day. Beautiful weather, great conditions, and vibes are always high.
Sweet. Yeah, we're super stoked. And apparently there's a ghost in the machine somewhere.
No, a gremlin.
A gremmy.
Yep.
So you can see that the girls are just
don't put them
outside.
in water. Don't put the replays in water.
You can see that the girls are just outside that ledge right there that you kind of need to commit to get on those inside waves. It's dicey feels a little bit funky just to like sit on that ledge and be like, okay, I'm going to commit to just dropping in on the sand. But it really, once you drop in, it just runs across into a little bit deeper water before it comes back up into the shallow. So we got one score on the board for Victoria Feige at 2.50.
Just taking my first look in a couple hours out from the beach out. Man, the water is just draining out. It is getting really shallow. And here we have Victoria Feige driving it off the top there. You can see the offshore wind kind of pushing her line. She went a little bit too high on that one. But, man, unpredictable stuff. And you could see Tori going for a little paddle. A lot of time when you just got two surfers in the water. But side and trying to keep myself from wanting to go for a body surf because my back's still blown out.
But look at the conditions, Ben. The wind wasn't ever really a problem today. It's very nice.
It's been a day of just buttery texture.
It has, and there's been some really nice waves ridden. So we cannot complain, man. We are blessed to be here at Byron. Blessed to have these sets coming in. Look at these. So you can see that outside. Then you have to sit on that ledge right there.
Yeah.
And just commit to that spot.
It's also really starting to come down all at once as it's running out of water down below the lip.
So you really got to be choosy on those corners. And here goes Victoria Feige again. Just not able to stay out in front of that one.
Charging them.
But nice drop.
Well, all of that open face opportunity is starting to disappear as that
Correct.
tide goes out. So you really kind of need that couple hours before or after the high tide to get some open shoulder or some kind of open turning area to put it on rail.
Right.
After that, it's just zipping on through, and it's pull in, get a vision, and probably get slammed.
Yeah. It's like I said, you really, when the tide's low, you got to pick those corners. You got to really be choosy. And coming from the low tide to the high tide versus the high tide to the low tide, you kind of want the push rather than the drain.
Yeah, you do. And for some reason, blame it on the moon, but it fills in fast. It goes out faster than it fills in.
Yeah. So, and you definitely want the push, even though the high tide drain isn't bad if you can get it at that turn where it's really high and starting to drop a little bit. You might be able to get some of those good drainers off the corners.
We're just getting to the cusp of where that disappears, though.
The funny thing today is that we saw a few lefts caught today. Some decent scoring lefts, which is a first for us here. I don't think we've seen any lefts in the past couple of years, maybe one.
Few here and there, but it's basically, it seems like they almost only happen at the high tide.
Yeah.
You got to really have some fat water there to open up that.
And you have to be farther down from Tomos. You have to be kind of at Clark's or towards Main Beach because Tomos is mainly just a right, and that's where we surfed last year for the most part. And
I think the other thing is the wind direction. As soon as it turns out of the east a little bit, starts opening up that section that would normally come clamping down and gives you just a little bit more time on the left as the wind's blowing into it.
Sure.
But the wind's just swirling around all day, but it's a light swirl.
Yeah, it's cooperated. There's not a lot of chandeliering going on. And you see little Super Grom right there. Says, I'm going to go out and catch some surf after these girls get out of here.
Oh, there's still plenty left for him on the inside.
He's picking the what ifs, What if I just grab this one?
No, he showed up late to the open division.
So Victoria's caught in 3 waves. A 3.17 is her low and a 3.90 for that last one. Just a really nice drop, bottom turn, not a lot of open face maneuvers or opportunity, should I say. Not, there wasn't a lot of opportunity there. Wave just kind of ran away from her. So she's doing what she can to put up what she can. And Miss Pendergast has not caught a wave yet. It's not due to a lack of effort. She's tried to pull herself into a couple. Just, again, got to kind of commit to that ledge right on the inside. And Victoria's sitting way outside right now, but these things look like they're going to break out there, but they're just not. You know, you might get pushed into one a little bit, but if you don't stay in that pocket, cut back, and stay with that power, then you're not going to catch that connector on the inside.
Yeah, it's also a pretty long face that you got to try and paddle into to try and get over that ledge, like you'd see right there. But one thing I want to point out is when all this ocean energy going out to sea, we're still seeing pretty decent-sized sets, bigger than the morning, so that's a good sign that the swell's on its way.
And here she goes, Victoria Pendergast, dropping in. Nice commitment right there as far as dropping in on that. She knew she's going to have to paddle hard and just get over the ledge. And that's kind of the thing, man. Commit to the ledge, bro.
Yeah, just riding over that bounce with control, staying on the board. So halfway mark, and we're seeing that beach get bigger and bigger. Right there, smack dab in the center of your screen. That's our little infrastructure, not little infrastructure, big infrastructure of our contest area. And then we've got the competitors area down on the beach next to the judging trailer.
Look at the little left on the inside here.
Yeah,
so they're
quick
coming
one until you get
man.
there.
Yeah, tell you, well, that's where you get the exclamation point.
That's where you end up in 6 inches of water. We're seeing that thing go under sea level now. We're right to the edge.
That's where you get that big exclamation point right there, and a couple extra points if you can make the commitment.
Hopefully keep your fins on your board. 4.17 for Tori. She'll be stoked on that. Zipping her back up into position.
Yeah, that is the
That's a sweet
highest
looking board.
heat wave score, highest wave score of the heat, excuse me.
It is a heat wave out there.
Sheesh.
I'm not complaining. I'd much rather be sweating than be in a jacket.
100%.
11 minutes and 15 seconds. Beautiful ocean view from the drone there. And you can see that little whitewash line up in the
That's where
top
you gotta
third.
be.
That's just showing you that that's the zone where it's stretching through.
And you kind of see where Victoria Feige's sitting. She's sitting way outside the zone. She's going to have to reposition if she wants to catch something of any kind of consequence.
Some fun times on the beach for the kiddos.
End of the day here, first day of competition. Beautiful day. Great surf, great conditions. Super blessed to be in Byron Bay.
Looks like something on the horizon here. Tori. We've got two Tories. We've got Victoria and Victoria. So we've got Feige and Pendergast. Tori in red, Tori in white. Now you can see that inside's really starting to kind of punch over that little sand shelf, putting up a fight as you're trying to make your way back out. So still a couple waves out there, and as you mentioned earlier, if you get the second or third wave of the set, you let some of that water kind of fill up the sandbar, open things up for you. 9.5 minutes. And you can see the sand bubbling up right there in front of the whitewash.
Doubling up on the inside, all that movement on the inside right there. You can see it's getting really challenging right there. And that's the thing, man, if the water support, these ambulatory heats don't really need that water support out there as far as the wheelchair heats. So that's where we, with the, no legs, no hands, no arms, get stuck right there, just get the washer machine. But Victoria Pendergast paddling out, getting through it, showing her merit. They got 8:30 left. Victoria Feige finally getting one with some open face and an opportunity to do a nice cutback carve, redirect. That's going to probably be the highest score for her And that might be the highest score of the heat right there.
I think it'll go almost double what the everybody else got. 7.33.
There you go.
Yeah, that was not an easy spot to redirect.
Good wave selection. Finally got that open face opportunity, and she goes close to excellent, 7.33. She's going to be happy with that to take that into the next round. You always want to at least get something close to that excellent range, if not going up into that excellent range in that first round robin heat. You want something of good score.
Also, just looked like it felt good, man. All that speed, putting on rail, holding that carve.
After all those drops she's been doing, she had 3 waves before that where she didn't really get any open face opportunities. So she had the speed. She dropped her hand, did a nice rail turn right there, redirected to the left.
So tomorrow, I think we'll officially have a printout of all of our sponsors, but I want to say thanks to Surfing Australia, Byron Central Osteopathy, First Nations Lifeguards, the AASP Stoke for Life, Affordability Support, of course, BrightSky, Sargood on Coleroy, Kennard's Hire, Kenoth, and Rumia Self Storage, McGrath, Wave Ski Adventures, and, of course, BrightSky for all of their support.
Cannot forget High Fives Foundation, major contributor to this event, major contributor to the ASP. So I want to say thank you to Roy Tuscany, the High Fives crew. We miss you guys here. Chris Waker carrying the torch for you guys, though, lighting it up in the prone assist division today. And as this first day of the competition comes to an end, we really saw some great surfing. I want to say a couple highlights. Some of the guys that really put it on rail and did some great surfing. Tomoki Fujiwari just comes to mind right now. He just really had a great day for himself. Jack Curfey had a great day for himself. Jesse Belauer really surfed great today. Mike Johnson, putting up a 9, throwing down some really great heat scores. Sponge Williams laying it down. Masafumi, really getting a good wave score there.
Kenjiro Ito, a couple small, solid hits.
Yeah, so some guys really throwing it down. I'm sure I'm forgetting some names. There was a bunch of high scores today.
We're forgetting tons, man. There was a lot of action.
There was a lot of great scores today, so don't let me...
Plus, you were down on the beach when there was some cool stuff happening, too.
I was, and I was kind of getting in my zone, kind of watching. Want to say thank you to the water support team, water safety, the judges, everybody that's contributing to this event to have such a great first day, our 3rd year back here in Byron. We're just super blessed, and we can't wait to see what tomorrow brings as far as competition.
Yeah, one...
Let me slide this in there.
One high-performance individual that we're missing is Joss Newmuller.
Yeah, Jocelyn.
Man.
Multi-time world champ, ISA and AASP.
Just pulled her card to the stars over here. And, man, there's quite a few people that we'll remember along the way that aren't here. But, yeah, a lot of the superstar threats opening the doors for some new competitors.
And that's the thing, Jocelyn's always kind of made room for Annie and other competitors in her division. Mentored them, tried to let them know, like, hey, you can do this. And, for whatever reason, she's taken the time off this year, at least at this event. I don't know if she'll make any other events. She also didn't surf at the ISA event this year either. So Annie Goldsmith had that spot on the team. So Big Ops champ, we miss you. Hope you're doing well. And hopefully we'll see you in Hawaii or at the U.S. Open.
So 340. Another person, I was sending a message to Melissa Reed. And she goes, no, I won't be going to Byron. I'll be working at a job like an adult.
Well.
And I said, hey, I'd like one of those.
Well, we can all still dream of being professional surfers,
Oh, man.
It's tough, man. If you don't have the sponsorship, you don't have the grants, if you don't have the support, it's really, really hard to make it this far and to come to these events. But so we want to say thank you so much to the athletes, the support teams for the athletes, to getting them here. Victoria Feige paddling into this one. Not a lot of open face there. Big closeout.
Drop.
That one's probably not going to factor in. She's trying to drop a 3.9. But she is probably going to take this in and maybe try to take the merry-go-round out. Definitely don't want to. And there's a beautiful drone shot of Byron. Look at the sky, brother. Not just no clouds, no rain today. Super stoked. Beautiful shot of the pass right there. Tomo's up there. And you can see we might be up at that next peak tomorrow. That next rail right there, and then you see the rock at the pass up on the point. So right now we're at Clark's. We might run up the beach to Tomo's Rock and see what tomorrow brings, see what the swell brings. The conditions are going to dictate if we come back to Clark's tomorrow or if we go farther up the point.
Yeah, basically anywhere we move up and down this beach is better than half the surf contests in the world.
For
so
sure.
No matter what we get, these guys are going to be in some warm water, beautiful weather, in a beautiful place here in Byron Bay. So
Well, that last wave did factor in for Victoria. It bettered her score by a 0.10.
Right on.
So from a 3.90 to a 4.0. And here goes Victoria Pendergast. Got to get that one right. And again, you just kind of have to commit to that inside section where it's kind of dicey.
Looking tough, man. It's getting hotter by the moment, and you can see that little sand bubbling up, kind of like where that whitewash is bubbling.
A little late on that one.
Wow. Bus on through. It's about 6 inches deep right there.
Well, she said, I'm going for it.
Charging it.
1 minute left. First day of the rest of your life, buddy. Great first day of competition right here. We're super blessed. Had a lot of action.
Oh, man, the free surfers having a bunch of action. And so, also thank you to the Australian Lifeguard Service for keeping all the free surfers out of the zone, even though they really would have to put a good paddle to try even get over to you guys today. But, we've had a safe day, great waves, lots of scores as time is ticking down, and we're rolling our last heat competitors out of the water. And just a reminder to all of our friends around the zone, we're going to have a little daytime party over at the Royal Rehab VIP starting as soon as these guys come up from the beach.
And would DJ Benway be jamming?
Oh, yeah. We're going to put some music on there.
DJ Benway ready to rock the house.
We had some music and live painting going on yesterday by Yasmin. Any competitors that haven't signed that art board over at the Royal Rehab, don't forget about that. But it has been an amazing day. There we have what's going to be our next heat. Jack Jackson, Finn Binks. That's tomorrow, I'd figure. And Daniel Toomey. Alexander's not here. We miss that guy. But it has been an amazing day one of competition. And it looks like we're going to shut it down and enjoy the afternoon here in Byron. Thank you to Charles Chaka Webb.
Yeah, buddy.
And also to Stevie Lee Ginger. We'll see you tomorrow. And check out our website. Probably same time tomorrow. And we should have just as much action, if not more.
We'll be rocking it out tomorrow. We'll be back same bat time, same bat channel, baby.
No gremlins. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Affordability Adaptive Surfing event, and super excited to see first-timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited. It's electric out here. So much energy.
There is a huge crew. The weather has turned it on. It's going to be a sick day. I'm super keen. Get some waves with some mates.
We're lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for forward ability support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
Sick event. It's cool to have so many surfers out here, and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Cywood, and yeah, it's going to be bad.
You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
It's incredible that BrightSky and Affordability have put this event on and have made it happen, and yeah, obviously with the support of Cywood. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.